Hey guys, you are watching your anime world. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see second part what if Deku left UA after Bakugo's betrayal. Here is short summary. After enduring years of abuse and a final betrayal from Bakugo, Izuku Midoriya makes a life-changing decision, leaving UA for good. But without the school's support, can he still become the hero he's destined to be, or will he forge a new path beyond the hero society? But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Everyone, finish whatever preparations you must. Momo called out to the 1A prep room. We'll be going out soon. You're in a good mood, Yao Momo, Mina pointed out. You excited too? Of course I am, the creation user said. This'll be our next big step in becoming heroes, after all. I wish we could have used our hero costumes, Mezzo sighed, uncomfortably shifting his large shoulders under his PE uniform's torn sleeves. It's not allowed, for fairness, Masharao sighed, before looking down at his tail, which had also torn through his uniform. I get what you mean though. Izuku was pacing, clenching and unclenching his fists nervously. He was as nervous as anyone else there, maybe even more so. He rested his hand on his chest and took a few deep breaths, trying to calm down. He looked around at his classmates. Everyone was socializing, trying to calm down, and giving each other pep talks. Even Katsuki was talking with Rikido and Denki, which was odd for him to see. Midoriya. Izuku looked over and saw Shoto approaching him with one hand in his pocket. Todoroki. What is it? He felt multiple sets of eyes land on him and the recommendation student. You're pretty strong, Shoto said, shifting on his feet. Capable, I mean. Thanks. But objectively speaking, I'm better, he said, looking up into Izuku's eyes. All Might has his eye on you, doesn't he? Izuku's eyes widened, and he tried for some excuse but none came. Shoto looked into his eyes for a moment before continuing. I'm not going to pry about that, but, just know that I'm going to beat you. Are you sure about that? Izuku grinned, finally finding his voice. What's that? Denki turned to the two students who were staring each other down. A declaration of war from the strongest guy in class. Eijiro grabbed Shoto's shoulder. What the hell is up, man? Don't pick a fight just when we're about to go out there. Shitty hair, Katsuki growled as he walked up to the group. There isn't a damn thing wrong with picking a fight. The only thing out of place here is the fact that he's challenging the wrong ing guy. Deku. Icy hot, I'll beat both of you and win this whole damn thing. You can try, Kachan, Izuku grinned. Come on, seriously guys, Eijiro exclaimed in exasperation. Whatever, Shoto sighed, turning and walking away. Deku, you'd better make it to the finals so I can crush you one-on-one, Katsuki grumbled before scoffing and walking away. When he got back to his group, the Ashibi hit Denki upside the head. Ouch, what was that for, Bakugo? He shouted, grabbing his head. For saying Icy Hot was the strongest guy in class, ing moron. YYYEEEEAAAHHH. Present Mike's voice echoed down 1A's entrance tunnel, prompting the students to assemble. Let's get this year's sports festival underway. The one time of the year when you get to see UA's talented students brawl it out for glory. For the first years, we are definitely starting with the most anticipated class. They already faced villains this year and came out on top. You know who I mean, everyone. Let's give it up for 1A of the hero course. Class 1A walked out of the tunnel and into the stadium. The blinding sun beat down on them, and it took their eyes a few seconds to adjust. The seats above them were packed, and most of the students began to realize that their popularity would be much more intimidating in reality than from behind a screen. Whoa, what a crowd, Izuku marveled. Of course, we're expected to perform our best in front of all these spectators, Tenya said, nodding his head. Yet another way UA is training us to be top-notch heroes. Man, I think they're giving us too much credit, Eijiro said excitedly. But we won't let it get to us, right Bakugo? It just pumps me up, Katsuki grinned darkly. And then Class 1B, also from the hero course. Present Mike yelled over the stadium. Damn it, why are we playing second fiddle? The silver-haired team complained loudly. We passed the same damn entrance exam. Tetsu, save it for the competition, a boy with short blonde hair said calmly from beside him. We can show them then, Right, Monoma. Tetsu grinned, slamming his first into his palm. Can't wait to show 'em what we're made of. Next are classes 1C, 1D, and 1E of General Studies. Present Mike announced. Then 1F, 1G, and 1H of the business course. The students finally finished lining up, and assembled in front of a small stage, upon which stood the referee for the first year's sports festival. She cracked the whip loudly, before yelling, "It's time for the athlete's oath." That's the R-rated heroine, Midnight, Izuku sighed uncomfortably. Is she even allowed to be on a high school campus? Fumikage asked. Multiple people were talking along the same lines, and Midnight cracked her whip to shut them up. Pipe down, kids. The student representative for the first years is Izuku Midoriya. It's Deku, Katsuki and Ochako exclaimed in unison, and Izuku smiled sheepishly at them before beginning to walk up to the stage. Must be because he placed first in the entrance exam, Hanta mused, prompting Katsuki to mumble something about rescue points being bullshit. The hero course exam, that is, a girl from General Studies corrected him. She's right, Hitoshi sighed. Izuku had prepared for this. He'd done his research and prepared his oath, basing it roughly on the old Olympic athlete's oath. He still felt nervous, but he decided to just close his eyes and pretend he was alone in his bedroom as he recited it. He stepped up to the microphone, took a deep breath, then began, "I swear, in the name of all of these students, to put forward my best effort to compete fairly in this festival. May the best student win." He bowed stiffly, was met with applause, then made his way back to his class. Oh my God, he said shakily, breathing heavily and clutching at his rapidly beating heart. That was nerve-wracking. You did great, Deku, Ochako gushed, all sportsmanlike and stuff. You shoulda just said you were determined to win, Katsuki scoffed. That's what I'd have done. I'm glad you didn't say that, Eijiro laughed. That would have just made everyone hate us more. Without delay, let's find out what the first event is. Midnight pointed up at a screen. Why is everything, without delay, here? Ochako sighed. The screen started scrolling through different events, like a randomization wheel. These will be the qualifiers. This is where the majority of you will be sent home crying. And the first event, Ice. This isn't without delay, Kyoka said. She's totally stalling. This, Midnight announced as the words, obstacle race, appeared on the screen. An obstacle race, Izuku thought, beginning to ponder strategy. The portion of the stadium's wall that the students were closest to began opening up, forming an archway to the outside. It's a race between every first-year student of UA. Midnight shouted over the group of students. It's a 4-kilometer course around the stadium. As you students may know, this school preaches freedom, in all things. Hey. Ahem, that means that, as long as you follow the course we laid out, any move is fair game. Everyone, get into position. Already, Ochako exclaimed. It's really without delay. Izuku looked over at her as he heard her voice, and his brain made the realization. Uraraka, come here, he called to her. She made her way over through the crowd of people that was still shifting as they fought to get the head start. What's up, Deku? She asked. As soon as Midnight says, go, make both of us weightless. On your marks, Midnight called. Why? Ochako tilted her head. She said that anything is fair game, he said. Get seat. That means that teamwork is allowed, he continued. And nobody can beat our teamwork in a race. Ochako's eyes widened in realization. Goo. Ochako pressed her hand onto Izuku's shoulder, then made herself weightless as well. As they floated above the frantic mass of students, Ochako hesitantly grabbed Izuku by his arm. She wasn't familiar with the feeling of moving so fast, and wasn't sure what to expect. Ready? Izuku asked. Yeah, she nodded, smiling at him. Let's win, Deku. Izuku grabbed the two of them with his quirk, enveloping them in a shared bright green glow, before firing forwards. They flew over the heads of the rest of the participants who were getting stuck in the starting gate, and they flew over Shoto, and the rest of the students who were out of the gate with him. When Izuku saw the giant foe villains from the entrance exam, he brought them up and over the mechanical monstrosities. "What's this?" Present Mike exclaimed. "I haven't even started commentating, but these two are already past the first second obstacle." Ochako peeked from her eyelids for a moment and looked down over a seemingly bottomless cavern as they went over. She quickly closed her eyes again after that, starting to feel nauseous just from the sight. Or maybe that was just from using her quirk on herself. Either way, she gripped Izuku's arm a little more tightly. Izuku was a little uncomfortable with Ochako holding his arm, especially since he knew they were on national television. He understood why she was, though he couldn't shake the thought that it really wasn't necessary. He looked down as they passed over a large flat area of dirt, before looking up and realizing that they were already approaching the end of the race. "I don't believe it," Present Mike shouted. "These two finished the race so quickly that we didn't even have time to pull up their files. But we don't need to if we want to know who got first." The first year's representative Izuku Midoriya. "The other one is Ochako Uraraka, and both are in my class," Aizawa muttered from next to him the commentary booth. "Thanks, Mummy Man," Present Mike exclaimed. "Uraraka," Izuku said as he set them down on the grass. "You can release your quirk now." She opened an eye, then quickly let go of his arm. Pressing her finger pads together, she whispered, "Release," before letting out a huge exhale. "We won, Uraraka," Izuku said, looking up at the thundering crowd. "Yeah," Ochako sighed. "Uraraka, are you okay?" he asked, noticing her labored breathing. After taking a deep breath, Ochako straightened her posture and smiled. "Yeah, all good. Just some nausea from using my quirk on myself." "Does using your quirk on yourself really affect you that much?" he asked with wide eyes. "Sorry, I could have gone a little faster." No, it's fine," she said quickly. "Really, it wasn't too bad." Present Mike was swapping between screaming about Izuku and Ochako, and Shoto, who was apparently doing something amazing against the large robots. "But we have the footage from the high-speed camera. Let's see that finish one more time." Izuku and Ochako looked up at the screen where the footage of them crossing the finish line was being played in super slow motion. Ochako thought Izuku looked really cool. His eyes were set forward and a determined look was on his face. Then there she was, holding onto his arm for dear life and squeezing her eyes shut. "Geez, I wish they wouldn't play it over and over," Izuku chuckled uncomfortably. "Why yeah," Ochako nodded. Pretty soon, Present Mike reluctantly moved on from their record time and returned to the race that was still underway. Izuku and Ochako sat in the shade against the stadium's wall and watched as Shoto crossed over the large ravine they had seen. Katsuki followed right behind him, letting loose countless explosions as he propelled himself forward, and then the rest of the students began crossing. The camera followed the two front runners as they reached the minefield. Katsuki caught up to Shoto and tried to hit him with an explosion, then the two began scuffling. "Kachan is just slowing both of them down," Izuku muttered. "This way, someone else could possibly overtake them both. Not that anyone else seems close enough to take advantage of it. But still, in any other situation it would be inefficient. Heroes should always keep their priorities straight, so doing something like this instead of pursuing the objective probably lowers his chances of getting a lot of offers for internships despite his impressive quirk." Deku, Ochako giggled, shocking him out of his muttering spree. "You're muttering again." Sorry," he said quickly, blushing a little bit and looking away in shame. "I don't really mind," she said. "Just wanted to let ya know." In third place, Present Mike shouted, getting Izuku's and Ochako's attention again, "Katsuki Bakugo." Followed closely by Shoto Todoroki. "Kachan beat him, huh?" Izuku smiled. "Good for Hai. Deku." Katsuki yelled as he panted and made his way over to the pair. Ing cheater. Using round face's quirk instead of just your own power. Midnight said that anything was fair game, Izuku shrugged. "I don't see how teamwork would fall outside of that HNG." Katsuki grabbed Izuku by the collar of his shirt, and Ochako protested, "Bakugo, let him go." "Shut up," he growled at her, before looking back to Izuku. "You didn't win this with your own power, so I won't acknowledge it, Deku. You haven't gotten another win on me yet." He let Izuku go, and as he walked away he added, "I'll win the next damn round." "Sure thing." Izuku chuckled nervously as he pulled at his shirt to get a wrinkle out of it. "Deku, are you alright?" Ochako asked, stepping a little closer to him. "Yeah, I'm fine," he smiled at her. "That's just Kachan being Kachan." The other students began making their way into the stadium, almost all of them out of breath. Izuku and Ochako were both surprised to see Tenya come in as late as he did. He walked up to them then leaned down on his knees, panting. "Iida, you alright?" Ochako asked. I can't believe I lost a race of all things, with my quirk," he exhaled. "It's clear I have some progress to make." "He's fine," Izuku chuckled. "It looks like all of the students have finished," Midnight announced after a few more minutes. "Let's check the results." The rankings popped up on the screen above them. Izuku and Ochako were first and second respectively, followed by Katsuki in third, Shoto in fourth, someone from 1B named Abara in fifth, then the rest following. Izuku was particularly surprised by the fact that Minoru made a better time than many Hero Course students. He finished in 18th place, just behind Mina. "Only the top 42 will move on from this event," she continued. "Don't worry if you didn't qualify, we have other ways for you to get some spotlight." Now, this is where the media folks start bouncing in their seats with excitement, so give it your all. It's time for the next event. The screen began scrolling through the names of different events once again, but it was taking longer this time to reveal what the second round would actually be. "I already know what it is, of course," Midnight teased. "What, are you dying of suspense?" "Well, next up is this." The words, "Cavalry Battle," popped up on the screen. Students began whispering to each other, contemplating what exactly it would entail. You participants will form up in teams of your choosing with 2 to 4 people per team. The rules are simple. Take other groups' headbands while protecting your own. But there's one special condition here. Each of you have been assigned a point value based on your performance in the first event. "So we'll earn points like in the entrance exam?" Rikido asked. "Sounds simple enough." "Ooh, and the point values will be determined by the members of each team," Toru said excitedly. An irritated Midnight cracked her whip and shouted, "Just shut up, I'm about to explain it." "Geez. Anyway, yeah, your point values will be added up as a team. And the individual scores will go up from the bottom scorer. 42nd place has 5 points, 41st place gets 10 points, and the pattern continues upward. But there's one little exception. The first place student is worth 10 million points. TT10 M million. Izuku stuttered, eyes widening as every other student turned their gazes on him. Midnight let out a chuckle, so the idea is that the students that performed well last round will be at a disadvantage. This game is a little chance for payback. She let it sit in the air for a bit before continuing. Anyways, this thing will be 15 minutes long. The rider of your group will wear the headband, which displays your team's total point value. The objective is to take as many points from other teams as possible, and enemy headbands you get must be worn around your neck or higher. And don't worry if you lose your own, because that isn't a disqualification. Quirks are allowed, so it goes without saying that this'll get a bit vicious, but maliciously attacking another group with the intent of toppling them is a disqualification. It's also a disqualification if your rider hits the ground. Alright everyone. You have 15 minutes to organize into teams for headband distribution. The students began rapidly rushing around, talking to other students about team combinations, while Izuku was on the verge of a mini panic attack. Who's going to want to be with me if I have so many points? Getting the 10 million point headband will be an instant win for any of the other teams, so we'll have a huge target on our backs. I'd love to be with Uraraka, but she'd be better off forming another team. Her headband has a high enough score to give her team an advantage while not being a huge target like mine, so that's probably a safer bet for her. "Deku, you're muttering," Ochako chuckled. Sorry, he squeaked, before realizing that Ochako was still standing with him. Uraraka, why are you standing here? Shouldn't you be finding a team? Oh, sorry, she exclaimed, waving her arms and backing up. I just thought we'd be on a team, sorry for assuming things. You'd want to be on my team even with my huge point value. Izuku exclaimed happily. Yeah, of course, Ochako said, smiling widely. We already have enough points to win, so we just need to run, right? But everyone's gonna be after us, Izuku said. But our quirks work so well together that won't matter, you know. Besides, even if it was more difficult, she said as a blindingly bright aura seemed to appear around her, I'd rather team up with a friend, any time. Midoriya felt something in his chest tighten, his breath hitched, and his face contorted into a squeezed mess. What happened to your face? Ochako laughed. You got so ugly all of a sudden. You're just so bright that I can't look at you, Izuku sighed, shaking his head before looking back at her. But I was actually hoping to team up with you anyways. Do you think you can use your quirk on me for the full 15 minutes? Maybe under other circumstances, she sighed, scratching her head. But since I used my quirk on myself earlier, I'm already kinda tuckered out. Alright, then I can't just fly around the whole time, so we should run away until you're recovered. I know just the person to give us some more maneuverability. Ochako followed Izuku as the green-haired boy looked around borderline frantically. But soon enough, the pair found Tenya Iida, and Izuku explained the plan to both of them. An impressive plan, as expected of you, Midoriya, Tenya nodded. But I'm sorry, I can't accompany you. Ever since the entrance exam, you've repeatedly proven yourself to be better than me. I value you as a friend, but that is also the reason that I cannot follow you now. I see you as a rival as much as Bakugo and Todoroki do, so I'll also challenge you. He walked over to Shoto's team, which also consisted of Momo and Denki. Iida, Ochako sighed quietly. Right, this is no time for loyalty between friends, Izuku thought. This is the time to think about survivability. Or self-improvement, I guess, in Iida's case. Everyone has to do what they need to in order to become great heroes. Deku, what are you mumbling about? Ochako asked, coming up with a plan. Not really yet, he sighed. We need at least one other member. If we just have a little bit more mobility, it'll compensate for the amount of time you can use your quirk. But who? Midoriya, Ochako, Tsuyu croaked as she approached them. Mind if I join you? Hiro. Tsuyu. Ochako cried and hugged her friend. Asui, really? Izuku smiled widely. Call me Tsuyu, she reminded him, seemingly ignoring Ochako's embrace. You guys have a target on your backs, but with your quirks that doesn't matter, Hiro. I think this is the best way into the next round for me. That's actually just what we needed, Izuku said. Uraraka can't use her quirk the whole time, so having some more mobility is good. Glad to help, Hiro, she said, her tongue lazily hanging out. Do you think we need someone else? Well, Izuku tapped his chin. I don't know if it's necessary, BU. WHO would have thought that the top two finishers would be together on a team. A loud voice suddenly screamed from behind the three students, startling both Izuku and Ochako. They turned and saw a pink-haired girl with large round goggles just before she jumped forward and grabbed Izuku's shirt. Team with me, mister. First place. You're a bit close, he chuckled nervously, leaning away from the girl. Who are you? Mei Hatsume, support course. She answered as she took a step back. Listen, I know we don't know each other very well, but teaming up can be mutually beneficial for us. You're being really straightforward about this, Izuku observed. Being with you guys guarantees that I'll get some spotlight, she said excitedly, pumping her arms and encroaching on both Izuku's and Ochako's personal spaces. And being in the spotlight guarantees that industry higher-ups will be able to see my super cute babies in action. And then it's guaranteed that they'll take notice. Wait, cute babies, industry, what are you? Ochako started to ask before Mei turned on Izuku and forced him back, still rambling rapidly. She's more interested in him. She seems to have a very one-track mind, Hiro, Tsuyu added with a nod. In the support course, we make a ton of equipment for heroes to use, May continued, before dumping out a bunch of support devices. Nobody knew where she dumped them out from. I've got plenty of my babies here, so you'll definitely be able to make use of some of them. Izuku picked up what appeared to be a jetpack, before his eyes widened and began sparkling. Could this be based off of the pack that Air Jet uses? Yup, she grinned. And I made a few of my own modifications too. Wow, I love that hero, he exclaimed. His hero agency was even in my neighborhood. Before he moved, at least. They're getting along well, Tsuyu said offhandedly. Yeah, Ochako nodded. They got friendly pretty fast. Alright, Izuku said, standing up. We should be able to effectively evade for the whole time. The more skilled teams will probably wait to catch us off guard, so we should save Uraraka's quirk for the second half. Except Kachan, but he's one out of so many teams here. We can use some of Hatsume's support equipment. Babies, she corrected him. Sorry, we can use her babies to help the three of us keep up with Asui's ag. Call me Tsuyu, hero. Sorry, he sighed. Anyway, Hatsume's babies and Tsuyu's natural agility will give us the ability to evade the other teams at first until Uraraka is confident in her ability to keep me afloat the rest of the time. Can she float you though? Tsuyu asked. Would that be a disqualification? Midnight Sensei only said that it'd be a disqualification if the rider hits the ground, Izuku recalled. So this strategy should work. Your 15 minutes are up. Midnight called from the stage, stretching her arms. We'll send employees around to get your team scores. Well, your plan doesn't give my babies as much spotlight as I was expecting, May sighed. But it's a good plan and I'll have more time to show off in the next round. Yeah, you're really good at making plans, Deku, Ochako agreed, mainly smiling at Izuku but occasionally glancing at May. Hey Eraser, wake up, Present Mike said, nudging the bandaged hero beside him. All 12 teams have assembled, and it's time to start. Are you ready? Please, shut up Mike, Aizawa groaned. But, some of those teams are interesting. Izuku stood on top of their horse. Tsuyu was hunched forward in the front, holding her hands back for Izuku to stand on. Ochako was on his left flank, holding his ankle and foot to steady and support him along with Tsuyu, and May was on his right flank doing the same. Izuku was wearing the jetpack, while Ochako and May each had a single thruster boot on their outside legs. Izuku wrapped the headband around his head, labeled 10,560 feet, and looked down at his teammates. Are you guys ready? You bet Deku, Ochako cheered. My babies are always ready, May said loudly. Hero, Tsuyu offered with a nod. Uraraka, try not to use your quirk at all until I fly, he said, to which she nodded. He sighed. 15 minutes. Let's do it. All right everyone, Present Mike announced. Got your strategies down pat? Too bad if you don't, because it's time to get this thing underway. Here's the countdown to the Cavalry Battle Royale. 3, 2, 1, start. As soon as the starting bell sounded, multiple teams made a beeline for Izuku's team. Of the first two that he saw heading from the front, one was headed by a black-haired Class B student with a second headband below his score 1, while the other didn't have a rider that Izuku could see. That must have been Toru. They're coming right away, Tsuyu croaked. What should we do, Midoriya? We gotta go, Izuku replied. Uraraka, Hatsume, get ready with the boots when Asui jumps. Yeah, Ochako nodded and smiled. Yes, May exclaimed. Let's show off my babies. Call me wait. The floor, Tsuyu exclaimed, trying to move her legs. Ah, we're sinking, Ochako said. My babies won't work if they're embedded in the ground. May shrieked. Izuku's eyes followed the seemingly fluid ground to the feet of the Class B rider's front member, who must also have been from Class B. It's that guy's quirk, Izuku said, reaching from the jetpack's trigger. Hold on to me, so you don't get torn away. He felt all of them tighten their hands around his legs, and he also grabbed them with his telekinesis for extra support. He pressed the button and the jetpack ejected force straight down, pulling the students from the sludgy ground and launching them into the air. Whoa, that had a lot of force, Izuku exclaimed, before looking down and seeing Kyoka's earphone jacks speeding at them from Toru's team. Asui, can you handle Jiro's jacks with your tongue? Hiro, she said before grabbing the earphone jacks with her tongue and throwing them down. And call me Suyu. Thanks, Suyu, he grinned. I was just focusing on mobility, but having some defense is also important. Thanks a lot. Hiro, Hatsume, we're landing, Ochako said. Activate the boots. Izuku used his telekinesis to slow their descent, and the boots were able to stop them from landing roughly by letting out a jet of air. Aren't my babies just the cutest? Mei asked animatedly. I made them to be cute. Yeah, your babies are great, Hatsume, he said, smiling back at her. They're really helping with our mobility. I know, right, she said, jumping up and down slightly. They only worked that good with his telekinesis, Ochako muttered, looking away. They're not all that great. Suddenly, the ground next to Team Izuku cracked and opened as vines erupted, forming a wall. One of the vines shot towards Izuku's head, but he ducked and pushed it away with his quirk. Everyone, get away, Izuku shouted down to his team. Wait, my boot is stuck in something, Ochako exclaimed. Izuku looked down and saw that Ochako's boot was on top of a purple sphere. That looks like, he started, before realizing that the wall of vines was leaning down towards them. Everybody hold on. He grabbed his team again with his telekinesis and reactivated the jetpack, firing them away just in time to avoid getting wrapped up by the vines. Unfortunately, the purple ball ripped the boot apart. My baby, Mei shrieked. Sorry Hatsume, but we needed to escape, Izuku said. You didn't escape shit, Katsuki shouted as he launched over Izuku's group. He propelled himself straight at them, and Izuku was about to throw him off course with his telekinesis when the vines reached up and wrapped around the beyond. What the F***? Hey, is a rider allowed to leave their horse formation? A voice asked somewhere in the distance. It doesn't matter, as long as the rider doesn't hit the ground. Midnight called. One of the vines wrapped itself around Katsuki's headband and ripped it off, before rapidly pulling back. Izuku's eyes followed the vine to a girl who had the vines as hair. They stood up in a large bulb-type shape on her head, which was strange because she placed fifth in the obstacle race and Izuku was sure her hair was down. It was also strange because the silver-haired student from 1B was holding the hair vines up from behind. Neither of them were wearing a headband, so he could only assume that they had a rider inside of her hair. This thought was only further supported by the fact that Katsuki's headband was pulled inside of the mass of vines. Meanwhile, the vines that were ensnaring Katsuki threw him off to the side, only for him to be caught by Shiro's tape and brought back to his group, which consisted of the explosion and tape users of course, Mina, and Eijiro. As Izuku landed, he saw something snap in Katsuki's expression. The Beyond said something to his team, before they began chasing down the two Class B students and their mysterious rider. All right Deku, Ochako said up to Izuku. I think I'm good to use my quirk for the rest of this round. Ah, we gotta stop showing off my babies. Mei sighed. Let's not waste any unnecessary time, Hiro, Suyu said. Or else we might regret it. All right Uraraka, Izuku smiled down at her. Make me weightless. She touched her 5 fingers to his leg, and he gave Mei her backpack before he lifted off into the air and went high up. So, did we just win? Mei asked. Maybe, Ochako said, before glaring at Mei. I hope you didn't just jinx it though. Those kinds of things aren't real, Ochako, Suyu said with a kiro. Maybe, she shrugged. That makes things troublesome. They heard Shoto sigh from nearby them. He's too fast when he's weightless. I don't suppose we could force Uraraka to release her quirk. I suppose we could, Momo responded, looking towards Uraraka and her companions. We're about halfway through, Present Mike announced over the field. Just to let you know. Suyu, Hatsume, let's run. Ochako yelled as Shoto's team began to move towards them rapidly. Grab onto me, Mei said with a smile as she strapped the jetpack around herself. Let's use my baby to get out of here. Once Ochako and Suyu wrapped their arms around Mei, she clicked the button. But instead of activating like it had before, it just sparked and fizzled. Looking back at it and still smiling, the support course student mused aloud, did it short circuit? Or did I just forget to refuel it all the way? Ochako looked over at the other team and saw that they were almost upon them, before yelling, "Suyu, jump!" The frog girl did as requested and leapt away, heading in the opposite direction as Shoto's team. They landed a good distance away with assistance from Mei's one boot, and Ochako saw their classmates discuss for a moment before heading off in a different direction. They must have been after easier prey. Safe, Ochako sighed as she let go of the other girls. For now, Hiro, Suyu said. Even if we don't have the headband, we can't let our guards down. Right, she sighed again, before looking up in the sky to find their rider floating too high up to clearly make out. Where's Midoriya? She heard someone ask from her left. Turning, she started to say, I don't, before freezing. Her mind felt hazy. Her body was unresponsive. She couldn't speak or hear anything. Until she heard a voice speak, clearly breaking through the otherwise deafening silence. Uraraka, release your quirk. Suyu shook Ochako's shoulder a moment later, releasing her from the haze, and informed her, don't answer anything Shinso says, Hiro. It's how he activates his mind control. The gears and cogs in Ochako's head began turning once again and she remembered where she was and what she was doing. She remembered what Hitoshi had asked her to do. And when she looked down at her hands, she realized Suyu had shaken her awake too late. Izuku flew from his team, covered in the bright glow of his quirk. He felt the breeze against him, and it felt liberating to say the least. Somehow, it always felt liberating when he was affected by Ochako's zero gravity. He had never thought that his quirk felt restrictive until he knew what it felt like to use it in those circumstances. He felt so free to fly, unlike normally when he could only use his quirk on himself for moments at a time before collapsing from exhaustion. Izuku didn't know why it was difficult, but it just was. In the same way that it was difficult for Ochako to use hers on herself, he mused. He glanced down at the field below him, barely able to make out the fact that several teams were caught in a wave of ice. He was more than high enough, even higher than the top of the stadium, but he hadn't thought to stop until then. He thought he might lower himself a bit. After all, it'd be difficult to hear when the event was over and he didn't want to make Ochako use her quirk any more than necessary. Just when he began to lower himself though, he felt gravity begin to pull on his mass, and his quirk strained against it. In reflex to the sudden force, he released his quirk and began falling. What happened? Izuku asked aloud as he looked down. He only looked for a moment though before he had to squeeze his eyes shut because of the air hitting them. Ah, Uraraka must have deactivated her quirk. But why? He peeked from one eye to see how far up he still was, and he was surprised that he had fallen so far in what seemed to be only seconds. He used his quirk to slow himself momentarily in midair and he looked down to try and find his team. He was still a bit too high though, so he shut his eyes and fell again. He used his quirk again and looked down, and was able to make out a team that was making its way directly under him, though he couldn't make out any features that confirmed that it was actually his team. As he felt a sharp pain in his side, he squeezed his eyes and dropped again. He chanced a small peek from his left eye to confirm that it was indeed his team, since he might not have been able to use his quirk more than one more time on himself. Satisfied with the thought that the brown blurb that he saw must have been Ochako, he let himself drop for another second before using his telekinesis again to halt. He looked down and realized that he had stopped about 10 meters above his team, and lowered himself down before plopping on top of them. Ha! He sighed out as they held him up. Deku, you alright? Ochako asked worriedly. Sore, he said, slowly standing himself up in the horse formation. What happened? Sorry, Shinso made me release you, she apologized. And I used my quirk, Zoom, to find exactly where you were up there. Mei said. Thanks guys, he sighed. We should hurry with whatever we decide to do, Hiro, Suyu said. Shinso isn't far behind, and who knows who else might come after us. Izuku glanced up at the leaderboard. They were still in first of course, Team Todoroki was in second, Team Monoma was in third, and Team Mineta was in fourth. He grinned a little bit, both at the fact that Minoru was making it and that Katsuki wasn't. Uraraka, you're good to use your quirk on me again, he asked, looking down at her. Yeah, let me. Maximum torque. Recipro burst. Tenya's voice interrupted as Ochako went to touch Izuku's leg. There was a burst of wind as Shoto's team sped past and the heterochrome-haired team grabbed the 10 million point headband. What? Izuku stuttered, staring wide-eyed at the other group. Team Todoroki takes the 10 million. Present Mike shouted. What was that? Nobody on that team displayed that kind of speed before. Iida, what was that? Shoto asked as he looked back at Team Midoriya and tied the headband around his neck. I put my engine's torque and RPM into overdrive to maximize my speed, he explained, also looking back at Izuku. It unfortunately stalls my engines momentarily. I haven't shown this technique to anybody yet. Deku, Ochako said, prompting the team's rider to look down at her before she pressed her fingers to his leg. Let's get those points back. He nodded his head before looking at Shoto and stealing his gaze. Shoto blinked as Izuku rocketed past them before careening up into the sky. He felt some kind of panic at the speed and activated his flames, although he couldn't do it until after Izuku had passed. He didn't realize what had even happened until he touched at his neck and felt that none of his headbands were still there. Izuku had grabbed them with his telekinesis as he passed and taken them with him. After shaking his left arm in disgust and deactivating his old man's quirk, he looked up at the scoreboard. Team Midoriya was in first place, Team Monoma was in second, Team Mineta was in third, and Team Shinso was in fourth, though their score was just barely above the score on Shoto's headband. Katsuki finally caught up to the team that had taken his headband. They were pretty fast for extras, since the vine bitch maneuvered with said vines. The way she used the vines as extra limbs was borderline impressive, but it still wasn't shit compared to the Katsuki Bakugo. He leapt forward and stuck his hand inside of her shitty vine cocoon and let rip a decent blast which forced it open. Ow, what the hell? The purple midget yelled as he clutched at his head. Oi, you're giving me those headbands. He yelled at the extra. Now. Wah. Katsuki didn't exactly have time to socialize with the purple midget as the metal guy was reaching and jumping up at him, so he reached in and grabbed all of the headbands from his neck then blasted off back towards his group. In that one moment that Shoto glanced up at the leaderboard, Team Mineta was knocked off of the board and Team Bakugo replaced it in third. Todoroki, I apologize, Tenya said to him. I was useless in the end. It's fine, he shook his head. I really should have seen it coming. Well, what's the plan now? Denki asked. I suppose first place is unobtainable now, he sighed. Let's go handle the nearest team. He glanced around. Many teams were immobile because they had already been frozen, one or two teams were disqualified by losing their rider, and a few were wandering aimlessly without any headbands. Then, his eyes landed on Team Shinso and Team Monoma, who were approaching each other. 1 minute left, Present Mike called out. Does everyone know how Shinso's quirk works? He asked his team, and received affirmation. Don't answer anything he says then. Let's get those points. His team ran towards the two others as Team Monoma's rider seemed to be handing over the headbands from his neck to Hitoshi. But before they could, a vine came out of nowhere and grabbed them from the B***'s hand. Shoto tried sending a wave of ice to catch it, but was too late and only caught the other teams. Well, if it isn't Scarface, Hitoshi grinned. Where's your name up on that leaderboard? Shoto reached out and tapped Hitoshi's shoulder with his ice pole, forming ice that spread to cover the lower half of his face. While Hitoshi yelled something unintelligible from beneath the ice, Shoto grabbed the headbands from his neck and the one from his head. Meanwhile, Katsuki was screaming bloody murder while trying to catch Izuku in midair. Time ran out before anything else could happen though, and Katsuki and Izuku made their ways back down to their respective groups. That was amazing, Deku, Ochako gushed. The way you flew past Todoroki and got the headbands was great. Herc, she barely stopped herself from puking as she deactivated her quirk. Uraraka, are you alright? Izuku asked in a small panic. Why yeah, I'm fine, she said with a wobbly smile. Good job, Hiro, Tsuyu said. Team Midoriya was able to retake the 10 million and they bagged first place. Present Mike yelled, and in second place, Team Mineta came back in the last few seconds. In third, Team Bakugo. And Team Todoroki also came back at the last second to take fourth. In third place, Katsuki grumbled. Disappointing. Shoto sighed, but the next round is the important one. That Midoriya, Denki grumbled. First he's all buddy-buddy with Uraraka, and now he got to get carried around by all those girls. What the hell? We did it, Minoru exclaimed as Ibara let him down from her hair. He turned to her and tried to summon tears. See, can I have a hug? Of course, she said as she leaned down and embraced the short boy, completely oblivious to any ulterior motive. Yeah, take that Class A. Tetsu yelled at Team Todoroki and Team Bakugo. In fifth place, Present Might continued, is Team Monoma. We need 16 people for the next round, so can Team Monoma pick one representative from their team to advance? Nito was promptly nominated to move forward, and the students were dismissed for lunch. Izuku stood across from Shoto in the empty entryway at the side of the stadium. The heterochrome-haired teen had pulled him aside as the students were walking towards the cafeteria, and they had made their way here. Neither one had yet spoken, and Izuku was getting a little unsettled by the tense feeling in the air. After a few moments of silence, Izuku spoke up, so Todoroki. What did you want to talk about? After another second, he sighed, the dining hall will be packed soon, and I'd rather sit with my friends when I eat. You were fast, Shoto said finally. Too fast, faster than Iida. You surprised me, overwhelmed me. And you made me break my pledge. Your pledge? Izuku asked, shifting slightly. My father is Endeavor, he sighed, looking down. He's a powerful man, but he's a bastard, and only thinks about becoming stronger. He's worked hard to make a name for himself as a hero, but All Might has always been a roadblock to him. He couldn't ever beat him, so he came up with an idea. Why are you telling me about this? Izuku asked. Have you ever heard of quirk marriages? Why yeah, he nodded. My father, he wanted to create offspring that could surpass All Might even though he couldn't. With his fame and fortune, he got my mother's family to agree to the marriage. All because he wanted her quirk. He raised me to surpass All Might as a hero. My only purpose was to fulfill his ambition. I hate living like this. Being used as a tool. You know, I don't think I can remember a time that my mother looked happy. Izuku tensed uncomfortably. She gave me my scar, he said, making Izuku's eyes widen. After so much, she couldn't tell the difference between my left side and my father anymore. She poured boiling water on my face. And I don't blame her for it. He ruined my family's lives. To spite him, I pledged to become a great hero with only mother's quirk. A pledge I broke when you pressured me, and I wasn't fast enough to even do anything with it. I can't break this pledge again. If I can win this festival without using my left side again, then I'll have succeeded in taking his ambitions away. I'm sorry, I don't know what to say to that, Izuku sighed. It's all right, Shoto said as he turned to leave. And it's all right if you don't want to tell me what's going on between you and All Might, but the fact that he's behind you is all the more reason to beat you without his quirk. Todoroki, your life is just so unfair, Izuku thought. I don't want to take this from you, but Todoroki, he called before Shoto could leave. I won't just let you win either. I can't understand what it's like for you, but I'm here because there are people who believe in me. I want to win this to repay their confidence in me. And yeah, especially All Might. So, I won't lose to you. Unknown to the two students, Katsuki overheard their conversation. Hey there everybody, Present Mic announced. For everyone that's been eliminated, this isn't the end of the festival for you. We have recreational activities for everyone to have fun with. We even have cheerleaders who flew out here from America. But then we're on to the final event of the festival, a one-on-one tournament. Man, I'm excited to get up on that stage that I see every year. Eijiro exclaimed. Is it always a tournament? Mina asked. No, Shiro said. It's always some one-on-one event, but the format always changes. Last year was sword fighting, ahaha. Okay, Midnight said as she walked up on stage holding a box. We'll decide the bracket via lottery. After that, we'll get right on with the festivities. Of course you don't have to participate in them, since you might want to save your strength for the tournament. Now, let's begin with the first place team. All members of Team Midoriya, please come up on stage. After all was said and done, the matchups were: Match 1. Tetsu vs Momo Yaoyorozu. Match 2. Mei Hatsume vs Nito Monoma. Match 3. Izuku Midoriya vs Tenya Iida. Match 4. Mina Ishido vs Shoto Todoroki. Match 5. Minoru Mineta vs Honta. Match 6. Abara Shiozaki vs Katsuki Bakugo. Match 7. Tsuyu Asui vs Denki Kaminari. Match 8. Ochako Uraraka vs Eijiro Kirishima. Midoriya, Tenya said as he approached Izuku. We'll be facing off in the first round. Yeah, let's do our best, Iida, he said with a grin and a thumbs up. Uraraka, Eijiro hissed through his teeth. That'll be a toughie. Let's have a good match, she said, jumping up beside him. Kaminari, I don't have much of a chance, Hiro, Tsuyu said. Don't be so glum. Denki chuckled uncomfortably. I'm not glum, just realistic. Todoroki, Mina exclaimed. He's like the hottest guy in class. Maybe I'll be a little playful with him, hee. Shiozaki, Katsuki tilted his head as he tried to think of who that was. That'd be me, Abara said as she waved at the Beyond she'd be facing. So it's Vine Hair, he thought. Whether the students were psyching themselves up or trying to calm themselves down, or conserving energy or participating in the events, they all prepared themselves for the final round in their own ways. The wait was over before they even realized, and they all crowded into the stands to watch the first match. Denki leaned down and whispered in Izuku's ear, Midoriya, how do you do it? Do what? The green-haired student asked, looking at the Beyond in confusion. You were carried around by a group of girls, he hissed. I'm feeling like this is a betrayal of our friendship, dude. What? I didn't. I mean, I wasn't thinking about that. Izuku stuttered, blushing slightly at the realization. I'm calling bull. You're a red-blooded male too. There's no way you didn't realize, he insisted, poking Izuku's shoulder. So what is it? What do you do that makes you so good with girls? Nothing. Really, Izuku insisted. Come on, bro code. You can't keep all the girls for yourself. Help a guy out. I can't, he insisted again. What are you guys talking about? Ochako asked, sitting next to Izuku on the opposite side. While Izuku was unable to come up with a response, Hitoshi, who was sitting next to Denki's interrogation, sighed, it's something irrelevant and annoying. Don't worry about it. Ochako blinked a couple of times at the brainwasher, before Denki leaned back from Izuku grumbling. Hey guys, Mina said as she arrived with Toru and sat next to Denki. What's going on? Nothing. Denki crossed his arms as Eijiro chuckled uncomfortably next to him. Oh, Yaomomo's up first, right? Toru said. I'm excited. Me too. I hope she does well. Mina cheered. Yeah, Ochako agreed. Who is she up against again? Tetsu, Izuku said. I think he's the one with silver hair from 1B that challenged us in the hallway a few weeks ago. I saw him use his quirk during the obstacle course. It's pretty manly, Eijiro said. What is it? Izuku asked, turning around towards him quickly. I don't know what it's called, but his skin turns silver and hardens, he shrugged. Actually, it's kinda the exact same as my quirk in terms of applications. I can't help but want him to win this a little bit. Kirishima, Tenya called, leaning out from behind Ochako and chopping his hand. You should not root against fellow 1A members. Let alone your class president. I know man, but that's like acknowledging that I'd lose against her. No self-respecting man would. Would you all be quiet? Hitoshi asked. My headache is bad enough without you all. Alright yo. Present Mike shouted out to the crowd, thoroughly rattling Hitoshi. Let's start the first match of the first year's final round. First up from Class B, the juggernaut with steel skin. Tetsu. Tetsu walked out onto the ring accompanied by applause from the crowd. He was slamming his fist into his pain and grinning widely. Next out onto the ring is a girl that's as smart as she is beautiful. The Class A President, Momo Yaoyorozu. Momo looked composed as she walked out, a determined look on her face. President Mike's introduction and the cheers of the crowd did little to throw her off. "Oh, Class A's Prez," Tetsu said aloud with a confident grin. "Just the right way to start off. I'll do my best to represent my class in this fight. Good luck," Momo called as she lifted her arms, her face still unmoving. Let the first match begin. Momo jumped back towards the edge of the ring as she began creating a shield and staff in her hands. When Tetsu reached her, she rolled to the side of him and smacked him in the back with her staff, causing him to stumble a few feet before catching himself right at the edge of the ring. President Mike announced. Yaoyorozu almost knocked Tetsu out in one blow, but he saved himself. "Didn't feel a thing," he chuckled as he turned and ran at her again. He threw his metallic fists at her a few times, sending sparks off of her shield as she backed up under his volley. Momo realized that she had just missed an opening to ring him out. She could get the chance again, if she just got to the edge again and then tripped him. But when she glanced back, she realized that he was pushing towards the corner. Tetsu is pushing the Class A President back," President Mike shouted. He probably realized that he was in a bad position last time. She thought as she retreated to the corner. "I won't be able to roll out of the way if he corners me." "But you're running out of space, Class A Prez," Tetsu said, bringing up both of his arms to slam down on her shield. But when he struck, she pushed up to counter his force and knocked him off balance. The metal-on-metal impact rattled her head, but she pushed past that and slammed her staff into his legs. He fell forward, and she caught him with her round shield and pushed him over it in a roll. Tetsu lands out of bounds. Momo Yaoyorozu wins, President Mike yelled. "Yeah, Yaomomo." Mina cheered along with most of the rest of 1A. "Hey Deku," Ochako said, turning to her friend, "did you see?" "Gay." Izuku was currently muttering too fast for her to understand and scribbling quick yet legible notes in his notebook. Deku?" Ochako asked again. "Midoriya, shut up," Hitoshi groaned exasperatedly. Izuku looked up quickly with wide eyes. "Sorry Hitoshi, what did you say?" "Nothing. I just wanted you to shut it," he sighed. "I wanted to see what you thought of the match," Ochako giggled. "Oh, sorry Uraraka." Well, Yaoyorozu wasn't very efficient with her movements, and she could have ended it way faster than she did. I'll chalk that up to the fact that Tetsu's quirk was an unknown variable, but it still stands. Then he went into full stutter mode, and Tetsu made even more mistakes. If he was a little faster at the very beginning then he could have caught her off guard, but he was also being cautious of her quirk. After she made the shield and staff though, he should have assumed that she knew how to use them and been cautious instead of just wailing on her. Besides that, Yaoyorozu could have made more effective tools in the first. "Shut the F*** up Deku," Katsuki shouted from behind Eijiro's sorry, Izuku said with a nervous chuckle as he scratched his neck. "Why the hell am I sitting here?" Hitoshi asked himself, sinking as far down into his seat as he could. Ochako pouted, a little upset that Katsuki had interrupted Izuku's analysis. She thought it was interesting to listen to, and quite impressive that he could think it out so thoroughly so fast. "Hey, don't be such a party pooper," Mina cast a grin at Katsuki. "It's fun to watch." "Midori, why do you mutter like that?" Toru asked, leaning forward across Mina. "I'm sorry, it's just a habit," he said, continuing to scratch his neck. "Don't apologize Deku," Ochako giggled from next to him. "But really, with analysis skills like that, you could be a detective," Denki said. "Ooh, that sounds super manly," Eijiro said, "but Toru has a point. How did you get so good at that?" "Please everyone, do not hound him for answers so much," Tenya asserted while repeatedly chopping his arm. "Good students should respect each other's privacy and—" "It's fine Iida, thanks," Izuku laughed. "I guess it's because I've always liked heroes a lot, and when I was little I started taking notes on the best heroes out there. Over time, I started analyzing their quirks and ways to counteract them. Thinking about quirks and heroes like that kinda became a hobby of mine." Notes? Toru asked, before pointing her arm at his notebook. Like those? Oh, yeah, Izuku looked down at his notes. Actually, I made notes on everyone in our class. It's especially useful in this festi. You made what? Tenya, Denki, Eijiro, Mina and Toru exclaimed in unison, making Hitoshi flinch although he elected to ignore them in the end. Oh, did you finish them? Ochako asked, to which Izuku gave a nod. Midoriya, I am your friend, Tenya said. And while I have no issue with this personally, you should not do something such as take notes on your classmates without their permission. It can be viewed as an invasion of priva. No man, it's totally cool. Eijiro argued. It's really smart since we're all competing to become great heroes. He'll have an edge on everyone else in class. Hey, can I see your notebook? Mina asked with a wide smile. Well, sure, great. Mina quickly snatched it from Izuku's hand and started flipping through the pages. Whoa, you really got notes for everyone. And you even sketched us accurately too. You're such a good artist. Toru squealed excitedly. She pointed to a page where Izuku had actually drawn an empty UA uniform. Hey look, there's me. Wow, you have notes even though my quirk just makes me invisible. Hey, where's my page? Eijiro asked, grabbing at the notebook. After getting to his page, he laughed. Wow, you are a good sketch artist. Let's see. Varying my level of hardness to conserve energy. Can I do that? Most of the notes are speculation because I obviously don't know everything about anyone's quirks, Izuku explained. Sorry if I got something wrong. No, don't apologize. Eijiro laughed. It's just, I've never tried. Mina took the notebook back and looked at the front cover before gasping. This is notebook number 14. You have 13 more, Toru exclaimed. All filled out. Yeah, Izuku asked more than answered, as he had no idea what was going on anymore. What's going on? Momo asked as she sat down in the seat Toru had saved for her. Look at this, Mina and Toru exclaimed as they presented the notebook to Momo. Actually, could I have that back? Izuku asked. Not yet, Mina said as she looked for Momo's page. Look, here are some notes on you Momo. Everyone's so loud. Hitoshi rubbed at his temples. As the group behind him continued looking at his notebook, Izuku gave up and slumped forward with a sigh. The contestants of the second match are ready. Present Mike announced. First up, from Class H of the support department, it's the mad inventor Mei Hatsume. How apt, she said as she walked out onto the ring and waved up at the execs of the big support companies. Next is the most competitive guy from Class 1B. Really, he's a borderline 1B supremacist. Nito Monoma. I have no issues with support course students, Nito said, brushing a stray hair from his face. But I'll walk away with the win here. I got no problem with that. Mei grinned, reaching to a microphone on her headset as Nito's expression shifted to one of confusion. Let match 2 begin. Nito hung back at first to see what Mei would do, and Mei activated the microphone, which was apparently hooked up to the stadium's speaker system. The entire match ended up being a sales pitch for her support items, as she used them to swiftly avoid any attack from the Beyond. Not that he was able to do anything with his copy quirk anyways. Once she was done presenting all of her prepared babies, Mei took a bow and left the ring, letting Nito automatically move on to the next round. How dishonorable, Tenya said as he chopped his hand. This festival is meant for those who are serious about winning to compete against each other. Not really, Izuku said. This is a platform for UA students to get recognized by the higher-ups of the hero industry. It may be an opportunity for hero students to be spotted by pros, but it's an equally big opportunity for someone like Hatsume. She also wants to succeed in her field, after all. Ah, I see. Of course UA would take all of its students into consideration. Thank you for correcting me Midoriya, Tenya said. Izuku hummed and nodded at his friend. When midnight suddenly called, would the competitors for round 3 please come to the preparation rooms? I suppose that's us, Midoriya, Tenya said as he stood up. We should both adequately prepare ourselves. Yeah, Izuku nodded and stood up. Let's go get ready. Hey, Ochako said up to them before they left. She smiled widely. Both of you, good luck. Give it your all. Right, Izuku nodded. Of course, Tenya said with a small smile. The two of them walked off, and Ochako leaned back in her chair. She felt conflicted. She knew she should have felt impartial, but it was difficult. Of course she didn't want either of them to be eliminated in the first round, since that would lower their chances of getting many internship requests, but she knew that one of them had to lose. She'd feel guilty if she rooted against Tenya, considering he was one of her closest friends, but she couldn't help but feel partial to Izuku. Uraraka, who are you rooting for in the next match? Eijiro interrupted her thoughts. Oh yeah, Denki said. They're both like your best friends, right? Ah, yeah, she sighed, looking down. I dunno, I kinda want them both to win, but you'd rather it be Midori, huh? Mina whispered from right next to her ear. What? Ochako shrieked and flinched back from the pink girl, her own skin suddenly rivaling her friend's. What? Eijiro stood up and looked down at the girls in concern. What did Ashido say? Nothing, Ochako asserted before turning around and looking down at the field. Izuku sighed as he finished stretching before taking a sip of his water. He glanced at the exit before him that led into the center of the stadium. Iida, he inwardly sighed. I wish we didn't get paired for the first round, but I have to win. For what I said to Todoroki, and for my mother and for All Might, and for everyone else who helped me to be here right now. And to meet your challenge as well as I can. Let's get into match 3 of this tournament. Present Mike's voice rang through the stadium. First up, it seems like this kid's the one to watch. He got first place in both the first and second events of the festival, on top of clearing that obstacle course in record time. The vice president of Class 1A, Izuku Midoriya. Izuku walked onto the ring and looked up at the crowd. The sheer volume of attendance was still intimidating, but he managed a smile and a wave. Next is probably the second most diligent student in this school. And he's allowed to be, because he's fast enough to have that kind of spare time on his hands. Also from Class 1A, Tenya Iida. Second most diligent. Tenya pondered as he walked up onto the ring across from Izuku. When they were both in position, he said, I wish you the best of luck, Midoriya. Same here Iida, Izuku said with a nod. Alright, are you both ready? Midnight asked, glancing back and forth between the teens, who both nodded. Alright then, match 3, begin. Minoru had made it through the obstacle race. And with decent placing too. After being kicked from 1A by Aizawa, he had realized that he was being rather straightforward and short-sighted in his quirks application. He had worked on that ever since, and was now able to more effectively use his power to make his way through the race. It mainly consisted of throwing his balls on the ground and then leaping forwards from them, but it worked. Now though, he had a bigger problem. Who the hell will team with me? He looked around and saw everybody joining into groups. They were mostly sticking to their own classes, and the few people he knew from general studies that had also passed the first event had already joined together as well. Shit, well, nobody from 1A would want to team with me, that's for sure. I gotta find someone from 1B with an opening for me, and hope they're competent. Otherwise, I won't be able to show everyone how much I've improved in round 3. Are you looking for a team? A girl's voice asked from behind him. Minoru turned and looked up to see a beautiful girl with vines for hair. His mouth dropped open, before he collected himself and replied, yes. He tried to rein in his first gut reaction, something else he had thought to work on after getting booted from the hero course, as heroes needed popularity and public approval, and once he was sure he had mentally prepared himself, he asked, could I join yours? Of course, she smiled brightly. You're the one from general education that confronted 1A a couple of weeks ago, yes? Yeah, that was me, he nodded. Well, is it true that you were kicked out of that class? Yeah, Minoru sighed. On the first day, Aizawa-sensei tested out the physical applications of our quirks. He switched me out with someone from Gen Ed because I got last place. How upsetting, she gasped. That's the kind of guy teaching that freaking class. A tall boy with silver hair and thick eyelashes shouted as he appeared by them. No wonder that class is rotten. Tetsu, please don't be so intolerant. The girl with the vines said. Sorry, Shiozaki, he grinned. Wanna form a 3-way team? 3-way. Minoru inwardly yelled. They're testing my resolve. I think that'd be great, she said before turning to Minoru. What do you think? It'll be great, he smiled, before extending his hand. I'm Minoru Mineta, by the way. I'm Obara Shiozaki, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. She smiled brightly as she took his hand. Her hand is so soft. He realized. And I'm Tetsu, the boy announced as he took Minoru's hand next. Then he leaned in uncomfortably close and said, let's get those 1A bastards. What exactly do you have against them? He asked. Tetsu scoffed. Hey, they got a ton of spotlight after that villain attack, so everybody's been fawning over them like they're the only hero class here. We passed the same exam. We just gotta show them all that we're just as good, if not better. And that applies to you too, right Mineta? Yeah, the general ed student nodded. So, what sort of formation should we use? I have an idea about that, Obara said. We can take advantage of no offense your stature, Mineta. You could be the perfect rider. And Tetsu's strength, too. Yeah, let's hear it, Tetsu said. Mineta, would you have any objections to being inside of my hair? Quote. Huh, Mineta yelled. Am I dreaming? What did she just say? I can make a cocoon with my vines to protect you in the headband, and Tetsu can act as our rear guard. Then I can grab other headbands and give them to you under the cocoon. Great plan. Tetsu grinned. Let's do it. Yes, Minoru Whisper yelled, pumping his fist before looking up at Obara. Sounds good to me. Oh, and what's your quirk? She asked. Pop off. These balls on my head come off. They can stick to any surface or person, so it's great for immobilizing. They don't stick to me though, they just bounce off. Oh, and they regrow after I take one off, although my head starts bleeding if I use too many. That can be useful. We can immobilize people and then take their headbands. What a wonderful quirk. Obara clasped her hands and smiled brightly once more. So bright that Minoru had to look away. She's so genuinely nice. I almost feel bad for the way I'm thinking about this. Almost. They're making it very difficult to stop my nature from coming out. I mean they're literally putting me inside of her hair. I might need to do something to touch her in some way later. I just hope she doesn't hate me for it. The hug from Obara after the end of the cavalry battle was thoroughly satisfying for Minoru, especially since she accidentally hugged his face against her left beast. Really, she was too pure for her own good. But it seemed like she was genuinely glad to grant him the hug, so that removed most of his guilt. Still though, this is heaven. Begin, Midnight announced. Tenya stood back, which surprised Izuku until he realized that the engine quirk team was outside of his own quirk's range. He was waiting on Izuku to make the first move, which he was glad to. Izuku ran forward, attempting to get close enough to Tenya to use his telekinesis, but when he reached the center of the ring, his classmate began running in a circle around him. What is he doing? Izuku thought as Tenya became simply a blurred circle around him. If I move in any direction he'll be in my range. But if I use my quirk on him at that speed, the momentum will probably instantly break my hold and he'll have a chance to attack. He's thought this through, huh? Still, I have to do it. It's better than waiting for an attack from behind. Izuku ran outwards towards one of the ring's edges and used his quirk to stop Tenya in his tracks. Like he'd predicted though, his hold was broken immediately. Tenya grinned up at him before firing directly at him. Izuku couldn't do much in that split second except brace for the impact as he was kicked head-on in less than a second. He was able to bring up his arms, which protected his core from the impact, but he was still launched a good distance and rolled to a stop near the edge. He stood, not quite out of bounds but dangerously close, and looked up at his friend. Tenya was waiting again. No doubt he assumed that Izuku didn't have much of a recharge period after his quirk's hold was broken, which was correct. Izuku was indeed able to use his telekinesis again. But if Tenya thought that he could just pull the same move again, he was dead wrong. Izuku ran back into the center of the ring and Tenya was quick to run in circles again. If Izuku didn't make his move quickly, he was sure that Tenya would use his reciprocal burst to catch him totally off guard, so he had to put his makeshift plan into action soon. He stepped towards the edge so that his friend was in his quirk's range, and reached out. He tried to focus as fast as he could, because he knew it'd only be a few seconds before he got kicked, and was able to find his target just in time. As Tenya was about to turn an attack, Izuku used his telekinesis to grab onto his shoe. His quirk's hold was instantly broken again, but the damage had been done. Tenya tripped and flew forwards parallel to the ground. That didn't last long though, because his engines were still firing and they drove his legs down into the ground. The friction acted as a natural brake, and he slid to a stop at the edge of the ring. That was close, he exclaimed, but Izuku had expected that. He began running towards Tenya as soon as he had tripped him up, and by the time the blue-haired Ten had begun to stand, Izuku was able to push him over the boundary line with his quirk. Tenya Iida is out of bounds. Midnight announced. Izuku Midoriya wins. Yeah, Ochako cheered, before blushing and covering her mouth when she remembered that she was supposed to be neutral. See, I told you she'd be rooting for Midori, Mina said, elbowing Toru. Cough it up. Ugh, fiend, she sighed, handing Mina $5. I was sure she wouldn't take sides. I was thinking the same thing, Momo mused with a nod. Oh my god, please stop, Ochako muttered as she buried her face in her hands. Huh, you say something, Ochako? Mina asked. Nothin', she shouted indignantly, looking up at them with her cherry-red face. Hey, it's fine, nothing to be embarrassed about. Mina laughed. Says you, Ochako sighs, looking back down. Can Mina Ishido and Shoto Todoroki report to the preparation rooms for round 4? Midnight called. Ah, gotta go, Mina said as she stood up. Wish me luck. All of the girls in the immediate area collectively said, good luck. As she walked away. Isn't she too cheerful about this? Denki asked. She's up against the strongest guy in class. Oi. Katsuki leaned over from behind Eijiro and hit Denki on the top of his head. What the F*** did I say about calling him that? Damn it. Sorry, he said as he rubbed his head. Nah, she's got a pretty good counter for Todoroki's ice. Eijiro grinned at Denki. That's how she was able to get a spot on Bakugo's team, after all. Yeah, Katsuki nodded. Raccoon eyes can melt right through. Raccoon eyes. Denki, Kyoka, and a few others asked. He's been calling Ishido that ever since I introduced them, Eijiro sighed. It's like he remembers nobody's names. Shut up, shitty hair. See, like that, he exclaimed, and my hair isn't even that different from his. A few nodded in agreement, egging on the ticking time bomb that Katsuki Bakugo was at the moment. I see, they heard Tenya's voice approaching them. I wouldn't have thought that such a straightforward attack would have worked on someone that can strategize like you. You overthought that way too much, Izuku chuckled. If you just kept the pressure on me, you would have won easily. Midoriya, I will take this advice to heart. Don't bow, there's no reason. Ah, you're back, Momo called, looking back at the pair as they approached. Good match. You both did really well. Ochako smiled as they sat down in their seats on either side of her. But Midoriya was the better contestant today, Tenya said. I have not forgotten my words earlier, however. I still see us as rivals, and I will work to surpass this speed bump on my journey to heroism. Not likely, Izuku grinned. Because I'll be working to stay in the lead just as hard. Of course I've taken your growth into account as well, Tenya said with an arm chop. I will certainly need to grow at a much more rapid pace than you to overtake your progress. I don't think it's that simple, Izuku chuckled. Ah, look at you guys, Toru exclaimed, being such good sports about it. Of course, there should be no animosity held in a competition in which both competitors gave their best effort. Tenya said matter-of-factly. I'll never get over how you talk, Iida, Ochako said. How is that? Momo asked. Well, you talk the same way Yaomomo. Like rich people. Are rich. Momo blushed slightly and looked away. Well, I do suppose that my family is rather well off. See, they're totally rich, Ochako said to everyone else. Yeah, I can see that, Eijiro chuckled. Nah, that's just sophisticated rhetoric, Denki shrugged. It has more to do with one's manners and personality than it necessarily does with other factors such as wealth or upbringing. KHG. Shut the F*** up, dunce face, Katsuki said after hitting him on the head again. You're trying too hard. It's annoying. God, stop doing that, dude, Denki said as he rubbed his head. Ochako turned back around and glanced at Izuku next to her, who was looking at his notebook. Where did he keep that thing? They were wearing their gym uniforms, which didn't have big enough pockets. Not that thinking about it was important. So Deku, who do you think is gonna win this match? She asked. Without hesitation and without looking up from his notebook, he replied, Todoroki. Really? She titled her head. Hiroshima and Bakugo said that her quirk is a good counter against his ice. It is in small amounts, but Todoroki should be able to launch way too much ice way too quickly for her to melt, he said, flipping a page of his notebook. But we might get a better look at his max output here. Oh, she said and tilted her head. All right everyone, present mic announced. Time for the fourth match of the tournament. Everybody say yeah. The crowd cheered even louder than they had been already, and most of the UA students paled as they remembered how different their reaction was during the entrance exam orientation. First up is one of the most distinctive faces you'll see today. Her personality is just as colorful as her skin. It's 1A's Mina Ashido. Mina walked out and greeted the crowd as cheerily as she could, smiling widely and waving in every direction. Truth be told, she was beyond nervous. Shoto was definitely one of the class's heaviest hitters, and she was, well, not. She was confident that she had a better chance against him than most of their classmates. In fact, it was the sole reason Eijiro was able to get her a spot on Katsuki's team. She'd thank him again later. Next up is also one of the most distinctive faces you'll see today. One of the students who got into 1A by recommendation, and also the son of the flame hero Endeavor, it's Shoto Todoroki. Shoto had a disinterested look on his face, which was normal for him. But Mina was determined to do something to break his composure in some way. Hey Toto, she called, waving at him before winking and striking a pose. Let's have fun together, all right. He quirked an eyebrow, but otherwise showed no reaction to her teasing. And that got on her nerves, so she decided that she was gonna take it more seriously. Are both of the contestants ready? Midnight asked. Upon their nods, she announced, 3, 2, 1, begin. Shoto opened with a blast of ice going straight towards Mina, which didn't exactly surprise her. What did surprise her was the scale of the glacier he had unleashed. Her body was completely encased in the giant wave, and she was freezing. Brr, she shivered. You're so cold. Quote. Ashido, are you able to move? Midnight asked after processing what Shoto had just done. Well, I mean. Mina tilted her head back and forth. If I say no then I lose, but. A stream of her strongest acid shot out of the ice and she started using it to melt herself out. Once she was free, she laughed and stood up above them on the ice. If I said yes, then that would have ruined the element of surprise, right? Shoto narrowed his eyes and shot another blast of ice at her. Instead of letting it catch her this time, Mina shot a stream of her acid forwards and melted a hole straight through to the other side. She washed the stronger acid out with a coat of her weakest acid so that it wouldn't melt through her clothes, and went through it like a slide. She slid out at Shoto's feet and, since she had incredible agility, was able to hook one of her legs around one of his. She stood up on her other leg, tripped him, and shoved him down on the ground. Now's the time to really get under your skin. Try to keep cool with this, she thought giddily as she leaned down and placed her hand on the middle of his chest. I can't exactly immobilize you, so how about I settle for melting your shirt off, hot stuff? What'd you think? Shoto's eyes bulged, and he thrust his hand against her stomach before firing a pillar of ice straight up. The force was enough to knock the wind out of her and launch her out of bounds. Mina Ashido is out of bounds. Shoto Todoroki wins. Gay. Mina gasped for air. After a few seconds she sat up and looked over towards Shoto, who was walking away. You are so damn cold, she grunted as she fell back down dramatically. She put up a better fight than I thought, Izuku mused, scribbling in his notebook. She must be able to make pretty strong acid. Realistically though, Todoroki could have ended it at the beginning by pushing her with his ice instead of trapping her. And it would have been easy for him too. That was a huge amount of ice. I guess it might be harder to control the force that he hits her with at that range, so he didn't use it to strike her until she was closer. But that just means that she really had no chance from the get-go. Unless she would be able to use acid that can harden. Then she would have been able to immobilize him when she was on top of him. She probably would have discovered it by now if she could though, so I wouldn't. Midoriya, do you want me to duct tape your mouth shut? Hitoshi asked, turning to the green-haired boy. Ah, sore. Izuku froze. Much better. He sighed, turning back around. Shinso. Ochako nudged Izuku's arm and pouted at Hitoshi. Don't do that. Ah, Izuku blinked a couple of times and turned to look at Ochako. Thanks. Yeah, for sure, she smiled. So, you're gonna be up against Todoroki in your next fight, huh? Yeah, Izuku sighed, looking down. Then he smiled up at her. Well, I've had a good run this year. There's always next year's festival, right? No, there's this year's festival. She pouted. You gotta do your best and give it your all. Overcome the circumstances. That's what heroes do, right? Yeah, right. That's right. He smiled genuinely again. I'm gonna try my best to win. Yeah, Ochako pumped her fist. Then Izuku joined her. Would Minoru Mineta and Hantashiro please report to the preparation rooms for match 5? Midnight announced. Ah, I'm not gonna try to be too hard on him, Hanta said from a few rows back as he stood up and stretched. I kinda feel bad for him after everything that happened. Don't just assume you'll win, Izuku called after him. He's been working hard so he can get back into the hero course. Hanta smiled back. The hero course hasn't exactly been letting us slack off, Midoriya. We've probably improved way more than him. Then he turned and left. That's, Izuku sighed, probably not true at all. Deku, Ochako asked. What is it? What's Siro thinking? He said as he turned back around. Most of what we've been doing is regular exercise and then the occasional hero training. Plus we've only been here for a month. We've really learned almost nothing from class that could help us here, but we have practical experience. Tenya said. The attack on USJ was awful, but we became stronger because of it. That is something that Mineta doesn't have. Still, Siro is overconfident, Izuku said. He'll lose if he goes into this with that kind of attitude. Ya think so? Ochako tilted her head. Hey Mina, Toru exclaimed as the pink girl returned the stands. Good job, you did really well. He's cold, she said simply as she sat down and looked at the ground. Well, that's his quirk. Momo said. Not that, Mina sighed as she shook her head. He's just cold. Izuku glanced up as Shoto returned to his seat a few rows back. He thought back to their conversation. He's just focused, he realized. So cold, Mina shouted suddenly in frustration, shocking everyone in the immediate vicinity. I got this. I've definitely got this. Minoru chanted mentally in preparation room A. Hantashiro. If I remember right, he can shoot tape from his elbows. Kinda a coincidence that we both have sticky quirks. But I have to prove that I've gotten better. I need to become a hero. He stood up and stretched his arms above his head, before bending over on each side to crack his back. Then, after the intercom told him to, he made his way to the entrance tunnel. All right, let's get this going. Present Mike's voice echoed through the tunnel. The first one up to the plate in match 5 is a general education student. Actually, he was in the hero course, but got swapped out for someone else in Gen Ed because his teacher's a major pain in the. Shut it, Mike, Aizawa groaned. Whatever, mummy man. Present Mike laughed. Here's the kid, Minoru Mineta. When Minoru made his way out, he was met with a mediocre amount of applause. Still, he didn't let that discourage him and waved at the crowd. Next is a student who stayed in the hero course. Present Mike called. He's got weird-looking elbows and a one-of-a-kind smile. Hantashiro. Weird-looking, huh? Hanta grinned as he walked out with his hands in his pockets to much more applause than Minoru. He took them out and bent down, smiling widely at his shorter opponent. Well, these elbows serve a purpose. Mineta, Zero, are you two ready? Midnight asked. Honta nodded, followed by Minoru. Well then, round 5 will commence in 3, 2, 1. Begin. Honta immediately shot tape towards Minoru, who threw a ball on the ground and used it as a trampoline to jump to the side. Honta aimed to follow him with his tape, and Minoru, for lack of a better way to phrase it, grabbed another one of his balls. He threw it to the side and hit the tape, knocking it out of the air and sticking it to the ground near one of the ring's edges. Honta disconnected the tape that was now rendered useless by Minoru's ball and switched elbows. Minoru rolled under the next shot of tape, thanking the gods for his short stature as he did. He saw Honta yank on the tape, but by the time it would have trapped him, Minoru had already bounced away with another ball he had put down. He's trying to trap me in the tape to immobilize me, huh? Minoru thought as he landed. He looked to the piece of tape he stuck to the ground earlier and grinned. That's a good idea. Listen, Mineta, Honta sighed, still grinning. I feel bad for you. Really, I do, but I mean, all you've done is dodge. You're gonna tire out sooner or later, and I haven't moved a single centimeter. What's that? Minoru asked, trying to get me to throw the match or something. Something like that, he shrugged. Minoru popped off one of his balls before lobbing it at the tape user, who lazily stepped to the side. The hero course student in question just shook his head and sighed, still never losing his smile, then fired another piece of tape. Minoru rolled to the side and hit the tape with one of his balls, condemning it to a long-term relationship with the cement ground. As Honta went to switch elbows again, Minoru beat him to the punch by throwing a wide volley of his purple head spheres in his general direction. Honta only had to sidestep a few of them, since it seemed like most of them missed their marks. You're that bad at throwing? Honta chuckled before shrugging again. Maybe you don't belong in the hero course after all. Maybe, Minoru panted with a grin as blood trickled down his forehead. When Honta shot more tape, the short general education student popped one more ball from his head and dove towards the end of the nearest piece of tape that was stuck to the ground. He attached the ball to the free end and threw it at Honta before the hero in training could maneuver his current tape to wrap Minoru up. With barely any time to think of how to react to his own tape being thrown at him, Honta took a couple of quick steps back only to step in something squishy. He realized that he had stepped in one of Minoru's balls, and looked back to see that almost the entirety of the ring behind him was covered in the purple spheres. It wasn't just bad luck that he had stepped in one, he would have stepped in one no matter where he went. Oh, shit, he cursed as he realized that Minoru hadn't just been missing his shots earlier, then quickly bent down to remove his shoe. But he was too late. The tape Minoru had thrown hit his shoulder. Then Minoru grabbed 3 other pieces of tape, anchored them down on one end with his quirk, then threw them each around Honta along with one final ball. They wrapped around him and the ball sealed the cocoon of tape. Honta Zero, can you move? Midnight asked. I can't grr. Honta grunted as he struggled, before finally hanging his head and sighing, no, I can't move. The winner of round 5 is Minoru Mineta. Midnight announced. Yes. Minoru pumped both of his fists in the air and then looked up at the commentary booth. How about that, Aizawa-sensei? Eraser. You kicked this kid out. Present Mike laughed. Why'd you do that? He wasn't nearly this creative with his quirk before, he droned. Getting kicked from the class obviously showed him that he needed to improve, and I'm glad he took the initiative. Not to be blunt, but it was probably the best way to motivate him. Deku, you were right. Ochako exclaimed. Zero lost. He didn't take what I said into consideration at all, Izuku sighed. But I don't really mind that Mineta won. I think he could make a great hero if he gets back into heroics, you know. Yeah, Ochako nodded. His quirk seems useful, and his strategy wasn't bad, Tenya said. I'd have to agree with you, Midoriya. Hey, Bakugo, Kyoko complained as Katsuki got up and pushed past her without paying her any mind. Don't just shove past like that. I'm going to the prep room, he said, ignoring similar complaints from Tsuyu, Fumikage, and Mashirao as he moved past their legs. About ing time I get to let off some steam. What's with him? Mina asked. He's just amped up, Izuku said. It's been a while since he's gotten to have a one-on-one match with someone, so he's probably frustrated that his turn wasn't earlier. What are they doing? Ochako asked, pointing down at the ring. The rest of the class looked and gawked when they saw that the ring was being taken apart. Any piece of cement with a ball on it was being completely removed. And Honta was still standing in the middle as multiple employees tried to fix his sorry state. They had to use wire cutters to remove the tape that was trapping him, then he removed his stuck shoe. He left the field with 2 balls still stuck on his shirt, which had short pieces of tape hanging from them. I think they can't get Mineta's balls off of the stage or Zero, Izuku said, getting a little chuckle out of Denki. Hey Jamming Wei, what are you laughing at? Kyoka asked. He said balls, the blonde teen snickered. Ack. Kyoka jabbed the side of his head with one of her earphone jacks and shook her head with a sigh. What are you, 6? Deku, what do you? Ochako looked to Izuku and found him furiously muttering and scribbling in his notebook. Really, she wasn't even surprised anymore. With a poke, she said, Hey Deku, you home? Huh, he looked up at her with wide eyes. Did I do it again? She nodded with a smile. What do you think they'll do about Zero? Well, since they're removing the parts of the ring with the balls, I assume their adhesiveness is stronger than heavy machinery can handle. So all Zero can do is very carefully remove his shirt and put another one on. Assuming their stickiness lasts a while, anyways. I guess so, Ochako said, before giggling. I kinda feel bad for him. Yeah, I'd hate to be in his position, Izuku mused. Ahem. Midnight cleared her throat. Please be aware that we are not postponing the next match. It will only take Smentos a moment to fix this. As she spoke, the last few spots of concrete that had balls stuck to them were chinked away. Then Smentos walked up to the edge of the ring and placed his hands down on it, smoothing it out almost instantly. All right, now, with that done and out of the way, let's get these guys out here for match 6. Present Mike shouted. First up is Class 1B's assassin. Every rose has its thorns, right? Well, here's the beautiful but deadly Abara Shiozaki. Abara walked out and raised her hand, yelling, excuse me. I apologize for interrupting, but might I ask what you meant by assassin? Present Mike seemed to be at a loss. I was just, I thought it'd be good commentary. Well, I haven't come this far to hurt others, she frowned as she looked up. I am here simply because I seek victory. I'm sorry, Present Mike said quickly, and the crowd could almost hear him bow through the microphone. Whoa, she seems nice, Ochako said, a true example of an exemplar hero in training. Tenya agreed. She's like the exact opposite of Kachan, Izuku chuckled. Is she really wasting time on shit like his phrasing? Katsuki thought, itching to walk out onto the ring. Her quirk is strong, judging from what I saw in the last round. Those damn vines are tough and can go underground. Plus they don't seem to be very flammable, considering I blew the F*** out of them earlier and they were unscathed. Good, I'd F*** ing kill her if she gave me a weak fight after all this damn waiting. Next up, Present Mike finally called. He's been something of a celebrity since getting caught by a villain in his middle school days. He's the guy with an explosive personality and a face that only a mother could love, Katsuki Bakugo. Oi, Katsuki shouted as he walked out, loud enough to mostly silence the cheering audience. The F*** did you just say about my face? I completely messed up with the intros this round, didn't I? Present Mike sighed. Yeah, you did, Katsuki screamed. Well, I'm sorry, he sighed again, before whispering under his breath, it's not like it wasn't accurate. I heard that, Katsuki shouted. I'll F*** ing kill you later, Present Mike. What? I know I pressed the mute but, the voice hero exclaimed before there was a click. Don't mind me, Aizawa sighed before there was another click. Bakugo, Abara said, causing the Bion to snap his head toward her. You have an awfully attitude and tongue. It's unbefitting of a hero. Her eyes hardened into a glare. I'll have to remove you from the running. What? Katsuki had a hard time processing what he had just heard. Him, unfit to be a hero. I'll kill you, Vine bitch. He shouted as his hands popped with explosions. Midnight didn't seem to know exactly what to do with the commentators gone. Aside from Mike's nonsense and all that, are you two ready? Yes. Katsuki grinned and chuckled slightly. I am prepared, Abara said, clasping her hands in front of her chest. All right then, Midnight nodded. We'll begin in 3, 2, 1, start. Katsuki started just about how you'd expect. He blasted towards Abara as fast as his explosions let him. She knelt down and her hair dug below ground, only to pop back up as a protective wall in between her and Katsuki as he let off an explosion. Katsuki blasted up and over the wall only for several vines to shoot up and trap him in midair. Oh, cut this shit out, he shouted as he pulled and blasted at the vines. Truly, Abara said with a shake of her head. A hero should be graceful and reverent. You, he said with a grunt as he finally blasted free of the vines. He propelled himself straight down at Abara, but the wall she made earlier broke apart into hundreds of vines that grabbed him again. Trying to hold me with these shitty things again, he glared at her. You may be able to break out of a few, but... Abara's vines surrounded and clamped down around Katsuki's whole body, like a cocoon. Can you break out of that? The cocoon of vines landed on the ground, and the only part of Katsuki that wasn't covered was his face. He grunted and the entire vine entrapment vibrated as he let off explosions inside of it. Bakugo, can you escape? Midnight asked. Give me a second, goddammit. He shouted. Damn, these shitty vines are tough. It. Finally, the entire cocoon expanded and blew apart with intense force. The blast left a smoldering crater and a pillar of smoke in its wake. You are truthfully impressive in terms of power, Abara said as her glare hardened. All the more reason to stop you here. King hell, Katsuki sighed as he stood up and patted himself down. There were holes in his shirt and pants, and his clothes were a little bit on fire before he snuffed it out with his hands. Wiping a bit of sweat from his brow, he grinned. You're not just some extra, huh? Extra, is that how you refer to those weaker than yourself? No, just the ones who are so weak that they don't matter, he smirked. All life matters, Abara asserted. It is the job of heroes to protect and nurture those who cannot protect themselves. If you believe that weak persons do not matter, then you are not only, but lacking in the basic principles of heroism. Nah, real heroes are the ones who never lose. That way, they can beat the villains before even worrying about the damn extras. Katsuki said with a grin as he stood up straight. Listen up, Vine bitch, you should feel honored. I was planning on saving this for the endgame, but I really can't think of another way to end this anytime soon. You're gonna see one of my best moves. What are you? Katsuki blasted straight up into the air until he was a good 30 meters high. Then he blasted straight down at Abara. As he gained downward momentum, he angled his palms so that he began to spin. As he did so, his blasts created a flaming cyclone that followed him towards the vine's user. Oh no, Abara exclaimed as she brought up a massive wall of vines in front of her. See if those damn vines will help you against this. Katsuki snarled as he brought up his right arm. When he reached the wall, he thrust it forward and shouted, howitzer impact. As he let rip his strongest blast, the whole stadium shook like it was the epicenter of a small earthquake. There was a huge fiery blast that caused a black plume to rise up and left the arena shattered. One doesn't think of shatter when thinking of what can happen to cement, but it was about the best way to describe the massive amount of cracks going throughout the ring. Katsuki stood hunched over with his left hand on his knee, and his right arm hanging at his side as he panted. In front of him was the vine wall, still standing. Still standing, although there was a giant hole straight through the middle and the rest of it was charred and on fire. Finally, Katsuki panted, it's on King fire. Midnight grunted as she stood up, she had been knocked back by the shockwave. Abara Shiozaki is out of bounds. Katsuki Bakugo wins. Katsuki looked through the hole in the vines and saw his opponent sprawled out on the grass outside of the ring unconscious. Yeah, I knew this guy would win. Present Mike suddenly shouted after being absent from the rest of the match. I mean, he's got a face that anybody would love, so who wouldn't root for him? F asterisk 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 U. Katsuki screamed as loud as he could. I had no idea he could do that, Izuku said, staring down at the ring with wide eyes along with most of the other students. It looks like it damaged his arm. That's so damn manly, Eijiro said excitedly. Maybe I should stop calling Todoroki the strongest in class after all, Denki shuddered. Bakugo might really kill me. If he had something like that up his sleeve, he was probably saving it for when he needed it, Izuku muttered, taking out his pen and notebook again. So her vines must be strong. Now that I think about it, he had to try pretty hard to get out of her vines when she trapped him, and they didn't seem to be too flammable up until the end. I wonder if there's some threshold. It doesn't take much to set him off, huh? Mina noted, already recovered from her loss against Shoto. Yeah, Toru agreed. I think it's impressive, Ochako giggled. It's weird, Denki said. I'm starting to agree with Shinso that. Wait, is Shinso asleep? Ochako leaned past Izuku and saw Shinso laying across two seats with his eyes closed. I think he is. What happened to the ring? Honda asked as he returned, wearing a white t-shirt and still only one shoe. Bakugo made a huge explosion. Toru exclaimed excitedly. It was all like, and then it went, wah. And we could feel the heat and the shockwave went, whoosh. Right over us. Right. Honda stared at the invisible girl for a second. Were they not able to get Monetta's spheres off of your shirt? Momo asked to fill the silence. No, those things apparently just stay stuck for a while, he sighed and shrugged. I'm more upset about my shoe than my shirt though. Well, maybe you shouldn't have been so overconfident, Izuku said. I pretty much told you that this would happen. Well, I guess so, he chuckled. Ah well, I was still able to show myself to the pros for a round. Honda turned and made his way back up to his seat. Izuku turned down to look at the field again, where Ibara was being taken away via stretcher and Smintos was flattening the ring again. Well, now that excitement is out of the way, Midnight announced with a sigh, would Tsuyu Asui and Denki Kaminari please report to their preparation rooms? All right, I'm up, Denki said with a grin as he hopped up. Ooh, I'm pumped up. Good luck, Kaminari, hero, Tsuyu croaked as she walked by. You too, Tsuyu. Kaminari walked out of his row of seats before heading to his prep room. Hey Deku, Ochako asked as she turned to Izuku, who do you think will win? Well, Kaminari is pretty much a human stun gun, Izuku sighed. Asui can't touch him without being zapped, and if she hangs back he can use his indiscriminate shock ability. I don't know if there's a way she can win. Maybe, Ochako said. Also, call her Tsuyu. It's gonna take a while to get used to that, Izuku chuckled. It's been a month already, Deku, Ochako noted. Plus, she's been telling us to call her Tsuyu since day one of class. Yeah, he looked away and scratched his cheek. I really have no excuse. I think it is perfectly understandable, Tenya offered. It is improper to refer to others by their given names unless you are particularly close, so I believe Midoriya's preference to call her by her surname shows that he is polite by nature. Thanks Iida, Izuku sighed. I don't get what the issue is, Eijiro said from behind them. What's the big deal about calling her Tsuyu? I like Tsuyu way better than Asui anyways, Mina said with a bright smile. It sounds super cute. It does, Ochako nodded in agreement. Oh, and Midori, Mina said, I think you're wrong about Tsuyu losing. Gotta believe in girl power. But you lost, didn't you, Mina? Toru asked. But I knew I'd lose going into it, Mina lazily waved her hand. What exactly does that have to do with girl power? Kyoka asked from behind. You know, Mina giggled. No, I don't, she sighed. Shouldn't Bakugo be back by now? Momo asked as she looked around. It looked like he hurt his arm with that huge blast, Izuku said. He's probably checking with Recovery Girl. That makes sense, the creation user mused. I don't really mind if he doesn't come back for a little bit, Toru said. His bad mood really ruins the vibe around here, you know. I know, right, Ochako agreed with a firm nod. I kinda disagree with you guys, Mina said. It's kinda exciting. You never know what'll set him off. How's that a good thing? Ochako exclaimed. I mean, he's got some temper issues, Eijiro said with a thought, but he's pretty manly, you gotta admit. Doesn't he keep hitting you and jamming way on the head? Kyoka asked. Yeah, but I don't mind. Eijiro grinned. But Kaminari's thick skull isn't exactly as literal as yours is. She giggled. You know what? I actually might like Bakugo a bit because of that. It's always funny seeing jamming way get clubbed. A sadist, Mina mused. Huh, Kyoka looked down at the pink girl. Oh, never mind, she smiled. All right. Present Mike's voice filled the stadium once again. Let's get match 7 started. This girl's definitely got the composure of someone who's lived through just about everything life has to offer. Although, she's really an absolute animal. Give it up for Tsuyu Asui from 1A. Was that introduction really any better than Shiozaki's or Kachan's? Izuku chuckled. At least he didn't call her ugly, Ochako chuckled. And he's technically not wrong. Once Tsuyu was out, Mike continued, the next contestant is also from 1A. Whoa, there are a lot of people from 1A, huh? You could say that this guy has the spark of greatness in his eyes. Denki Kaminari. Greatness. Kyoka, Mina, Eijiro and Ochako asked in unison. Damn right I have the spark of greatness. Denki chuckled to himself. Man, present Mike, what a guy. Denki walked out onto the ring and made eye contact with Tsuyu, who was staring at him blankly. Actually, kinda creepy. Man, why was I matched with her? She's too off-putting, plus I'm not one to beat up on girls. Well, it's not too bad. Since she isn't really my type, I won't feel too bad about it. Are you two prepared? Midnight asked. Yeah, Denki nodded. Hiro, Tsuyu said. The frog girl began waving her arm back and forth, which kinda weirded him out, but Denki decided she was probably just nervous. Begin, Midnight announced. I'll finish this in an instant, Denki called as he enveloped himself with lightning. I hope this doesn't hurt too long before you lose consciousness. 1.3 million volts. Indiscriminate charge, he yelled as the lightning began shooting out from him. It was a predictable move if a stupid one for the Bion to make, in Tsuyu's opinion. She swiped her arm forward, and the poisonous secretion she had been building up flew out in between her and the yellow flash. Tsuyu's secretions conducted electricity fairly well, so the charge stopped there and never reached her. Way, Denki exclaimed cheerfully as he put out his hands in thumbs-ups. Tsuyu shook her head slightly as she wrapped her tongue around his waist and tossed him out onto the grass outside of the ring. Denki Kaminari is out of bounds. Tsuyu Asui wins, Midnight announced. It's already over, folks, Present Mike announced. I repeat, it's already over. Go Tsuyu, Ochako cheered. Yeah Tsuyu, girl power, Mina yelled. Woohoo, Toru cheered alongside her. What the hell, Hitoshi groaned, putting a hand on his head as he sat back up. Shinso, you're awake, Eijiro asked. What got you up? A lot of high-pitched cheers, he muttered as he rubbed his temples. That woke you up, but Bakugo's huge explosion didn't. What explosion? Hitoshi asked. More importantly, Midoriya, the mind controller turned to the green-haired boy who was furiously muttering again and writing hurriedly in his notebook. I had no idea she could secrete a liquid. I suppose I never really asked the specifics about her quirk, but assuming all of her abilities are frog-based, that opens up a lot of possibilities. There are poisonous frogs who can camouflage themselves into their environment. I'm pretty sure some kind of night vision is standard issue, and I really don't know too much about frogs. And it's really lucky that her secretion can conduct electricity so well. There's no way Kaminari. Midoriya, I will hurt you, Hitoshi deadpanned. Oh, you're awake, Izuku noted. Yeah, now can you shut up? Izuku didn't reply that time. Oi, did Dunce face lose? Katsuki asked as he walked back to the stands. Oh, hey Kachan, Izuku was the first to greet him, but then noticed that his arm was wrapped in bandages. "Oh, how's your arm?" "Ing fine, nerd," he shouted before walking back to his seat. "That Vine bitch didn't do shit to me." "Hey, don't just call other people names like Vine bitch," Kyoka grumbled. "Yeah, it's pretty rude," Toru agreed. "Oh yeah, anyone who's so sensitive that they care about that shit isn't gonna be able to handle the shit that comes with being a hero." "Well, he's right," Eijiro said. "Gotta have thick skin, you know." "Ah. But it is kinda excessive, Bakugo." "What's that? Shitty hair." Katsuki raised an eyebrow. "You wanna go?" "Sorry, but get in line." The hardening hero in training laughed. "I've gotta beat Uraraka and then sue you first before I fight you." "Oh yeah, the next match is you and Ochako," Mina exclaimed, before turning forward and putting her hands on Ochako's shoulders. "Girl, do me proud." "Ashido, come on," Eijiro sighed. "Are you really gonna root against me?" "No way, Kiri," she smiled brightly at him. "I want you to do me proud too." "Then who are you rooting for?" Toru asked. Can't say. I want them both to win." "That's not how it works," Ashido, Momo sighed. "That doesn't mean I can't want it too," Mina pouted. Ochako Uraraka and Eijiro Kirishima. Midnight called, getting Ochako's attention. "Please come down to the preparation rooms." "All right," she said as she jumped up. "I'm off." "Good luck Uraraka, you can do it." Deku grinned with a thumbs up. "Hey. Yep," she returned the thumbs up. "I also wish you well in your match, Uraraka." Tenya agreed. "Thanks guys." Ochako smiled as she made her way to the tunnel next to the stands. "Hey Uraraka." Eijiro walked down next to her. "I won't be holding back just cause you're a girl, you know." "I'd beat you bad if you do," she giggled. When they reached the hallway where they needed to go their separate ways, Eijiro held out his fist and said, "Good luck." "Yeah, you too." She smiled and met his fist with her own. As Ochako walked to Prep Room A, she saw and congratulated Tsuyu on her win. It wasn't a very long exchange however, since Tsuyu was bringing Denki back to the stands by using her tongue like a leash. As she resumed her walk, Ochako smiled to herself. "You can do it." That's what Deku had said to her, right? It's the same as what she said about his nickname, back before they started going to UA. "Deku." She sighed internally. "Yeah, I can do this. If he's behind me, then I've got this." She smiled with renewed resolve, and she entered the prep room. She didn't feel that she had much to prepare, so she spent the time calming herself down and hydrating. Eventually though, Aizawa's voice droned over the intercom for her to proceed to the entrance tunnel. "All right," Present Mike's voice echoed down the corridor. "We've already had some exciting matches in this first tier of the tournament, but this is the last of the set. Match number 8. The first student to come out is a girl who's definitely out of this world. The one with the powers of gravity in her side, Class 1A's Ochako Uraraka." Ochako steeled herself and walked out into the stadium's center. The roar of the crowd was intimidating, but everyone else had faced it. Deku already faced it and won, so she had to do her best as well. To face it, and accomplish her dream of becoming a successful hero and supporting her parents. She needed to do well and get recommendations with good pro heroes to reach that dream as quickly as possible. The other contestant is the guy with thick enough skin to tough out just about anything. Also from 1A, Eijiro Kirishima. "Hey Uraraka," he waved with a smile as he walked up. "You ready?" "You bet," she said with her own smile as she pumped her fist. "He's not nervous at all. How about you?" "For sure." He grinned his toothy grin. "Are the contestants ready?" Midnight asked. "Yup," Eijiro confirmed as he raised his arms. Ochako looked up and saw everyone in 1A cheering. Mina, Kyoka, Toru. Okay, she didn't really see her, Purse, Tenya, and Deku. She turned to Midnight with a smile, confirming, "I'm ready." "Then let match 8 begin in 3, 2, 1, start." Ochako started out by rushing at Eijiro, and he did the same. All she needed to do was get all 5 of her fingers on him. That was all she needed, but he knew that too. She reached out for him, but apparently he saw it coming as he repositioned his arms and grabbed her wrists. Ochako couldn't break from his grip, so she planted one foot on his chest, pulled with her arms as hard as she could, and raised her other leg to kick him in the chin. He was able to activate his hardening at the last second, so her kick really did no damage, aside from hurting herself, but he was surprised enough that he slightly weakened his grip on her right arm. She kicked off of his chest, freeing her one arm, and landed shakily. Eijiro lifted her up by the left arm, which he still had a hold on, and began the motion to throw her out of bounds, but she was able to grab his wrist with her free hand. When he let go, she kept her hold on him, and as she flipped and landed on her feet, he also flipped upwards. She heaved him over her shoulder towards the edge, but the redhead was able to throw his arm down and embed his hardened hand into the cement, stopping him from going out of bounds. He pulled himself down so that he was kneeling on the ground, held only by the hand that was inside of the ring. Phew, man, Eijiro panted as he wiped a bead of sweat from his forehead. I lost gravity already, huh? You're holding yourself to the ground, Ochako said with wide eyes. Yeah, can't let a little weightlessness catch me off guard. He chuckled, but I really wasn't expecting that throw reversal. Pretty manly. You're pretty manly yourself, Ochako said, now having recovered some breath. But one of us has got to win. She ran at him, but he pushed up at her from the ground. Ochako wasn't quite quick enough, and he grabbed her shoulder as he passed and pulled from behind. It was enough to ground him, and as he kept his grip, he reeled back his other hand for a punch. But now, Ochako reached back and grabbed the punching arm before it hit her with one hand, while she gripped the arm on her shoulder with her other hand. She pushed with the momentum of his swing, and was able to wrench him away from her shoulder before swinging him over her head and slamming his back onto the ring. Then she took his weightless body and, instead of throwing it along the ground, threw it upwards outside of the ring, where she released her quirk and let him fall out of bounds. Eijiro Kirishima is out of bounds. Ochako Uraraka wins, Midnight announced. The crowd exploded with cheers, and Ochako almost flinched at it. She was so in the zone that she had almost forgotten that they were fighting in front of so many people. She blushed and nervously waved at the crowd, then her eyes wandered up to find Deku and Tenya cheering for her. That prompted her smile to widen and she pumped her fist at them. Yeah, Uraraka, Izuku cheered down at her. She did it. Yeah, girl power, Mina shouted. Please, do not show favoritism among fellow 1A students, Tenya said, especially you, Midoriya, as the class's vice president. Ah, well, I can't really help it, Izuku chucked as he scratched his cheek. Iida, you can't tell me that you didn't root for Uraraka. I'd never verbally root against a classmate, even if they're against another one, he firmly stated. I didn't root against him, but I'm glad Uraraka won, Izuku shrugged. Well, I'm kinda upset that they were paired together in the first place, Mina said. Like I said, I wanted both of them to move forward. But girl power, right, Toru cheered. Yeah, Mina said with a wide grin. And that concludes the first tier of matches in this tournament, Midnight announced before cracking her whip up towards the big screen. Here are the 4 matches in the quarterfinals. Match 1. Momo Yaoyorozu vs Nito Monoma. Match 2. Izuku Midoriya vs Shoto Todoroki. Match 3. Minoru Mineta vs Katsuki Bakugo. Match 4. Tsuyu Asui vs Ochako Uraraka. Izuku glanced up at Shoto, who was looking straight at the field, before turning back around with a sigh. Shit, Denki, who was mostly recovered from his fried brain, sighed. I know Shiro said he felt sorry for Mineta before their round, but I actually feel sorry for him now. Go easy on him, he requested as he looked up at Katsuki. If that F******er wants to be in the hero course, he should get a good idea of the competition, the explosive Beyond grinned with a hint of a chuckle. He lost that test in the beginning of the year for a reason. Dude, Denki chuckled. Nito Monoma, Momo mused. That blonde one, I didn't get a chance to see his quirk in action, and he didn't use it in his match against Hatsume. I never saw him use it either, Izuku said. I wonder what it is. Did anyone here see him use it? He took my headband from behind, so he didn't even have to use it, Toru sighed. Be ready for anything, Yaoyorozu. Tenya advised. It's something that all heroes should be. Momo Yaoyorozu and Nito Monoma. Midnight called. Please go to the preparation rooms. Well, I'm off, Momo said with a smile. Wish me luck. You don't need luck, Toru said. You've got girl power. Mina finished for her. Right. Momo chuckled slightly as she left. Think we're pushing this thing too far? Mina asked. No way, Toru exclaimed. Yeah, Kyoka said at the same time. Probably. Hiro, Tsuyu agreed with Kyoka. But girls, Toru gasped at them. We gotta stick together. And then that slam was really manly. Eijiro exclaimed as they walked towards the stands. Kirishima, you already said that, Ochako replied. Well, what about that throw at the end? Now that was manly. That's the third time you said that one. Well, what about how you made me weightless in the middle of my throw? He asked. You haven't said anything about that one, Ochako said, trying to remember what had already been said. Well, that was super manly. Thanks, she laughed as she scratched the back of her head. You're really enthusiastic, Kirishima. Uraraka, congratulations, Tenya said as soon as they exited the corridor, before quickly adding, Kirishima, my condolences for your loss. What loss? It's not like anyone died. The macho man laughed. True, I am glad you are not taking this loss poorly. I mean, it's more than most other people got to show, he shrugged. I suppose you're correct, Tenya said. While that exchange was going on, Ochako moved back to her seat, where she received, good job, S from Deku, Mina, and Toru. So Yaomomo's up against that blonde guy? She asked. Yeah, Deku nodded. We don't know what his quirk is though. Ochako confirmed her understanding with a nod, but in her mind she thought, if Deku doesn't already know that guy's quirk, then he'll probably take notes on it. He doesn't have his notebook out right now, so he'll have to take it out from wherever he's keeping it. This is my opportunity to see where. The first contestant for match 1 of the quarterfinals is 1A's Momo Yaoyorozu. Present Mike announced. No witty introduction, Aizawa asked as Momo walked out. I already introduced these guys, mummy man. I charge extra for seconds. Mike laughed. Anyways, the other competitor is Nito Monoma of 1B. Ochako's eyes stayed firmly on Deku as she waited for him to grab his notebook, not being distracted by the announcers, banter or the students that walked out onto the ring. What is it, Uraraka? Deku asked, turning to see her staring at him. Ah, sorry, it's nothin', she said quickly, looking back down at the field with a definite blush. When she glanced back at him though, he was already holding the notebook out with his pen. Nito eyed Momo with a grin. You can create things, isn't that right, 1A president? And what can you do? Momo responded. Tisk tisk tisk. That's need to know only, sweetie. Midnight raised her whip. All right, the match shall begin in 3, 2, 1, start. She brought it down with a crack. Momo began in the same way she had with Tetsu, jumping back to allow herself the time to make her tools. But Nito was faster than his fellow 1B student, having a lighter frame, and was able to get to Momo and grab her wrist. Great, he exclaimed as he jumped back. Momo was clearly confused as to why the Beyond had run and grabbed her just to retreat again, but shook it off and finished creating a staff and shield for herself. Alright, how do you work this thing? Nito asked as he swung his arms back and forth. Just like, gimme a stick, no. What are you doing? Momo asked. How the hell does your quirk work? He shouted. Why would you need to know that? No reason, he said indignantly. What is your quirk? Momo tilted her head. Never mind, he announced. I'm not helping someone from 1A, and I don't need your help either. If I can't use your quirk, I'll just knock you out myself. He screamed and ran at her, but she smacked him in the face once with her staff, putting him off balance, and he tripped and fell out of bounds behind her. Nito Monoma is out of bounds. Momo Yaoyorozu wins. What was that? Present Mike yelled. Monoma just flailed his arms and got knocked out. Monoma, Momo extended a hand to help him up. Good match. Get away. He slapped her hand away. You think you're better than me? Huh, I'm as good as anyone from 1A, even better. He laughed almost hysterically. What is your quirk? She asked again. I don't need your help, he said as he walked away. So he can copy other quirks. Izuku repeated what Itsuka Kendo had told him, his head raised up above the partition between their classes. Yes, that's what I said, she nodded. But why wasn't he able to copy her creation, I wonder? Yaoyorozu said that she needs to know an object's makeup in order to create it, Izuku explained. And they're made from the lipids in her body, so even if Monoma knew what an object was made of, he probably wouldn't be able to make it unless he loaded up on junk food. Ah, I see, Itsuka hit her first into her palm. So it was just a bad matchup for him, huh? Yeah, guess so, Izuku nodded. He waved and said, anyways, thanks for the info. Before dropping back down and walking past Shinso to return to his seat. What did they say? Ochako asked when he sat down. He has the ability to copy other people's quirks, Izuku said. It just didn't work because of how Yaoyorozu needs knowledge of an object before creating it. Copying quirks, she asked. How's that work? Apparently, he just needs to touch someone and he'll have their power for 5 minutes. That's cool and all, but that fight was so lame, Mina sighed disappointedly. But Momo won, right? Toru said. I guess so. Mina pouted as she crossed her arms. Ashido, if you wanna see a cool match, then the next one is probably gonna be one of the coolest of the day. Next is, Mina's eyes widened as she gasped in realization. Midori, give Todoroki a good hit for me. Right, he chuckled uncomfortably. I am up next, I guess. Listen Deku, Ochako said as she put a hand on his shoulder. You got this, all right. Yeah, he nodded. I can do it. She smiled. You've got this totally in the bag. That's an overstatement, he laughed. But, I can do this. Yeah, she continued encouraging him. Midori, Mina said as she grabbed his shoulder and leaned down next to him. You gotta beat him, all right. I'm, gonna do my best. He smiled awkwardly as he leaned away. Hey, Mina, Ochako started before being cut off. Izuku Midoriya and Shoto Todoroki, please report to the preparation rooms. Midnight announced. I guess I should go, Izuku said as he stood up. Good luck Deku. You get him Midori. Yeah, thanks. He smiled at Ochako and Mina before walking down to the hallway. So Ochako, Mina whispered. What were you gonna say before Midnight called for them? Ochako tilted her head. You know, when I put my hands on Midori and leaned in real close to him, she grinned. Nothing, Ochako looked away. Are you sure you weren't gonna tell me to back off of your Deku? Mina rested her hands on Ochako's shoulders. That prompted the zero-gravity user to look back at her, exposing the pink blush on her face. Seeing the skin tone, Mina exclaimed, oh my gosh. We're twinsies. Shut uup. Ochako whined as she clapped her hands on her cheeks and turned away again. Are you okay, Uraraka? Tenya asked from beside her after noticing her red face. Do you have a fever or something? I'm fine, she sighed as she slumped forward. Oh, there you are, a gruff voice caught Izuku's attention while he was headed for the entrance tunnel. Endeavor, he exclaimed as he turned to face the large man. Why are you looking for me? Your quirk is an interesting one, he said. My Shoto, he has a duty to become a hero even greater than All Might. Oh yeah, you're Todoroki's father, Izuku said, narrowing his eyes. I am, he nodded. I think you may have a good chance at pushing him to the edge of his abilities. Then that Bakugo boy. So I want you to put up as good of a fight as you can, so that he sees the need to use all of the tools at his disposal. Sorry if I'm a bit blunt, but that was all I had to say. Wait, Izuku said as Endeavor turned to leave. Your son has no duty to surpass anyone. And for the record, even if he does surpass All Might, he won't be the #1 hero. I will. Izuku turned to leave before Endeavor could respond, and walked to the entrance tunnel. Then, it was only a couple of minutes before he was called out. The first student out onto the ring is 1A's Izuku Midoriya. Present, Mike announced. Izuku walked out, the crowd's roar swelling as he did so. He glanced up at the stands where all of his friends were cheering. Mom's watching this from home, he realized. I'll try to make her proud, and maybe try not to worry her too much. The next one to come out onto the ring is Shoto Todoroki. Shoto walked out with his eyes down at the ground and his hands in his pockets. When he did look up, his face looked bored and uncaring. He stopped and stared Izuku down. Todoroki, I won't hand this match to you just because you have a sob story, Izuku said firmly, though his phrasing seemed to catch the heterochromatic teen off guard. We all have aspirations, and I have an obligation to follow mine through. You never had a choice whether you'd win or lose, Todoroki said. Sorry about your aspirations. Are you ready? Midnight asked. Yes, Izuku said as Shoto wordlessly nodded. All right then. Match 2 of Tier 2 starts in 3, 2, 1, start. Shoto, big surprise, opened by shooting a huge wave of ice out at Izuku. The telekinetic hero in training was prepared, using his quirk on himself to fly up and over the wave before it could grow to full size. He landed on the downward slope and started sliding towards Shoto. Along the way, he kicked back and forth to knock off multiple jagged protrusions of ice, ending up with 8 decent shards that were falling with him by the time he was halfway down. He used his telekinesis to launch 6 of them at Shoto, who brought up a shell of ice in front of him to block them, although they still had enough force to stab into and crack the shield. Shoto pushed his right foot past the shell of ice and sent another wave up at Izuku, who was still sliding down his previous one and had 2 shards of ice in his arsenal. Instead of having to use his quirk on himself for a second time, Izuku was able to shift the momentum from his slide as he planted his feet and jumped out over the new ice wave. Not only did he have enough momentum to clear the wave, but he was heading straight for Shoto. When Izuku came down, he slammed his leg onto the ice shell, which had already been weakened by the ice shards he had launched, causing it to break in 2. Shoto's eyes widened in surprise and Izuku fired one of his 2 remaining shards down at Shoto's left side. Shoto couldn't use ice with his left side, so he dove to the right and was able to escape with only a hole in his sleeve and a scrape on his arm. He shot a stream of ice at Izuku as soon as he righted himself, and the green teen wasn't able to avoid it as it encased him. Shit, my whole body is cold, Izuku thought, before covering himself with the glow of his quirk and breaking out. He picked up the shattered remains of his short-lived ice prison with his quirk and brought them up into the air around Shoto. He fired them all down at him, but the heterochromatic teen made a sphere of ice around himself as a shield. The shield stopped the attacks, but was also broken from the force itself. Izuku and Shoto stared at each other, panting, as they both waited for the other to make a move. Shoto's right side was covered in patches of ice, he had a cut on his left, and he was visibly shivering. Izuku showed no visible damage and was holding his side where he felt the sharp pain of overusing his quirk on himself. The air felt still and dense, and was cold because of all of the ice. You're not looking so hot, Todoroki, Izuku said with a grin. You aren't doing so good yourself, Shoto replied. But at least that's not my own choice, Izuku shot back. You could easily warm up by using your fire, right? We already had this talk, Midoriya, Shoto said firmly. You know my reasons. Yeah, I do, Izuku said. And I thought about it, and it's a pretty shitty reason. What did you just say? There was an edge to Shoto's words as he asked. I'm tired, Todoroki, because you're good enough to tire me out. But you aren't hurt just because I'm good enough to hurt you. You're hurt because you're choosing to handicap yourself. I'm putting everything I have into winning this tournament, and you're half-assing it like nobody's business. I'm using all of my mother's power, Shoto growled. That's all I can give this fight. No, it's not. Izuku was yelling now. What the hell are you even saying? Your mother's power. Your father's power. It's not theirs. What the hell is Endeavor gonna do? Come and say he needs it back. It's your power, you moron. You don't understand, Shoto insisted. What these powers mean, what they represent. It'll never go away. I do understand, Izuku yelled, causing Shoto to flinch. Quote. For the last 10 years of my life before coming to UA, I handicapped myself. I stopped myself from using my power out of spite, and I let my whole world be controlled by one asshole. I understand what it's like, but, while it's true that the past can't change, it's also true that you can never get rid of your quirk. And the only way to ever improve is to accept that. My past hasn't changed, but I decided to put all of my effort into everything in my life. Even where I was holding back before, I'll make something good out of it, even if it used to be something bad. Izuku glanced up at the stands and saw his friends. He made eye contact with Katsuki, who was scowling deeply as he watched. Midoriya, Shoto called, bringing his attention back to their fight. Steam was rising off of Shoto as well as the melting ice all around them, and flames sparked to life on the boy's left side. You could have won, but you just had to be honorable about it. He looked up at Izuku with a wild grin as the flames rose. Who says I won't win anyway? Izuku chuckled as he got into a stance to start running. Midoriya, I'll give you everything I've got. Do it. Izuku could hear Endeavor off to the side encouraging Shoto, but given the expression on his opponent's face, it wasn't interfering in their fight. It was just Izuku, Shoto, and the line around the ring. And then they ran at each other. More accurately, Izuku ran at Shoto while the half-hot half-cold user became a flaming missile. Not ideal, Izuku thought as they were about to collide, but I got this. As Shoto let rip a blast of fire at him, Izuku used his quirk on himself to dodge to the left, Shoto's right, and as he passed, he rolled his hip as far up as he could before using his telekinesis to fire his leg at Shoto's midsection. He felt a crunch, which was unfortunately probably one or two of Shoto's ribs, before something he didn't expect happened. The air where Shoto had fired his blast, which had previously been cold and dense, rapidly rose in temperature, which caused it to expand at such a pace that it became an explosion. The shockwave blew both Izuku and Shoto towards the edge of the ring, but Izuku used his quirk to halt himself barely at the edge, while Shoto landed somewhat limply on the grass. Holy shish, present mic was cut off. This is being aired nationally, Mike, Aizawa reminded him. The crowd erupted with cheers, and Izuku suddenly realized that he was, in fact, not in a flaming whirlwind of destruction. Though the smell of something burning still filled his nose. He looked up at Ochako and Tenya, who seemed more concerned than happy, although he couldn't think why. What the hell is with you kids? Midnight shouted as she got up after being knocked over by the shockwave. Sorry, Izuku chucked before letting out a pained grunt and collapsing onto one knee, clutching his side. Oh, and kid, your hair is on fire, she giggled. Wah, Izuku swatted at his head to get rid of the flames. So that's what was burning. Midnight reclaimed her position on the referee's pedestal, before clearing her throat and announcing, anyways, Shoto Todoroki is out of bounds. Izuku Midoriya wins. Oh, I hope Deku wins, Ochako said as she nervously clenched her fists. Below the students, on the field, Deku and Shoto were staring each other down. I do too, Mina agreed. Todoroki needs to get knocked down a peg. Ochako still hadn't gotten over Mina's earlier comments. She shrunk down at her encouragement of the greenette, unsure what was or wasn't supposed to be teasing her anymore. Please, try to be indifferent when it comes to competitions between classmates like this, Tenya reminded them. But Iida, Ochako sighed. Hey Yaomomo, Toru exclaimed at the 1A president as she returned to her seat from her match. Congrats on winning. You have once again done well to represent our class, Yaoyorozu. Tenya hand-chopped. Yeah, good job, Ochako said as she looked back and smiled. Even though that guy was a total pushover in the end, I never even got to see what his quirk was, Momo sighed. Ochako spoke up. Oh, Deku said it was. Begin, Midnight yelled, and the zero-gravity user snapped her attention back down to the ring. Ochako felt a momentary panic as Shoto fired a glacier towards Deku, but was soon enough able to see him fly up and over it. Yeah Deku, she shouted. The boy in question broke some of the ice apart as he slid down and threw the pieces at Shoto, who defended himself with an ice shield before launching a second blast of ice up the glacier at Deku. The green teen was easily able to jump over it and then kicked down to break Shoto's defenses. Yeah, Deku. Ochako pumped her fist as he grazed Shoto with another ice shard. The heterochrome teen jumped back and shot some ice at his opponent, quickly cocooning him in it. It was only a moment though before Deku broke free and made the broken pieces of ice surround Shoto. Oh, all that ice floating looks pretty, Toru commented. Yeah, and dangerous, Mina exclaimed enthusiastically. Nail him, Midori. Deku shot the ice at Shoto simultaneously from all sides, but the recommended student was able to bring an ice dome up around himself for protection. The dome itself didn't survive the impact, though it successfully served its purpose. So close. Ochako punched the air. Uraraka, try not to play favorites so openly, Tenya scolded. It's not encouraging to our other classmates to know that we'll be rooting for Midoriya if push comes to shove. Aha, you said, we, she exclaimed, turning to the bespectacled teen. So you are rooting for him. I won't admit such things verbally, he said firmly with a subtle nod as he adjusted his glasses. What are they doing? Toru asked. Are they just talking? Ochako looked down to see that, yes, it appeared that the two combatants were having some sort of heated conversation. She strained to hear anything, but the distance and cheering of the crowd drowned out even any muffled voices that they might normally be able to hear. But then, Deku stopped talking and looked up at them with a determined expression. Not specifically at her or Tenya that she could tell, but in their general direction. Then out of nowhere, a spout of flames exploded from Shoto's left side. He's using his flames, Tenya exclaimed. I didn't know he even had flames. Ochako said, wide-eyed. Todo was holding back against me that much. Mina exclaimed. I'm gonna kill him. Ashido, Tenya started, before, SSH Hutu. A gruff voice shouted almost at present Mike's volume. Whoa, looks like the number 2 hero Endeavor has got some encouragement for his son. Present Mike, speak of the devil, exclaimed. Gee, it's like he's a doting parent or something. Ochako looked to see, of course, Endeavor walking down to the front of the stands as he continued shouting, have you finally accepted yourself? Finally accepted reality. It's finally time to realize your potential, Shoto. With my blood coursing through you, fulfill my ambitions. What's he talking about? Ochako tilted her head. I have no idea, Mina and Toru said simultaneously. Then, the fire raging around Shoto noticeably shifted, recalling their attention to the ring. He fired himself at Deku with incredible speed as Deku resigned himself to running towards his opponent. Then, Deku surrounded himself with his trademark green glow before ducking out of the way of Shoto's fire and landing a huge kick to his abdomen. Oh my! Ochako and Mina screamed before there was a sudden shockwave of heat that rose up to meet them. What the hell is happening? Present Mike voiced the thoughts of most of the crowd. All of the chilled air was suddenly heated, so it expanded in an equally sudden manner, Aizawa said, still somehow calm. So, that's what it was. Toru panted, clutching at her chest. My heart is going so fast. Mine too, Mina agreed. That was unexpectedly intense, Momo said, sounding a bit calmer than the other students. I'll have to scold them for being so reckless, Tenya said. But, Ochako, for her part, was trying to see into the cloud of dust and debris that was kicked up by the shockwave, until she saw Shoto hit the ground outside of the ring. Holy shish, Mike began to exclaim. Aizawa interrupted, this is being aired nationally, Mike. The dust cleared enough so that Ochako saw Deku standing barely within the ring's confines. She would have started screaming with joy right then if it hadn't been for the fact that the right side of his PE uniform was partially burned away, which revealed that his skin was covered in red burns, and that wasn't even mentioning the fact that Deku's on fire. Ochako screamed as she looked down at the field with wide eyes. As she exclaimed that, the whole stadium erupted in cheers for him. She kept staring worriedly down at him, even as he looked up at them and smiled as if he was perfectly okay. Midori doesn't even notice. Mina gasped. It's possible the adrenaline is covering the sensation, Momo hypothesized. Suddenly Deku collapsed and clutched his side, and it looked like the toll of his last move was making itself known. Midnight let him know that his hair was flaming, which he quickly patted away once he knew, before announcing that he had won the match since Shoto was out of bounds. Medical bots brought 2 stretchers down soon enough to take both of them to see Recovery Girl. I'm gonna go see, Ochako exclaimed as she stood up and made her way past Tenya. I'll come with you, Uraraka, he said, standing up and following her. Me too, Mina said. I'll come too, Hiro, Tsuyu croaked. Wait, you never told me what Monoma's quirk is. Momo called, but didn't leave her seat to follow. Toru, the reliable girl she was, told the class president what Deku had said earlier. Hey Uraraka, wait, Tenya called. Don't run in the hallways. But Ochako decidedly didn't wait as she made her way to the infirmary at a quick pace. Thanks, Recovery Girl, Izuku muttered as he wiped his face. Yeah, whatever, the youthful heroine sighed and shook her head. You really did a number on Todoroki, you know, not that he didn't hurt you too. Ahaha, yeah, Izuku laughed as he scratched the back of his head. The damn hair was still burnt, that part hadn't healed, and glanced at Shoto, who was occupying the bed next to him. Sorry about that, Todoroki. It's fine, the heterochrome said. In the last exchange of the match, Shoto had managed to hit him with some of his fire. At the time Izuku had only realized that his hair had gotten burnt, but in reality he suffered a few third-degree burns on his right side. He didn't feel it, probably because of the adrenaline, but the damage was now clear as he lay down, exhausted from the healing and overuse of his own quirk. Shoto had gotten 3 broken ribs and the cut on his arm, and he was about as tired from the healing as Izuku was. Although he was being pretty quiet about it at the moment. Deku, Ochako yelled as she burst into the room. Are you okay? Be quiet, I have people resting here. Recovery Girl huffed at her. Sorry, she whispered. But Deku, you were on fire. And I mean that in both ways. Uraraka, don't run in the halls. Tenya scolded as he walked in behind her. Midori, you beat him. Mina exclaimed as she came in next. Upon seeing Shoto lying down, she scowled and made her way to his bedside. And you, how dare you humiliate me by holding back like that? I'm sorry, he asked more than said. It's not really that simple. All of you, Recovery Girl shouted as she bonked Mina, Ochako, and even Tenya with the cane. Either shut it or get out. This is an infirmary. I apologize, Recovery Girl, Tenya said quickly with a bow. We'll all be mindful of the setting. Good, she said with a strong nod. Then, pointing her cane at Mina and Ochako, she said, and I expect you girls to do the same. All right, Ochako said with a small bow. HMPH, fine, Mina pouted as she crossed her arms. So, Deku, Ochako said, turning to the greenette and speaking much more quietly, how are you feeling? Tired, he said with a smile. But other than that, I'm fine. Good, I was worried, Ochako sighed in relief. And you were really cool, you know. How you fought, I mean. Yeah, you were dodging even better than you did in the battle trial a month ago. Mina praised. Well, I mean, he scratched his neck with a chuckle. I only won because Todoroki is an idiot, honestly. Midoriya, quiet, Recovery Girl shot Tenya down before he could even start. He's right, Shoto said. I think, anyways, I have a lot of things to think about actually. Oh, well, all right then, Tenya said. Not that you weren't a bit too blunt, Midoriya, Shoto clarified. But still, thanks. I kinda couldn't think of another way at the time, Izuku said. So, sorry. No need to apologize. Oh god, get a room, Mina sighed with an eye roll. This is our room right now though, Shoto said with a tilt of his head. Wait, you're right, Mina said with wide eyes. Anyways, you guys should be out there watching the next match, Izuku said as he looked back to the 3 guests. Plus, Uraraka, your match is after Kachan's. So go on, I'll be fine. Yeah, okay, she nodded. I just wanted to check up on you. I'll go back now. I'll also go, Tenya said, to support my classmate. Before he turned around and quickly walked out. Bye. Oh, he's gone, Izuku sighed. Oh well, I'll see you later, Uraraka. Yeah, bye Deku, she smiled at him before turning and leaving. I'm leaving too, by YYEEE, Mina said as she left with Ochako. They're colorful, Recovery Girl said. Especially Mina, Shoto said. When he received questioning glances from Recovery Girl and Izuku, he explained, she's pink. Oh my god, Minoru screamed in his head. Bakugo is the super strong violent one. Why do I have to fight him? Why did Shiozaki have to lose to him? Minoru Mineta, please make your way to the entrance tunnel, the voice of Aizawa said over the intercom. Should I just give up? No, a hero never gives up. He mentally argued as he made his way through the hallway. The guy who always sticks it out to the end, even in impossible situations. That's the hero in most popular manga, right? Man, being the hero is taxing on my willpower. But I've gotta show them that I can stand in there with the best. He reached the tunnel to walk out onto the field and took one more deep breath to calm himself. He was resolved. He wouldn't give up, even if he knew he'd lose. Even if his safety had to be sacrificed. All right, let's begin the next match. Present Mike shouted. The last match was exciting, but this one might be too. Minoru Mineta, the Hero Course turned Gen Ed student who beat a Hero Course student last round, come on out. Minoru steeled his expression and walked out. The crowd's cheering was louder this time, which made him feel kind of proud, but he ignored it in favor of focusing on his quickly approaching match. Next up is Katsuki Bakugo. Please, can neither one of you destroy the ring this time? Great. Oi, purple midget, Katsuki called as he stepped up. You want to be in the Hero Course, right? Yeah, he confirmed with a grin. Blonde dick, F*********, you. Katsuki snarled. You're getting too excited. I'm gonna enjoy knocking you down a peg. You're the one on a high horse here. Minoru called back. Are both contestants ready? Midnight asked. Yes, Minoru yelled. Yeah, Katsuki roared. Then begin in 3, 2, 2, start. Minoru had a plan. It involved using his balls as small trampolines to outmaneuver Katsuki, and trying to throw them and hit the B*****''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''' hands to essentially disable his quirk. But no matter how well it would have worked, there was no way he could have dodged as Katsuki fired at him in the blink of an eye and. The infirmary shook and Izuku thought that it might have been an earthquake for a moment. But then he remembered that it was Katsuki's match. Whoa, Mineta just got hit right in the face and was instantly knocked out. Present Mike's commentary was played through the intercom. Well, at least Kachan didn't torture him for the length of a whole match, Izuku mused. Shoto nodded in agreement, but said nothing more. Izuku looked over and saw that his dual-quirked classmate was staring out of the window. He was obviously lost in thought. Well, he did say that he had to think about some things earlier. Todoroki, Izuku said, getting the boy's attention. What is it? I used my fire, Shoto said simply. Despite everything that happened, everything I'd decided, you got me to do it. But even after giving up all that, I still lost. Todoroki, when was the last time you used your fire? Today. I meant before today, smartass. Izuku exclaimed. 8 years, maybe more, he sighed. Quirks are physical attributes, just like muscles. If you're 8 years out of practice, of course it won't be as strong as it can be. You may have a stronger quirk than others, but you still need to practice to be able to use it. I guess you might be right. Of course I am. That's why I said it. After all, Izuku chuckled. So you'll train to get stronger. I don't know if I want to, Shoto said, surprising Izuku. I only let go of my resolve because, in that moment, I forgot about my father. I can't just do that in the future. Is there any way? I know what I have to do, so don't worry about that, Shoto said. I just have to prepare myself. All right, Izuku smiled at him. I'll be holding you to that. Thanks, Midoriya. Shoto smiled barely noticeably before turning back around and looking out the window again. You two are both cleared to go now, Recovery Girl said. Or you can stay, at least unless I'll need more space for patients. All right, I need to see Uraraka's match. Izuku beamed as he got up to go. Todoroki, you coming? Not quite yet, he said. But I'll be there to watch your match, Midoriya. I'll be counting on it, he grinned before walking out. Izuku passed medical robots that were carrying Minoru's burnt and unconscious form to the infirmary while he was on his way to the stands and sighed at Katsuki's apparent inability to hold back. He was up at the stands soon enough though, just in time to see Ochako and Tsuyu off. "Both of you, good luck on your match." He smiled at them as they walked past him. "Thanks. Good to see you up and around Deku," Ochako said as she waved. "Glad you're fine Midoriya, Hiro," Tsuyu said simply as she followed the gravity girl. "Midoriya, welcome back," Tenya greeted. "You didn't miss much." Mineta was knocked out instantly by a single explosion before he could even move. Quote. Sounds like Kacchan, he chuckled as he went to sit down. "Oh, I don't know if I want Ochako or Tsuyu to win." Toru sighed. "I know, right," Mina agreed. "Well, whoever can do better against Bakugo, I guess." "That'd be Tsu," Toru asked. "I dunno, Ochako's smart," Mina said. "I do think Tsuyu would have a better chance though." "What do you think, Midori?" "Against Kacchan, Tsuyu would probably have a better chance because she's more agile and can maybe use her tongue to attack while keeping her body out of harm's way," he mused. "But in this match, I don't know who will win. Tsuyu is probably quick enough to avoid Uraraka's fingers while she can get attacks in. But unless that fluid she secretes can do actual damage on its own, they're still both essentially close-range fighters." "Okay," Mina nodded while smiling at him. "You said way more than you needed to, but okay." Ochako was waiting to get called out. After winning her first match with Eijiro, she was now more prepared to walk out than the last time. She was nervous to be fighting Tsuyu, who had become a pretty good friend in the month that they'd been at school, but she was definitely ready. "All right, let's get this match gooeying," Present Mike yelled. First out into the ring is Tsuyu Asui. Time passed, and next is Ochako Uraraka. Ochako walked out and looked across at the frog girl, who was giving her a wide smile. She smiled right back. "Good luck Ochako," Tsuyu said. "Hiro." "Good luck to you too Tsuyu," she replied. "You girls ready?" Midnight asked. "Yep," Ochako nodded. "Hiro." Tsuyu also nodded. "All right then. 3, 2, 1, start." Tsuyu jumped at Ochako immediately, but before she reached her she jumped to the side and around. She landed a kick on her back and then backed away as Ochako whirled around to get a hand on her. "Hit and run tactics, huh?" Ochako thought as she ran at Tsuyu. "Won't work forever." Tsuyu jumped over her and wrapped her tongue around Ochako's wrist as she did. She yanked the arm back with her tongue before Ochako could get her other hand on it, and used it to throw her across the ring. Ochako slid to a stop at the edge and looked up to see Tsuyu already upon her. She pushed up and reached with her hands to grab her, but Tsuyu grabbed both of her arms by the wrists and held them up before moving to throw her out of bounds. Which she did, and Ochako hit the grass with a grunt before rolling onto her back. Ochako Uraraka is out of bounds. Tsuyu Asui wins. Midnight called out. "Good job, Hiro," Tsuyu said as she offered Ochako a hand up. "See, congratulations," she sighed as she accepted it and stood up. Then, punching the air, she exclaimed, "Man, if only I could have grabbed you." "I know, that was the entire point of my strategy," Tsuyu said. Hiro. The matches for the semifinal round have been set. Midnight called attention to the large screen once again. Match 1. Momo Yaoyorozu vs Izuku Midoriya. Match 2. Katsuki Bakugo vs Tsuyu Asui. "Like I thought, Tsuyu's agility let her get around Uraraka's hands," Izuku muttered. "I was holding out hope, but Uraraka wouldn't realistically have been able to grab her without more hand-to-hand combat experience." "See," Mina said to Toru, "I told you it's totally mutual." "Totally mutual," Toru repeated, excitedly pumping her arms. "What are you two going on about?" Denki asked. "Nothing that you'd be interested in," Mina said. "Yeah, girl stuff." Toru backed her up. "Like what? Gossip?" Eijiro asked. "You could say that," Mina grinned. "Hey girls, mind letting me in on this?" Kyoka asked, leaning down next to Mina. "I'd also like to hear," Momo said. "And not because I'm interested in gossip, but I can't trust you all to keep secrets without my help." "Obviously." "All right, Kyoka," Plug your earphone jack into the chair while I tell Yaomomo, Toru suggested. Alright, Kyoka nodded before plugging in. Alright, so, Toru leaned towards Momo and lowered her voice. Midori and Ochako totally like each other. I can't believe you're spreading such private information, Momo announced. But, is it true? I mean, it makes sense if you think about it, Kyoka mused. But I'm not interested in relationships, so I don't really care. Oh, you're talking about relationships? Eijiro asked. Yeah, it's not my thing. Wait, are you talking about Midoriya and Uraraka? Denki asked. Kamina, did you say my name? Izuku asked. No, Mina and Toru yelled. Alright, geez, he mumbled, turning back around. Jamming way, have some awareness, Kyoka said as she jabbed him in the head with her jack and pumped his head with a beat of her heart. Anyways, isn't it so cute? Toru asked. Oh, we should totally help them get together. I'd rather see them do it on their own though, Mina said. Unless they really drag their feet about it. Momo Yaoyorozu. Izuku Midoriya, you're up next. Midnight called. Make your ways to the preparation rooms. Oh, guess we should get going, Izuku said as he got up. Good luck Yaoyorozu. To you as well Midoriya, she said with a smile. Shortly after they left, Tsuyu came back alone. Tsuyu, shouldn't Ochako be with you? Toru asked. She said she had to take a phone call, Hiro, the frog girl replied. Great, Mina cheered. So, don't tell this to anyone. It's a girl's only secret. And apparently Kaminari, Kyoka sighed. I also heard, but I'll keep shut. Eijiro said with a grin. Quote. Will he? Toru asked. Yeah, he's the reliable kind of guy, Mina said. Anyways, about that secret. Hey Dad, Ochako greeted as she entered the prep room. Hey, how are ya doing baby girl? He asked excitedly. I'm good, she replied as she sat on the bench. Got a bruise or two, but I'm fine. Your mother and I saw the whole thing on television. We're so proud of you Ochako. Thanks Dad, she said with a smile. I wish I made it farther, but it's better than other people did. What are you talking about sweetheart? You made it to the final round of the UA Sports Festival. That's plenty more than anyone else I know can do. But it would have been better if I won more than one match in the tournament round, she said. The pro heroes request interns based on our performances in the festival. Getting an internship with a good hero will get me some publicity and experience, so when I do go pro I'll be able to get enough money to fulfill my promise quicker. Ochako, don't fret so much over us, he laughed. We're fine, honest, and even if business gets bad sometimes, we have enough to hold us together. Daddy, she sighed, putting her hand on her forehead. I'll keep my promise, okay. Fine, he relented, but take your time, I'm sure you'd rather spend some time with that boy of yours, haha. And I wait, boy. What boy? There's no boy. She exclaimed. That green-haired one who carried you in the first round, wasn't he that Midoriya kid who you said saved you during the entrance exam? Yeah, that was Deku, she confirmed, now regretting multiple decisions over the past month, including telling her parents that Deku had saved her. But it's not like that. Come on, really, he sighed. Don't you like him? And no, I don't. Come on Chako, be honest with your old man, he chuckled. You even call him by a special nickname. So what if I do? She sighed exasperatedly. Ya know what, even if I do, that's not as important as helping you and Mom. I need to focus on my hero training to achieve my dream and help you. I'm sure he'd support you in your dream if you were together. Dad, I'm not arguing with you about this, she insisted. I bet he'd say yes if you asked him. I'm hanging up. Oh, fine, he laughed again. I love you Ochako. And try not to get so focused that you don't have fun, okay? Okay, she sighed. I love you too Dad, and say hi to Mom for me. Ahaha, will do. Bye Ochako. Bye Dad, she said before hanging up. Not 2 seconds later, the door to the prep room opened to reveal Speak of the Devil Deku. Ochako's eyes widened as she recalled what her father had said a moment ago, but she quickly mentally punched herself. Hey Uraraka, he said as he walked in. What are you doing in here? I was just talking with my dad on the phone, she said, looking down at the phone in her hands. He said he saw me on TV. And he's proud. You know, parent stuff. Right, Deku nodded. Well, you had a good match against Susuyu. Yeah, Ochako nodded with a small giggle at his self-correction. I wish I won, but I was able to show myself to the pros enough. And besides, I don't mind losing to a friend like Suyu. Yeah, I can see that, he chuckled. Yaoyorozu, Midoriya, get to the entrance tunnels, Aizawa sighed over the intercom. Sorry, I took all your prep time, Ochako scratched her cheek with a giggle. It's fine, but I guess I'd better go, Deku said as he turned to open the door. Deku, Ochako called, prompting him to stop and turn back. I know Mina was saying all that stuff about girl power earlier, but, you'd better beat Yaomomo and make it to the finals, okay? Yeah, sure thing, he smiled and nodded, a determined look covering his face. I'll win. Yeah, she nodded, I'll be watching and cheering for you. Thanks, he nodded before walking out. Ochako sighed when he left, immensely glad that he had walked in after the call. God, what am I doing with my life? She thought as she buried her face in her hands. I should go up to the stands so I can watch the match, she realized before standing up and hurrying out. I wonder why they were talking about me, Izuku thought as he reached the entrance tunnel. He didn't mean to eavesdrop, but he heard Ochako talking when he got to the prep room's door and decided to let her finish before he entered. Oh well, I'll ignore it. Gotta focus on my match. Let's start the semifinals. The first student out is 1A's president, Momo Yaoyorozu. Present Mike called, getting applause. After a second, he called, and next, funnily enough, is 1A's vice president, Izuku Midoriya. Izuku walked out and looked up at the stands. Shoto was sitting in his seat already, and Ochako ran out of the corridor to find her seat soon enough as well. Once she had, he returned his focus to the ring and Momo. Midoriya, good luck, Momo said as she readied herself. You too, he said. All right, you're both ready? Midnight asked. Yes, they said simultaneously. Then let the match begin in 3, 2, 1, start. Momo started by making strange boots that could apparently anchor her to the ground between steps. Not that Izuku could have picked her up and thrown her out of bounds so easily unless she let him, but it was still a sound strategy. Izuku jumped at her, but she made a shield to block his punch which he dented. Then he jumped away and pulled her shield with him using his quirk before throwing it at her. She rolled out of the anchoring boots to avoid it and remade a new pair as soon as she was upright again, then made what appeared to be some kind of wrist-mounted weapon on her right arm. Momo started running at him, though slower than she normally would be able to because of the boots. Izuku jumped and suspended himself in midair for a second to kick her, but she caught it in her left hand and created a pair of rubber handcuffs that bound them together. She shoved him to the ground and jabbed him with the wrist-mounted weapon, which was apparently a taser as it sent an electric shock through his body. What the hell? Izuku yelled as he instinctively shot his free foot up and smashed it across Momo's jaw. He stood up and tried to drag the class president to the edge of the ring with the help of his quirk, but she grabbed his ankle and tripped him just short of it. Not that he was making good headway anyways while his body was still reeling from the taser. Then, since he was close enough to the edge, he used his quirk to spin his body around on the ground, and he pulled her around with him until she was dragged across the boundary line. Momo Yaoyorozu is out of bounds. Izuku Midoriya wins and progresses to the final match. Midnight announced with a crack of her whip. What? Momo asked. I lost. Ha. Good match Yaoyorozu, Izuku panted. Can you unlock the cuffs? Yes, she said with a nod as she created a key and unlocked them. Is your jaw okay? He asked. Sorry, I hit you pretty hard. It's just a bit sore, she smiled. Nothing a trip to recovery girl won't fix. Besides, I should have guessed you'd react violently to an electric charge. Sorry about that, by the way. Yeah, it's fine, he sighed, laying down flat on his back. I just need a second. Is he okay? Ochako asked as the group looked down at Izuku on the field. Momo had walked off a few minutes earlier. I dunno, Toru said. He refused the medical robots. He's fine, Hitoshi sighed. He's just a little dazed from the electric shock. Mina tilted her head. How do you know that? Isn't it the exact same thing that happens to Kamari? He raised an eyebrow. It's Kaminari, Denki said. And yeah, he's right. Midoriya just needs a second. He's getting up, Tenya said. Thank goodness. Sure enough, Izuku was now making his way off of the field. He was walking fairly slowly though. He still doesn't look too good, Ochako said worriedly. Worried about him, Mina whispered in Ochako's ear. Yeah I am, okay Mina. She shouted at the Pinkett. Oh wow, my ears. Mina whined as she sat back in her seat. Mina, are you okay? Toru asked. Honestly, that's what you get, Kyoka said with a small shrug. Shut up, Hitoshi sighed. Katsuki Bakugo, Tsuyu Asui, you're up next. Midnight called. Please make your ways to the prep rooms. Good luck Bakugo, Tsuyu croaked to the Beyond. I don't need it. Katsuki yelled as he followed her into the hallway. Good luck yourself, frog face. Oh my god, he wished her good luck in the most aggressive way ever. Toru burst out laughing. It's kinda adorable. I wholly disagree, Ochako said firmly. Why do you hate him so much? Mina asked. I mean, he's loud and obnoxious and kinda looks more like a villain than a hero most of the time, but he doesn't seem like that bad a guy. Ochako's shoulders slumped. She couldn't tell them what she knew what Deku and his mother had each told her in confidence. So what could she say outside of flat-out lying? I don't think he deserves to be a hero. What? Toru exclaimed. Why not? Yeah, his quirk is built for it. Mina agreed. What? Did he say something particularly offensive? Eijiro asked. No, it's not that, she sighed. I'm sorry for saying anything, I can't talk about it. Why not? Denki asked. When someone knows some info that they can't share, it's called a secret, Mina informed him. No shit, the Beyond said. Why is it a secret though? It's not my secret to tell, Ochako sighed. Sorry, can't say anything else. It's fine Uraraka, Tenya said. We will all respect your privacy. Well fine then, Mina pouted. Let's not talk about Bakugo then. How about? Hey Deku, Ochako greeted the greenette as he shuffled to the stands. Hey Uraraka, he sighed as he sat down. Hey, what's wrong? Mina poked his head. I still feel tingly, he said. Bakugo's fighting Tsuyu next, Ochako said. Who do? Kachan, he muttered as he gripped the armrests tightly enough to make his knuckles white. You okay? Ochako asked. Still tingly, he responded. He looked like he was shivering. Where's Yaomomo? Toru asked. She left the field before you. Oh, she wanted recovery girl to check her jaw, Izuku said. She should be here soon. I'm already back, Momo said as she sat down, holding an ice pack to her cheek. And I'm fine. Good, Izuku sighed. Sorry again. Really? Don't worry about it, she waved her hand. Hey Deku, Ochako said, I didn't realize it until now, but you fought both of the students that got into our class through recommendation. Yeah, guess so, he said. Deku, you okay? Fine, why? You don't seem fine, Ochako tilted her head. I'm just nervous, he smiled at her. You know, I didn't think I'd make it to the last round. And on top of that, Bakugo, she asked. Yeah, he nodded. I'm trying to come up with plans, but there's only 3 or 4 viable ones that I can come up with. That's more than enough, she exclaimed. Besides, Tsuyu can still. Izuku, Ochako, Mina. Okay. Everyone present flinched as Tenya began violently vibrating. Aida, what's wrong? Ochako asked. Are you dying? Toru shrieked. Are you tingling too? Izuku tilted his head. Oh, that's just my cell phone, Tenya informed as he took it out. Oh, it's my mother. I'll need to take this. Okay. Hurry back, Ochako said as he walked away. First up to the ring for the last semifinal match is Katsuki Bakugo. Present, Mike called, and then Suyu Asui. Both students walked out to face each other on the ring, before answering Midnight that they were ready. Then the match started with a bang as Katsuki shot an explosion straight at Suyu. She jumped out of the way, only to have to dodge 2 more consecutive blasts before being able to get close. She wrapped her tongue around his arm, but he swung her around by it and slammed her into the concrete before firing off another explosion. She skidded to a stop at the edge, where she shook it off before jumping forwards again. She dodged a few more explosions before jumping at him again. When he tried to hit her with his fist, she leaned back to dodge under it. But he opened his hand and blasted straight down onto her face. As her back hit the floor, she kicked up with her long leg and hit Katsuki in the chin. But he was able to catch her by the ankle, then used an explosion to spin around and throw her out of bounds. Suyu Asui is out of bounds. Katsuki Bakugo wins. Midnight called. The final match will be Izuku Midoriya vs Katsuki Bakugo. When Katsuki looked up at him in the stands with a wild grin, Izuku audibly gulped. It'll probably be harder to win if we aren't in a small hallway, Izuku sighed. Hello mother, Tenya greeted. I'm sorry I didn't get too far in the tournament. I was fighting Midoriya though, so it was to be expected. I tried calling brother earlier, but he didn't pick. Gee Tenya. His mother's voice was hoarse, raw. It immediately put him on edge. Gee, that's fine. Sniff B, but I'm calling A about. W, well, it's Tensai. A villain got him. It was supposed to be a routine patrol. There were no signs that a villain would attack. Then again, there rarely ever are. Arg, came the sidekick's scream over Tensai's radio. Rebar, was that you? He asked quickly. Where are you? When there was no response, Tensai started doubling back on his patrol route. There were only so many places his sidekicks were supposed to patrol, so he shouldn't have had too hard of a time finding him. Then, as he was running, his peripheral vision caught a dash of red on the ground of an alleyway he passed. He quickly ran back and found the body of his sidekick, Rebar, laying limp on the ground covered in blood. And standing above him was a man who Tensai had hoped he'd never meet. Why you were the hero killer. Stain, he exclaimed. How dare you? This man is no hero, the villain said in his raspy voice. To protect just for purposes of wealth or gain. This man deserves a day job, he's no hero. Stain, you are under arrest, Tensai yelled as he rocketed at him. Stain ducked under a punch and attempted to drive his sword up at the hero. With a burst of his engine, Tensai dashed to the left, but Stain brought his leg up and kicked his head, knocking his helmet off. The Iida hit the ground and reached to activate his radio, but it was gone with his helmet. So, as he scrambled up against the wishes of his pounding head, he pulled out his phone to call his agency. He didn't get the chance though, as he was kicked back down to the ground by Stain and dropped his phone in the process. The hero killer then planted his foot on the small of Tensai's back and ran his blade straight through his lower torso. Gah, he yelled in pain, trying and failing to reach back and grab the metal weapon. Ingenium, the turbo hero, huh? Stain mused as he slowly and deliberately pulled the sword out of Tensai's back. Then the hero felt his entire body go limp. What kind of hero are you? Why do you do what you do? The villain leaned his face down next to Tensai's, and the pro-hero could smell the raw stench of blood on his breath. Your family became extremely wealthy from being heroes. HMPH, that doesn't sound very heroic to me. Tensai tried to struggle, but his limbs wouldn't respond. On top of that, he was dizzy and his vision was slightly blurring from blood loss. All might, now he's a hero, Stain continued. He's turned down plenty of rewards in the past. Fame, fortune, meaningless to him. He's a hero for the sake of helping others. Someone like you, who profits from your supposed good deeds, can never stop me. Only All Might, the one true hero, has permission to end me. Ingenium, where'd you go? One of Tensai's sidekicks called from nearby. I think I saw him go this way. Another replied. I should take my leave, Stain mused. Take care, hero. And just like that, he was gone. Tensai could hear his sidekicks nearby, and then he saw 2 of them run up to his side in the alley. While they talked about calling an ambulance plus backup from the agency, he looked at his phone. Its screen was splattered with his blood, and a notification read, "Tenya Iida, 1 missed call." "Tenya, sorry," he choked out before his eyes fluttered shut. There was a 15-minute break in between the last semifinal match and the finale. But it wasn't helping Izuku relax at all. He was just getting more anxious as the minutes dragged on. And it wasn't just nerves for the match, but he was worried for a completely different reason as well. Tenya had suddenly said that there was a family emergency and that he needed to leave. Of course he expressed that he regretted being unable to see the final round, but whatever happened seemed really important. There were plenty of things that it could have been, but Izuku had a bad feeling. At least Ochako was with him to help calm him down in the prep room. "Really? I'm sure it's nothing," she said. "I mean, it's definitely something, and he did say it's an emergency, but I'm sure it'll turn out fine." "Yeah, probably," Izuku nodded. "I wish he could be here though." "So do I," she agreed. After a few seconds of silence, Ochako got tired of it and addressed the main issue. "So this is more than just the finale of the sports festival, isn't it? Everything with you and Bakugo is coming to a head." "Something like that," he sighed. "After the battle trial, Kachan said that I wouldn't get another win on him again. He's probably been training like mad outside of school just because he wants to win this. I dunno if I can win." Stop with that," she sighed. "You're way above him, Deku. You totally got this." "I'm not way above him at all," he laughed. "Thanks for the vote of confidence though, Uraraka." "Did I stutter?" she deadpanned. "No." Ochako got up close and poked his shoulder. "You totally got this." Okay." He tilted his head. Then, with a smile, he chuckled. "You know, if Iida was here, he'd say not to root for me over another classmate." "Yeah," she sighed. "But don't worry about that. He'll record your fight and watch it on the TV. "Probably," he nodded. "Uraraka, I'm serious when I say that I don't know if I can beat Kachan. He knows me better than anyone, so he'll know that I have some sort of plan. That makes him hard to plan against." "You said that you have 3 or 4 viable plans though," she frowned. "That was optimistic," he sighed, reaching back and taking his notebook out of the waistband of his PE pants. "The more I think about it, the more I realize that he can get around them. Only 2 of my ideas really have any shot." I see," Ochako sighed. "Wait a minute, did you just pull your notebook out of your pants?" Oh, yeah," he scratched his neck and laughed nervously. There wasn't anywhere else to put it, so. Izuku had been keeping his notebook in the backside of his pants. Not a pocket, but actually in his pants, held by the waistband. Why did that seem exactly like something he'd do? Well, anyways, Ochako trailed off, looking for anything that might distract her from the fact that Izuku had kept his notebook essentially pressed against his ass cheeks the whole time. Then, she met a stroke of genius. Hey, I have an idea. I think I know a plan for you to beat Bakugo." "You do?" he asked hopefully. "What is it?" Ochako was smiling to herself as she walked back to her seat. Not only had Deku enthusiastically agreed to her plan, but he had said that he wanted to hang out later. Grab dinner or something, like they had done before beginning their first semester. Alone, just the 2 of them. She internally freaked out just at the prospect. Of course she knew it wasn't supposed to be a date or anything, just a get-together between friends to celebrate his making it so far in the tournament. But then again, he'd specified that it would be just the 2 of them. Not Katsuki, Shinso, Eijiro, Mina, and Natsuyu. Just the 2 of them getting dinner, which made sense because they were pretty much best friends due to their time socializing before the school term, but Ochako couldn't help feeling simultaneously ecstatic and nervous. "Don't get all nervous, it's just like what we did during the break before school started," she told herself. Yup, just a couple of friends hanging out. Safe to say that she was thoroughly distracted from the odd revelation that Deku kept the notebook in his pants. "Hey Chako, what's with that dopey smile?" Mina teased, jolting the brunette from her thoughts as she realized that she had already made it back to the stands. Something special happened during your one-on-one time with And no. Ochako pouted at the Pinkett. Just talked. Talked about what? Toru asked. Why first we talked about whatever might be going on with Iida. Then we talked about the match, the strategy and stuff. And that's it. No it isn't, Mina exclaimed, throwing a napkin in the air which landed on Denki beside her. That, and, definitely had something else behind it. And no, it didn't. Ochako insisted. Watch where you throw your napkins. Denki was ignored entirely, and he elected to settle with a small grumble as he dropped the offending material under his seat. You're blushing really hard though, Toru said to Ochako. The brunette cried, slapping her cheeks. Come on Chako, what happened? Mina begged. The suspense is killing me. How about you drop it? Hitoshi grunted from his spot 2 seats over from Ochako. You're being too loud. No way, not. Mina, who had been frozen by Hitoshi's quirk, received a nudge from Toru before continuing, not until she tells us. Yeah, spill the beans Ochako, Toru agreed. He invited me to dinner tonight, okay. She finally admitted. Oh my god, Mina shouted as she wrapped her arms around the blushing girl sitting below her. It's a date, Toru gleefully exclaimed. Shut up, Hitoshi sighed. It's not, Ochako insisted. We've gone together for food before, this isn't any different. How many times? Mina asked, suddenly serious. What? Ochako asked. How many times have you gone on dates? They're not dates. Answer the question Ochako, Mina said. Twice, aside from weekends when we work out together, Ochako tilted her head. Why is that important? You're supposed to make the relationship official on the 3rd date. Mina yelled. It's the procedure. The procedure, Toru echoed. Stop, it's not a date. Ochako shouted. It totally is, Mina retorted. Shut up, please, Hitoshi said more loudly this time. No, Mina furrowed her eyebrows at the brainwasher. As the group continued fussing, Denki leaned over to Eijiro and asked, why are they arguing so passionately about this? It's important not to have misunderstandings in these situations, the hardening teen mused. But Ashido, there's no reason to assume it's a date. But Kuri, she whined. Besides, Ochako said, Deku W wouldn't wanna go on a date with me. Everyone sitting in the row behind her laughed uncomfortably. As soon as Aizawa asked for Izuku to get to the entrance tunnel, he hopped up from the bench and started on his way. He was ready, more so than he had been for his fight with Momo, and more than his fights with Shoto and Tenya. The almost full month since the battle trial had been leading up to this last engagement. Finally, on the national stage, he'd compete with Katsuki no holds barred, and one of them would be officially ranked as number 1. Of course he was nervous, but he was more eager than anything. And how couldn't he be eager to test out the plan that Ochako had come up with? Admittedly it was identical to one of the 2 he'd been thinking about already, but it was really a good plan and he was more than glad to use it simply for the fact that she was the one who suggested it. And, speaking of Ochako, another reason that Izuku was in a good mood was that he was all set to hang out with her later. Neither one of them had been able to put much relaxation time aside while they were busy with school and preparations for the sports festival. And although they saw each other in school and during their weekend workouts, he really missed the couple of times that they were able to spend time together before their attendance at UA started. He smiled at the thought that they'd be able to just hang out again. When he reached the tunnel, Izuku took a final deep breath in preparation. He was fully recovered from Momo's taser, although he was thoroughly fatigued by his prior matches and healing from Recovery Girl. Then again, Katsuki had used that huge explosion to end out his first match against Ibara and had received some healing for his arm. Although his last 2 matches hadn't been much of a challenge for him in comparison, so he was probably already recovered. Yeah, Izuku was at a definite disadvantage stamina-wise. Hey Eraser, Present Mike shouted, it's time for the final match. Aren't you excited? Absolutely ecstatic, Aizawa droned. Need a nap. Ah ha ha, the voice hero laughed. Always, but I can never get one around you, Eraserhead sighed. Whatever, are we ready? I think so. Audience, Are we reaaadyyyy? The audience exploded with cheers, the volume making Izuku wince even in the tunnel. All right, he announced. First up, let's call these contenders out. I'll forego the announcement of their classes, because they're both from 1A. The first student out is the guy who we have all been watching. The student representative for the first years, the winner of both of the other rounds of the festival, the mean green fighting machine who's already become the hottest hashtag on Twitter within the past couple of hours, Izuku Midoriya. Wait, hashtag, Izuku asked himself, blanching as he realized he hadn't checked his social media since the sports festival began. Hottest hashtag. Despite his utter bafflement, he walked out onto the stage to thunderous applause. He looked up at the stands and saw his classmates cheering. But it wasn't just them, or his mother, or the pros or crowd or even All Might watching that was now putting pressure on his shoulders. Everyone in all of Japan now knew who he was and they were all talking about him in this battle. And that almost put as much pressure on his shoulders as the death glare that he could feel from Katsuki in the opposite dark tunnel. But Izuku was best under pressure, especially when he already had a plan laid out. And all that pressure just meant he had to push harder so that he wouldn't disappoint. And the next student of the final match is another impressive contender. Mike continued, the third finisher in the obstacle race, although he was the first one to finish that had a somewhat reasonable time if you ask me. He also got third in the cavalry battle and has been dominating the tournament with his overwhelming amount of force. Give it up for Katsuki Bakugo. Katsuki walked out, receiving just as much applause as Izuku had. But he wasn't fazed by the outsiders. His glare was completely focused on his opponent. Fun fact, Present Mike said as Katsuki was walking up. Last year, these two were involved in an incident with a slime villain. Bakugo was captured as a hostage, and Midoriya saved him before All Might came in and captured the villain. Ain't that funny? It sounds like Midoriya has been winning over Bakugo for a long time. I wonder if he can keep. That's not true at all. Izuku and Katsuki shouted at the same time. Kachan has always beaten me until recently. This guy's been a total loser his whole life. Kachan. Izuku hissed. You damn moron, it's your fault for acting like a total wimp the whole time. Katsuki chided with a sneer. Seriously, it pissed me off to no end. Then I bet you've been having the time of your life since I stopped, Izuku grinned. Shut the F*** up. He shouted. Whoops, didn't mean to open that can of worms. Present Mike laughed. Don't mind me, just looking for interesting commentary. Idiot, Midnight sighed with a shake of her head. Alright, this is it. Do either of you have any reason for me to postpone the final match? No, they both said while staring at each other. Alright then, Midnight grinned. With a shiver, she said, ah, this youthful aggression is really invigorating, huh? Ahem, are you two ready to begin? Yeah, they both nodded. Great, she announced. The final match of the sports festival's first year's tournament starts in 3, 2, 1, begin. Alright Deku. Katsuki grinned as small pops burst from his hands. Come at me. He fired at Izuku and released a large explosion that hurt him a good bit, though he was about to hold steady under the force thanks to his quirk. Izuku dove forward past the follow-up explosive right hook. Katsuki tried to catch him with another explosion as he passed, but barely missed that one. He kicked off back at the greenette and shoved his hand at him, this time sure he would hit, but then Izuku grabbed the hand with his telekinesis and pointed it at the ground. Katsuki's explosion sent himself flying straight up, but then he just rocketed back down at his opponent. He blasted straight down at Izuku, who could only take the blast head-on. However, he landed a kick to the explosive B***own stomach as he did so. Gah, what the F***? Katsuki shouted as he stood back up. Is your strategy to just wear me down, Deku? 'Cause that's a dumbass strategy. Katsuki ran at him again, and Izuku took a lowered stance before he attempted to roll out of harm's way. It didn't work this time, as Katsuki caught him with an explosion and proceeded to pummel him with several more, sending him rolling to the edge. Izuku froze Katsuki in place long enough to scramble up and away from the edge and then decked him across the face just as he was about to break free, knocking him on his ass. Damn it, Katsuki growled as he got up and glared at Izuku, who had already gotten to the opposite edge of the ring. Just a little bit more, Izuku thought as he clutched his pained side and panted. Damn, I'm even more worn out than I realized. Katsuki fired towards him again, powered by his explosions which were angled slightly downwards. Izuku anticipated another right hook, but of course Katsuki realized that he was probably expecting that and threw a left uppercut instead. As Izuku flew a couple of feet in the air from the blast, he used his quirk on his own leg and kicked his opponent in the chest, apparently knocking the wind out of him. Izuku landed on his backside and quickly got up as Katsuki tried to regain his breath, then surveyed the ring. He wasn't satisfied quite yet, so he ran up to Katsuki, who was trying to stand up, and kicked him back down. I thought you were gonna be number one, Kachan. Izuku yelled as he knelt down above him and cocked back his fist. Katsuki could hardly breathe, let alone talk, or more likely yell, but he was able to raise up his arms and ready a couple of explosions meant for his opponent's face. But that was exactly what Izuku wanted. As soon Katsuki had begun to raise his arms, Izuku grabbed his hands and pressed them down against the ring below them. The Beyond wasn't able to stop it in that split second and fired the explosions straight into the ground, sending both of them flying up. They each used their quirks to land a bit more safely, and then glared at each other as they panted. Ha! Deku, Katsuki growled. What the hell are you doing? Playing this so defensively, what's your plan? I'm just trying to conserve energy, Izuku lied. After all, I'm more tired out from my matches than you are. Even if that's true, you still have something up your sleeve, he said. No way you're just playing this by ear. But you're holding back to Kachan, Izuku replied. What are you up to? Just conserving energy, Katsuki grinned. After all, I can't be too prepared for whatever you're scheming. Well, I've caught my breath, Izuku said with a confident smile. You ready to get back to it? Yeah, Katsuki shouted before firing at him one more time. Izuku started running away from his opponent. Not that he would have been able to outrun Katsuki unless Ochako had made him weightless, but he was able to at least avoid any match-ending blows. And the explosions that did hit him as he ran around the ring were worth putting his plan into action. He used his quirk to pick up a decently sized chunk of the ring that had been broken out by Katsuki and slammed it into the back of his head to get him to stop pursuing him. Arg, what the F***? He exclaimed as he vigorously rubbed the back of his head. Katsuki's hesitation before resuming his mad dash at Izuku lasted only about a second, but it long was enough for Izuku to collect the debris that had been blown up from the ring. He had put all of it under his quirk as he ran around and put it up as a wall in between the two of them. He made the massive cement wall fall down towards Katsuki, but the Beyond fired a massive explosion into it before it reached him. The explosion wasn't as big as the one he had used against Ibara, but it still shook the stadium. It broke much of the rubble from Izuku's hold, and vaporized more of it instantly. Ha! Crushing me with rubble, that was your plan, Katsuki laughed, wiping sweat from his brow. You disappointed me, Deku. Let's finish this. But what Katsuki didn't know was that the wall of rubble that Izuku had attempted to drop on him had only been made up of some of the debris. The pieces of cement that were still under Izuku's control had already formed another wall just outside of Katsuki's peripheral vision. Here I come, Dek. Izuku moved the wall as fast as he could, and it slammed into Katsuki from the side before he even had a chance to charge. The telekinetic hero in training kept the force up until the rubble had pushed the surprised Katsuki out of bounds, and then he let the wall collapse. And that's it, Midnight announced. Katsuki Bakugo is out of bounds. Izuku Midoriya is the winner of the first year's UA Sports Festival. The huge thunder of applause didn't do much to faze Izuku, who wasn't moving at that point. The entire thing was still processing in his head as he stared at Katsuki out of bounds. The Beyond slowly stood up and dusted himself off, then looked at Izuku for a moment. He scowled, then the scowl deepened sharply. Damn it, he shouted before kicking a piece of rubble away. He shoved his hands in his pockets and turned away, saying, next time, damn Deku. I can't believe it, Present Mike exclaimed. He won all 3 rounds. Is there a Triple Crown title for him or something like that? No, Aizawa said simply. Hey kid, Midnight said, shaking Izuku's shoulder. They're gonna do the awards ceremony soon, so come this way. Why yeah, okay, he nodded. You okay Midoriya? She asked. Yeah, why, you're crying. I am, he asked. After wiping away some tears, he chuckled. Why yeah, I guess so. Now, let's move on to the awards ceremony. Midnight announced. 3 pedestals labeled 1 foot, 2 feet, and 3 rose up from the ring. On them stood Izuku, Katsuki, then Momo and Suyu respectively. Presenting the medals, Midnight said, as you know who. I am, the Ing voice of All Might announced as he jumped down and learned in front of the pedestals, here with the. He's the one and only All Might. Midnight said at the same time. With an uncomfortable laugh she apologized. Sorry, I spoke over you. It's fine, he grumbled before clearing his throat and approaching the 3rd place pedestal. Young Yaoyorozu, young Asui, you have both demonstrated excellent skill in battle. I'm happy to say that you've both earned this. Thanks, Hiro, Suyu croaked as he placed the medal over her head. Your quirk has many advantages, so don't be afraid to focus on those, All Might said as he gave her a small hug. Being the best at one thing is sometimes better than being good at many things. Hiro, I'll not let this experience go to waste, Momo said with a slight bow as she received her own medal. I'm sure you will find ways to grow in the usage of your quirk, All Might hugged Momo as well. I can't wait to see how you'll improve. Thank you, All Might. And next, young Bakugo, All Might said as he approached the 2nd place pedestal. You definitely proved that you deserve to be here today. Wear this with pride. Don't want it, Katsuki said as he leaned back to avoid the medal. But, it's kinda, you know. Why not, anyways? 2nd place is just the first loser, Katsuki scowled. If I didn't win the whole thing, then that's about as good as failing altogether. But you have to. All Might sighed as Katsuki still refused to let him put it over his head. Then, you should wear it as a scar. Let it remind you of how things went here, and inspire you to do better. TCH, the lack of a 1st place medal will be enough motivation, Katsuki scoffed. After a moment, All Might suddenly tried to force the medal over his head, and Katsuki started wrestling over it. Oi, stop it, you wanna die. Preferably not, All Might laughed, before he finally got the medal over Katsuki's head and pulled him into a firm embrace. Your strength is great, but you're quick to anger and got overconfident in the last moment. You have insane potential, young Bakugo. Let this improve you. TCH, whatever, he scoffed as he shoved All Might away. Ing got it. Good. Next, young Midoriya, the number 1 pro hero turned to Izuku. You've definitely made your mark young man. It's only your 1st year and I can tell you have a shining career ahead of you. Izuku muttered as All Might slipped the medal over his head. Thanks, All Might. I'm so proud young Midoriya. All Might whispered as he hugged him. I knew there was something about you. Stop, that's embarrassing, he chuckled. All right, All Might announced to the stadium as he stepped away. Here are your winners. But before the applause, I'd like to commend every student that participated here today. You all gave it your all, and we could tell. I can already feel the spirit of competition pushing these sprouts to grow into mighty oaks. In that spirit, let's give one last cheer. You all know what I'm about to say, so let's say it together. 1, 2, 3. Plus Ultra, everyone in the stands yelled. Thank you all for your hard work. Wait. All Might, we're supposed to say Plus Ultra, Midnight sighed. But I just thought they put in so much work, you know. What an end to such an amazing sports festival. Present Mike laughed. Yeah, it's over, Aizawa said. So everyone go home. Except the students, you all need to go to your classrooms for some more announcements. Deku, you won, Ochako squeaked as she met him on the way to their classroom. That was so great. Yeah, guess so, he chuckled nervously. The students had changed back into their regular uniforms, and Ochako consciously made sure that she saw the notebook safely resting within the confines of a pocket. "Did your mom call?" she asked. "Yeah, she said she's gonna make a big Katsudon dinner," he laughed. "I told her that you and I were going to get something, but she said that you should come over to our place for dinner. I told her I'd let her know." "Why yeah, that's fine with me," she smiled. "It's definitely not a date, Mina." "Great, I'll text her," he said. Ochako glanced down at his phone and saw that he was on Twitter, which was filled with images of him. "What's that?" she asked. "Oh, when Present Mike said that I was blowing up on social media. I got really scared of what they're saying about me," he chuckled. "It looks all good, but it's still really embarrassing that I'm trending." "It's just practice for when you're a famous pro." She laughed. "Maybe." He laughed too. They entered the classroom and walked to their separate seats. Ochako was suddenly reminded of Tenya's family emergency as the seat in front of her was empty, while Izuku was ignored by the sulking Katsuki aside from a single grunt. That suited him fine, by the way, as he was too tired to deal with any arguments. "Anyways," Eraserhead sighed after everyone got situated, "you'll have the next 2 days off because of the sports festival today. When you all return, the internship requests from the pro heroes will all be accounted for, so be ready to receive those. That's really all there is, so you can leave now if you want. I'm going to be taking a nap." "Congratulations Midoriya," Hitoshi said as the class began to meander. "Thanks Shinso," he smiled. "Seriously though, I wouldn't want to fight you," Honta said. "I mean, you could just grab my tape with your quirk. That's totally unfair." "It really is," Fumikage nodded. "But both of you guys were super manly in that finale," Eijiro said as he popped into the conversation. "Midoriya, that strategy of waiting for Bakugo to scuff up the ring was really smart. Actually, Uraraka came up with that one," he chuckled. "What?" Katsuki whirled around, finally breaking his silence. "Well, I was already thinking about something like it," Izuku said quickly. "And the backup wall was my idea too, since I knew you'd blow up the first one." "Damn, shitty Deku and round face," he grumbled before stalking away. "How?" Momo shook her head. "Hey Deku," Ochako said as she walked over. "Since we have the next couple of days off, are we on for working out?" "Yeah," he nodded. "I'm definitely up for it." "Oh, you two are working out?" Eijiro asked. "Self-improvement, I like that manliness. I might just get in some hard exercise myself." "I mean, it never hurts to put in some extra effort I guess," Honta shrugged. "Indeed," Fumikage nodded again. "Anyways, I'll get going home now," Izuku said as he stood up. "Ah, me too," Ochako said. After saying goodbye to their classmates and getting involved in a couple more small conversations on the way, Ochako and Izuku finally started walking away from class. They talked a little bit about the festival as they walked to the station, more specifically about the attention Izuku was getting online. Even as they walked, there were several people who stopped them to congratulate him on the win. Hey, Deku," Ochako said. "I'm fine with eating dinner with your mom, but everyone congratulating you makes me think. Do you wanna go out and grab lunch to celebrate? Just the two of us?" "Oh, I'm fine with that," he said. "It's not really lunchtime yet though. Man, the festival felt way longer than it was. So, how about we meet up later? I kinda want to go home and shower after that anyways." "Yeah, makes sense," she chuckled. The two of them reached the station and talked for a little while longer. They decided on a time to meet up for lunch before Ochako's train arrived, and Izuku's arrived not much later. On the way home, there were even more people who stopped Izuku to congratulate him on the win. Information travels fast, he mused as he reached his home. Upon entry he was picked up in a tight hug from his mother, who was so overexcited that she couldn't do much more than sputter fragmented remarks about how proud she was of her baby boy. He convinced her to let him go in under 5 minutes, which he thought was fairly impressive, and went to take a refreshing shower. Ochako had gone home to shower and change just like Deku had. They were supposed to meet soon for lunch. Or, Deku was supposed to show up at her apartment soon because it was in between his place and the restaurant. Part of Ochako kept thinking back to what her classmates had said. That Deku had asked her on a date. But that was ridiculous, so she ejected the idea every time it popped up. Nah, life doesn't work like that, she told herself. He doesn't feel the same as I do, no way. And even if he does, we need to focus on being heroes. Ochako slapped her cheeks as she laid down on her bed. She couldn't think about it. This was supposed to be a fun celebration, not an awkward game of date or no date. She just needed to calm down by the time Deku showed up so she'd be able to enjoy his company. Which might have been possible if the doorbell didn't ring right then. Coming, she called as she got up. Isn't he early? There was no avoiding it though, so she grabbed her things and opened the door. Hey da. It wasn't Deku. Ochako, her parents exclaimed as they embraced her. What? Ochako asked. Mom. Dad, why or what are you doing here? How did? We came to see ya. Her mom explained. After that phone call, your old man just had to come see his little champ. Her dad said with a thumbs up. But what about work? And how'd you get here so fast? Did ya take the bullet train? Yeah, we wanted to celebrate with you, her mother smiled. It's more important than work. You guys. Ochako smiled widely as she wiped a tear from her eye. But then she remembered that she already had plans to spend both lunch and dinner with Deku. You guys should have asked me first. But we wanted to surprise you, her dad laughed. I already have plans though, she exclaimed as she grabbed at her hair. With friends? Her mother asked. Then she smiled, with that green-haired one. Oh, what was his name? No, she shouted. I mean, yeah, I'm going to lunch and dinner with Deku. Lunch and dinner, her father laughed. We were only gonna go out to dinner, but his mom said that she wanted tea to make us both a homemade meal to celebrate. So we decided to go fair lunch, just the two of us. Her mom hummed. Well, I wouldn't wanna intrude on your lunch, but I would actually like to meet this Deku's mom. His name's Izuku Midoriya, Ochako clarified. But ya call, I am Deku. Dad already teased me over the phone for that, Ochako pouted. Well, ya seem close. She laughed. He's the one you said saved ya in the exam, right? Yeah, Ochako nodded. Well, he seems like a right gentleman, Mrs. Uraraka said. But when's this lunch supposed to happen? He's supposed to be here in like 10-ish minutes. Well, let's just sit down and talk for a little bit, Mr. Uraraka said. Then we'll let you get to your date. It's not a date, she insisted, although her parents only gave her laughter in reply. When Izuku had received the phone call from his mother, he had almost punched himself in the face for making plans with Ochako. Of course his mom would want to celebrate. And he was glad that his mom wanted Ochako over, but he was still a bit disappointed that he wouldn't be able to spend it alone with her. He wasn't going to ask Ochako that she go to lunch with him, since he thought she wouldn't want to spend, essentially, the whole day with him, so he was more than happy when she was the one who suggested it. But he was a little nervous. He was really happy to spend time with Ochako again, yet it didn't mask that strange pit in his stomach. He had just won the first year's portion of the UA Sports Festival, the biggest sporting event in Japan. And on top of that, he was going to spend time with his closest friend Ochako. So what was weighing on him? It might have to do with the misunderstanding that had occurred about a month earlier, before the USJ attack. But I'd bet Midoriya and Uraraka would be real popular as a hero duo. Denki had said, they look pretty cute together, don't you guys think so? Izuku hadn't thought of it until that point, but he supposed he and Ochako were pretty close. And she was really nice, probably the cutest girl he knew, and made something jump up in his heart every time he saw her, but... Well, he wasn't stupid. He knew he liked her. In fact, she was probably the third most important person to him besides his mother in All Might. But he had consciously tried to ignore it up until this point, as anything related to romance would only distract them both from their hero studies. But at times like this, right after the sports festival, there wasn't much to be distracted from. So having fun for a day wouldn't be too bad, right? Not that he was planning for anything to venture outside of the realm of friendly, but spending time with her would be enjoyable either way. After showering and talking to his mom about the festival for a while, Izuku departed for Ochako's apartment. The plan was to go to the same restaurant that they'd gone to for their first outing, then maybe visit the mochi shop that was nearby. Pretty simple, nothing too adventurous, but just enough for two friends to have a good time hanging out. Izuku nodded to himself, then ascended the stairs to her apartment. He knocked on the door, and was almost surprised when she didn't immediately open the door. He had kinda gotten used to it since she had done it both of the times he had come over. But then the door opened to reveal a brown-haired man and woman, the man fairly muscular and the woman having a familiar blush on her cheeks. Izuku stuttered, since he was expecting Ochako to answer. "You're Izuku Midoriya, right?" the man asked, narrowing his eyes menacingly. Ochako was expectant. "You," the woman said with a warm smile. Their energies are totally different, Izuku thought, but he kept his cool and said, "Yes, I'm Izuku Midoriya." "Are you Uraraka's parents?" "Yeah, we are," Mr. Uraraka nodded. "So do you normally call her Uraraka, or are you just trying to sound polite in front of her parents?" "What else would I call her?" Izuku asked. "Well, she calls you by a cute nickname, so it's kinda weird for ya to be so formal when she's not, you know," Mrs. Uraraka said. "Honey, it's hard to keep a tough-looking face when you're so nonchalant." Mr. Uraraka sighed to his wife. "Ah, don't tease, I am," she laughed. "So, is lunch still on?" Izuku asked. "Uraraka didn't mention that you're in town." "Oh yeah, we'll let you two go in a bit," Mrs. Uraraka chuckled and scratched her neck. "That's our bad, we kinda popped in unannounced. Anyways, now that my cover's blown," Mr. Uraraka sighed. He smiled widely and placed his hands on Izuku's shoulders. "It's nice to finally meet the guy that saved my daughter's life in the exam." Oh yeah," Izuku chuckled uncomfortably. "Nice to meet you too." "Oh, come on in," Mrs. Uraraka insisted as she turned around and walked inside. "I've never been in Uraraka's apartment before," he realized as he followed the adults inside. The apartment was small. There was a small hallway that seemed to double as a kitchen with the cooking utilities on the right side, and had two doors on the left and one at the end. The Urarakas led him to the door at the end of the hallway, which led to a small living room, dining room. "Hey Deku," Ochako said, sitting at the table as she blushed furiously. "Hey Uraraka," Izuku smiled. "So, there's only a couple things we wanna talk about before letting you two go," Mr. Uraraka said, prompting the two teens to look at him. "First, Midoriya, we heard that your mother is planning a dinner for the both of ya." "Yes sir," Izuku nodded. "Well, we came into town with the idea that we'd be able to celebrate with Ochako and all. Even if we'll let you go out together for lunch, we wanna spend at least one meal celebrating with her, you know. Besides, Ochako's mother and I kinda wanted to meet your mom anyways, so would it be too much to ask that we could come along for dinner?" Oh, not at all," Izuku said, though he was caught a bit off guard. "I just need to call her and let her know that we'll need more food." "Ooh, that's great," Mrs. Uraraka smiled. "Any idea what's for dinner?" "Katsudon and red rice," Izuku said. "Oh, sounds great," she nodded. "Anyways, the other thing we wanted to talk about," Mr. Uraraka said. "What's the deal with how you two held each other in the first round of the festival?" Izuku asked, a blush hitting his cheeks. He looked at Ochako, but she was blushing even harder and had her head buried in her hands. She'd be no help. Well, my Q quirk is dependent on weight, so Uraraka's quirk naturally powers mine up. It's a really good combo. Okay, but why did ya have to hold each other like that? I was really scared of em moving that fast, Ochako spoke up. So I asked him to hold me. Ahahaha. Her dad laughed with his hands on his hips. You're scared of something like that after what happened at that USJ facility? Well, I was scared then too, she pouted. Izuku ended up calling Inko to ask her if a couple of more guests was too much trouble, which she said it absolutely was not. Then he and Ochako were finally let go from the apartment. Sorry about that, Ochako giggled and scratched her neck as they walked. I didn't expect them to show up out of nowhere. It's fine. Don't apologize, Izuku chuckled. My mom crashed our dinner plans in the first place, so it went both ways I guess. Besides, I'm glad I met your parents. They seem nice. Yeah, she nodded. But it's not the same as your mom. You're the one who won first place, so at least that makes more sense, EHE. You got pretty far too, Izuku noted. The quarterfinals in the UA Sports Festival isn't exactly easy to get to. Why yeah, she nodded with a smile. You know, sometimes I forget that we're students at UA. It doesn't really feel too different from a normal school a lot of the time. I know what you mean, he agreed. The only things we've done apart from regular classes are the Hero Studies course and the sports festival. And all of the teachers are heroes, but they only act like regular teachers for the most part. But I guess it is still school, she sighed. Yeah, but it's really cool to think that we're training to be heroes either way. Why yeah, Ochako nodded. It's gonna be a lot of work to get there. But we'll get there. Together, Izuku smiled. When Ochako's face exploded in red, Izuku realized what he said and corrected. I meant that because we're gonna be a hero duo. B because our quirks work well together. Yeah, Ochako stuttered as she looked down and away. Our hero duo, right. Oh, speaking of, Aizawa-sensei said that we'll be getting pro-hero internships when we get back. Oh yeah, Ochako recalled. I wonder how many you'll get. Why me? He chuckled. Shouldn't you be interested in your own offers? Yeah, but they're being given based on performance, she said. So I wonder how many you'll get compared to people with lower rankings. At that point, Izuku and Ochako reached the restaurant. Of course they were recognized by most of the people in there almost instantly. The manager even came out and seated them personally, then offered that anything they ordered would be on the house in celebration. Izuku would have refused, but Ochako, being Ochako, accepted the offer for him before he could even speak. They both ordered waters to drink while they thought about the main course. That's nice of him to give us free food, Ochako said. Maybe the attention ain't so bad. But it feels weird not paying, Izuku sighed. I was gonna refuse. But it's your day to celebrate. Ochako smiled. Besides, they wouldn't have offered if they didn't want to. I guess, Izuku sighed as he looked down at his menu. Gonna get katsudon again? She asked after a moment of looking over her own menu. No, he answered. We're having my mom's katsudon for dinner, so I'll go for something else. Maybe oyakodon. Donburi actually sounds good right now. Anyways, Deku, what kind of hero would you want to intern with? He looked up at Ochako. Dunno, I guess. I'd want to go where I think I'd be able to improve the most. And what I think I'm lacking is in, well, I guess creativity. I can throw rocks all day, but I, theoretically, could trap people or immobilize them by putting objects in a certain position around them. Also, I could hit things like pressure points from far away if I know where they are and am precise enough. So I guess, I'd want to go with someone who could train my mind to be more perceptive and disciplined. Wow, you thought that out, Ochako giggled. Yeah, I guess so, he chuckled. Who would you want to go with? Well, she tilted her head back and forth. My quirk relies on getting my hands on people, so I was actually thinking of training in hand-to-hand combat. Why to learn grapples and stuff. Oh, that's smart, he mused. But it all depends on who requests us, I guess. Yeah, the manager returned to personally take their orders. Izuku ordered donburi and Ochako ended up settling on ramen herself. Their attention was soon drawn to a small television in the upper corner of the restaurant, where clips from the second year's portion of the sports festival was being broadcast. But that didn't catch the public's attention as much as the third or first year's rounds, a newscaster said. There was an incident during the third year's obstacle race where a student stripped naked all of a sudden. Other than that, it was certainly an impressive competition of quirks. But that too was nothing compared to the first year's competition in terms of getting attention, where the whole thing was dominated by a certain Izuku Midoriya. He won all 3 events, which is something that hasn't been done in any of the competitions for almost 20 years. Certainly impressive, he'll be a hero to watch for sure. They keep hyping me up, Izuku chuckled. It's embarrassing. But they aren't wrong, Ochako said. And it all started in the first round, when he cleared the obstacle race in record time along with another student, Ochako Uraraka, the newscaster said as the slow-motion video of them crossing the finish line played in the background. So embarrassing, Ochako squeaked. It's not that bad, Uraraka, Izuku chuckled. It is. I was holding on for my life. That picture makes me look like a scaredy cat. But you looked good the rest of the festival, he said. And you got second place in the race, plus you got first in the cavalry battle too. Yeah, I guess, she nodded. It's still embarrassin'. Think of it as training for when you're a famous hero, he said. Did you just mock me? She asked. Just a little bit, Izuku smirked. Rude, she pouted. But then she giggled. But you aren't wrong, especially if we really end up as a duo. Yeah, he sighed as he took a sip of his water. But even right now, I can feel everyone watching us. Yeah, Ochako glanced out the window and saw multiple people looking through the glass. I guess it is good practice though. But it's kinda annoying when we're just trying to hang out. She nodded. Oh, did you hear about that new American hero movie that's getting released here now? Izuku and Ochako continued to make irrelevant small talk until their food arrived. They both enjoyed their meals, even though they never seemed to get much privacy from other people. A few even approached and asked to get pictures with them. They minded the attention a bit, but it was still enjoyable overall. So do you want to get mochi next? Izuku asked once a waiter returned to take their dishes. Yeah, especially since we didn't spend any money here, Ochako nodded. The manager returned and bowed, saying, thank you for coming. Congratulations again on the festival win. Thanks, the food was great, Izuku smiled. Please recommend us. He bowed again, more deeply this time. If it comes up, Ochako laughed uncomfortably. A breaking news report, the newscaster on the television said suddenly, gaining the attention of the three at the table. This morning, the hero killer known as Stain attacked two heroes in Hosu. The pro-hero Ingenium was injured and is in the hospital, though there's no news on his condition, and one of his sidekicks, Rebar, was killed. They are the only. Did he say Ingenium? Izuku asked. Yes he did, the manager said. Why? It's nothing, he said quickly. Come on Uraraka, let's go. Why yeah, she nodded. Izuku found Tenya's contact as they left the restaurant and dialed. It eventually went to voicemail, and he elected not to leave a message. Instead he sent a text saying that he had heard what happened and wanted to know how he was doing. I can't believe it, Ochako sighed. Ida's brother was hurt. When Tenya first described his brother, Izuku related to it because it was similar to his admiration of All Might. But Ingenium was hospitalized by the hero killer, and Izuku couldn't imagine how that would make his friend feel. Partially because All Might's only major injury was one that he didn't even know about until 5 years after it happened. Ida looked up to him a lot. Izuku furrowed his eyebrows. I hope they're both alright. Yeah, Ochako agreed. So, you still up for mochi? He asked. No, not really. My appetite's gone. What a bad way to end such a good date. Ochako didn't realize that she was saying date until it was already out, and it left her sputtering to collect her words. mean and not date. Not date. And not that IW wouldn't go on a date with Yabi, but this TT totally wasn't, alright. I mean, Deku. Uraraka, you probably wouldn't wanna go on a date with me anyways, and even if you did. Uraraka, we're way too swamped with school and becoming heroes to even consider anything along the lines of rel. Uraraka, Izuku said louder as he shook her shoulder lightly. When she stopped panicking for a second and looked at Izuku, she saw that he was blushing almost as much as she was. Were you thinking that this would be a date? He asked. And no, but Mina and Toru said that it probably would be, so. I'm sorry, I overthought it. And no, it's fine, Izuku smiled nervously. Do you, want it to be? Quote. Ochako's eyes went very wide. Did you want this, To be a date. Izuku was blushing much more than Ochako now. I wouldn't. I wouldn't mind if it is, she admitted. I wouldn't either. He smiled a little bit and his blush slightly receded, though he was still pretty red. Gee then, how about we have mochi after all? Why yeah. She nodded with a bright smile before they started walking to the mochi shop. Oh my god, it is a date. What should I do? Alright, calm down. If he's okay with this being a date in the first place, then that means I'm obviously doing something right. Just don't stop whatever that is. I can't believe she wants this to be a date. Izuku thought as they walked. What did she say? Ashido and Hagakure told her it's a date. Why would they think that? Either way, I guess I'm glad that it is, but could a relationship even work while we're attending UA? We have so much pressure on us to become heroes, so. Oh, it's no use. Ochako sighed inwardly. Even if I could figure out what he likes about me, I'm too nervous to do anything anyways. Relationship. What am I even thinking about? Dates don't mean you're in a relationship, they're just something that people do if they like each other. Wait, does that mean that Uraraka likes me that way? Gee, there's no way, right? I mean, she does say that I'm really cool a lot of the time, but that'd be a whole different level. I'm so nervous that I'll lock up. What's even happening anymore? Are you two going to get something or are you just gonna stand there and keep mumbling? The clerk at the mochi shop asked. The two hero hopefuls had arrived a minute earlier but hadn't noticed. Ah, strawberry daifuku for me, Ochako said without locking up. Green tea mochi for me, Izuku said completely coherently. Alright, that'll be 340 yen, the cashier sighed. Izuku paid for both of them, then Ochako grumbled, hey, you shouldn't be paying. We're celebrating your win after all. Sorry, he scratched the back of his neck. But since this ended up being a date, I wanted to treat you. Well in that case. Ochako sputtered before turning around to hide her blush. Gee thanks Deku. Why yeah, he said, blushing as well. Apparently feeling the need to alleviate the awkward tension in the air, the employee asked, well, what, and are you celebrating? Wait, you haven't heard? Izuku asked. Part of him felt that it was kind of a cocky thing to say, but he was honestly surprised since the guy seemed bored to all hell and he'd probably see the news on any social media he opened. No, he shrugged. What, was it big? Yeah, I guess you could say that, Izuku chuckled. So, what did you win? He asked. Well, I'll have you know that this guy right here, Ochako said as she turned back around to face the cashier and pointed her thumb at Izuku, is a UA Sports Festival champion. Wait, that was today? He asked. Yeah, Izuku nodded. Why? My cousin is a second-year student there. He exclaimed as he slapped his forehead. I totally forgot to check the news on my laptop. What about your phone? Izuku asked. Oh, I dropped it a few days ago, he sighed. I've been on minimal technology since. Anyways, what year are you in? You look like first years to me. Yeah, first years, Ochako nodded. Well then congrats, he smiled. Hear anything on the second-year tournament? No, sorry, Izuku scratched his neck. I've been too busy with all of the attention. No worries, he said. Well, that's definitely something to celebrate. Just take a seat and I'll have those ready for you in a second. Thanks, the teens both said before walking to a table and sitting down across from each other. I wish we didn't tell him that I won the festival, Izuku groaned as he ran a hand through his hair. He was one of the only people we saw today that didn't know. Come on, be proud of it. Ochako giggled. You earned that win. Yeah, but it's embarrassing, he pouted. It's easier to talk to people normally. Well, you'll never talk to someone normally again once you're a hero, so this is just like training, Ochako said. You know, that's the third time we said that today. Because it never stops feeling awkward, Izuku sighed. Maybe UA knew this would happen and they publicized the festival on purpose. Like, training on top of training. Then I guess it really would be the country's best hero course, she mused. Okay, this is a date. What are y'all supposed to say on a date? I mean, A first date would normally be a get-to-know-ya kinda thing, but we already went through all that. So, should I say something funny? Nah, I don't do good humor. Should it be romantic? No, I have no idea what to do in that category. Wait, what am I thinking? This is just a celebration, so just be friendly. Even though it's a date. You Uraraka, are you alright? Izuku asked. Are you breathing? Ochako smiled nervously at him. I'm fine, why? Your face is really red. It is. She asked as she clapped her cheeks. I'm sorry, I guess I'm just nervous. You're nervous? Izuku asked. Why? Well, I've never been on a date before, she said as she looked away. I dunno what I should say or do, you know. And it's your celebration, so I wanna make sure you have a good time. You're worried about that too? He asked with a nervous laugh. I haven't been on a date either, so I'm also not sure what to do. And as for having a good time, you know, the whole reason I invited you to dinner in the first place is because I always have a good time when I'm with you. More than Shinso or Iida, or anyone else. Right now, well, for a while now, you've been my best friend by a long shot. And it's been a while since we just hung out, so I thought we could relax and spend some time together. I didn't think that it would be a date or anything at first, so don't feel pressured into doing anything date-wise. And really, just being with you is enough for my celebration. Deku. Ochako had no idea what to say after that. Her soul somehow felt light and airy, and she was almost moved to tears by the sentiment. Almost but not quite. Deku. Okay. The green tea mochi and the strawberry daifuku, the waiter, who was a different guy than the cashier, said as he set down the plates. Wait, you're the guy who won all 3 events in the UA festival. Yeah, Izuku chuckled and scratched his cheek. That guy totally ruined the atmosphere. Mina whined as she and the other 3 girls watched through the monitor. Momo sighed for the 5th time. I can't believe you made me make a reconnaissance robot for something like this. We've eavesdropped on Uraraka since the festival ended. Come on Yaomomo, Toru giggled. You can't say this isn't interesting. Even I have to admit it, I want to see where this goes, Kyoka grinned. And I didn't expect Midoriya to get all sappy like that. Pretty funny if you ask me. But what about the stuff her parents said? Mina asked. They totally drilled her for the details on her crush. That was totally great to listen to. Dishonorable. Momo sighed and shook her head. What are they doing now? Toru asked. Just eating and talking about how good the mochi is, Mina said. I could actually go for some mochi now that I think about it, the invisible girl sighed. I'd say we could try disguises and go in, but we'd make a conspicuous group no matter what, Kyoka mused. I mean, a girl with invisible skin, a girl with pink skin, a girl with earphone jacks coming from her earlobes and a girl with a rack like Yaomomo's couldn't be easily mistaken. Momo gasped and crossed her arms in front of her chest. I can't believe Suyu didn't come though, Mina pouted. I get that she has siblings to take care of, but still. What's happening now? Toru asked, getting closer to the screen. And that's how I learned not to mess with my dad's construction sites, Ochako laughed along with Izuku. I felt really bad since that set them back a week or 2 on the project. That one plank was holding up the whole wall. Izuku chuckled. Sounds like a bad design to me. Yeah, the guy who set it up was fired, she said. Well, he should. A vibration came from Izuku's pocket, alerting him to a text. He checked it, and he lit up in a smile when he saw the caller ID. Tenya Iida. Thank you for being concerned, Midoriya. I am doing well. My brother does not have any life-threatening injuries, which is good, although he is currently unconscious. Also, congratulations on winning the festival. I regret being unable to attend the final match, but I viewed it on my phone. I'll see you in a few days. Izuku read the text to Ochako, who giggled at the formalness of it. Izuku replied that he was glad that Ingenium was going to be alright and was thankful for the congratulations. Then he and Ochako, both happy for some good news from their friend, finished off their mochi and left. Thanks again for paying for the mochi, Ochako said as they reached her apartment complex. Yeah, of course, Izuku smiled. So, I guess I'll see you later. Yeah, she nodded with a smile of her own. So I guess I should, go now. Yeah, he nodded. Ochako hesitated. She didn't feel like she was ready to go back to her apartment yet. Something was missing, but she couldn't figure out what it was. Izuku was feeling similarly, as if something was left unfinished. As if leaving right now would leave them feeling unsatisfied. Mina chanted nearby. I think we should hang out again soon, Izuku said. Aside from dinner tonight and our training, I mean. Like, another D-date. Ochako looked away at the ground as her face flared up again. I'd like that. I mean definitely. I am definitely interested in doing that. Good, he smiled. So, I'll see you later then. Ochako raised her fist up at Izuku and said, and congratulations, again. I'll try harder to meet ya in the finals next time. Yeah, he nodded with a smile and bumped fists with her. Then try keeping up on the run tomorrow. That's just unfair. You're not normal, you know that. She sighed with a light chuckle. Heroes can't afford to be normal, he retorted. Yeah, you're right, Ochako smiled. See you at dinner. Yeah, later, he said as he waved and walked away. Ochako also waved then began walking back to her apartment. Damn it, Mina yelled and threw the monitor in the air. Ochako noticed the scream, but decided to ignore it. She was focused on other, more important things. Namely, the million questions her parents would probably have about her date. Mom, I'm home, Izuku called as he walked into their apartment and locked the door behind him. Welcome back Izuku, Inko replied from the kitchen. Can you come here? Yeah, what's up? Izuku turned the corner into the kitchen, where his mother was pulling food from some grocery bags. Could you help me unload these groceries? She asked. I had to get more ingredients for dinner since Ochako's parents are stopping by, and just decided to stock up on some other things that we needed. Yeah, sure, he said as he walked in and started grabbing groceries out of a bag. So, Izuku, Inko asked after putting away a few items, how was lunch? Good, he replied. We went and got mochi after, and that was good too. Good, she nodded. How's Ochako doing? She's doing good. She's happy that she made it so far in the tournament, but kind of wishes that she did more. Which I get, but she did more than enough to stand out I think. Probably, Inko nodded, eyeing her son. Anything else? Like what? Izuku paused and tilted his head. Well, it's not every day that you go out and get lunch with a girl, sweetie. Mom, Izuku groaned, we've done this before, you know. And we work out together every week. Yeah, I know, she admitted. But there is something, right? Well, I mean, he looked away and scratched the back of his neck. Izuku, I could tell something happened the moment you walked in, she smiled. You have an even bigger smile on your face than you did earlier. Why yeah, something did happen I guess, Izuku sighed. He returned to putting away the groceries, but he could still feel his mom's stare. So, what is it? She asked. Izuku slightly flinched. He didn't want to lie to his mom, he was raised better than that, but he was hoping to avoid this rather embarrassing development. But it was looking unavoidable. Well, Uraraka and I decided that it was a D-date. There, he said it. He really had no idea how his mom would react, though she had never been anything but supportive of him in everything. But this was different, and he had heard of mothers being overprotective of their sons. Really? That's great. She smiled as she pulled him into a hug. I guess this is a big day for you, huh? First winning the sports festival, then your first date. Yeah, he nodded. She wasn't acting very surprised. Oh, well now I'm even more excited to meet her parents. She said as she turned and started putting groceries away again. Oh, and the sports festival for all 3 grades is recorded on the DVR for you to watch after we're done with this. Thanks, he smiled. And so, after helping put away the last of the groceries, Izuku plopped onto their couch to watch the festival. Of course he was impressed, and made note of plenty of cool quirks and what people did with them. He tried to watch for a second-year girl that looked like the mochi shop's cashier, but couldn't quite pick her out. Anyway, none of the top 4 looked similar to him. Then in the third-year showing, he did take note of the bee-owned boy whose clothes fell off. Well, that's an interesting quirk. After viewing those, it was almost time for the Urarakas to arrive. He helped his mom finish with some of the food prep, and they finished it up with time to spare. All that was left to do when the doorbell rang was to let it sit for a couple of minutes. Also, the doorbell meant that they had arrived, and Izuku was once again nervous. Had Ochako told her parents that they decided it was a date? What if she didn't, and if his mom mentioned it, they would get mad at her for not saying it? Coming, Inko called as she made her way to the door. She opened it and smiled at the 3 people outside. Ah, Ochako, and Mr. and Mrs. Uraraka, I presume. Mrs. Midoriya. Mrs. Uraraka smiled. It's so nice of ya to offer us dinner like this. Oh, of course, she laughed. Always nice to have guests. Especially since Ochako is around so often, it's nice to finally meet you too. She's around a lot. Mr. Uraraka raised an eyebrow. Yes, they work out together on the weekends, Inko said. Go on runs, exercise, you know. Honey, Ochako already told us about that, Mrs. Uraraka laughed lightly. Hey Deku, Ochako greeted with a smile as the green teen showed up behind his mom at the door, before lightly blushing and glancing away. Hi Uraraka, he smiled. Then he slightly dipped his head to her parents, Mr. Uraraka, Mrs. Uraraka. Young man, he nodded. Hey there Midoriya, Mrs. Uraraka beamed. I never asked, but do ya mind if I call ya Izuku? No, it's fine, he smiled. Great, anyways, why don't you come in? Inko offered as she stepped aside from the doorway. Dinner is just about done. The 2 families made their way to the dinner table and made idle chatter until Inko began setting the table and serving the food, her homemade katsudon, Izuku's favorite, and red rice. This is really good, Ochako exclaimed as she rested her cheek on her hand. I can see why it's Deku's favorite food. It really is good, Mrs. Uraraka agreed. Inko, is it okay if I call ya that? Ya just gotta give me this recipe. Yes, it's fine, Inko chuckled. And I'd be glad to share the recipe. Well, I'm sure we have a couple of recipes of our own to trade, Mr. Uraraka said. Oh, for sure, Mrs. Uraraka agreed. Well, that's nice and all, but we really aren't here to talk about recipes, Inko said with a wave of her hand. We're here to celebrate these 2 doing so well in the festival. The 2 teens, who had started quietly talking about workout plans for the next couple of days, flinched at the sudden hand gesture Inko threw their way. Hey, don't lump us together, Ochako giggled as she scratched her neck. Deku's the one that won the tournament. Yeah, but getting into the tournament alone is a big accomplishment, Izuku said. Considering there are hundreds of first-year students and only 16 got into it. Yeah Ochako, you did great. Inko nodded. But the obstacle race round. Mrs. Uraraka exclaimed, clapping her cheeks. You were holding onto him so hard. Mom. Ochako blushed. It's embarrassing enough if you don't keep bringing it up, you know. But you were so cute. Her mother laughed. No, I looked like I was holding on for my life, she sighed. It looked pathetic. Listen, Ochako, Mr. Uraraka said seriously. Ya did look pretty cute. Not you too. I didn't think you looked too bad on the replay Uraraka, Izuku offered. It was your first time going that fast, so I think you actually handled it pretty well. Yeah, what he said, Mrs. Uraraka said. You guys teamed up for both of the first 2 rounds, didn't you? Inko asked. Yeah, it made sense to because of how well our quirks cooperate, Izuku said. But only for you, Mr. Uraraka said. Her quirk just lets you maneuver better, right? That was the best way to use it in the festival, yeah, Izuku said. But in real life there would be plenty of situations to use it on her instead of me, or even other people or objects. That's so, he grunted before taking another bite. Why yeah, Izuku said with a nod. Ah, this is real good, Mrs. Uraraka said as she got seconds. Oh, I can get more right. Yes, I made extra on purpose, Inko nodded. Good, cause this is so good. Glad you like it, Inko chuckled. So, Izuku said quietly to Ochako, you think you can keep up the whole 4 kilometers tomorrow? Oh, be quiet, she sighed. You know I can't, but how should we do this? We have 2 days off, so should we only run one and not the other? We do have the weekend coming up after Friday, so we'll do it again soon enough. Yeah, how about the first day we don't run? We can work out our legs and back, maybe core too. Then the next day we can run, then do some upper body. We'll do legs the day before running. Ochako giggled. That was rough the last time we did that. But it helps loosen the leg muscles, Izuku argued. And it only hurts for the first half mile at the most. Meh, fine, she relented. So, I wonder if we're doing anything special on Friday. You mean aside from getting the internship requests? Izuku asked. Yeah, she nodded. Think about it. It's 2 days off, 1 day at school, then the weekend right after. It's only 1 day at school, so it has to be something special, right? Not necessarily, Izuku mused. Present Mike might just skip out on teaching English, but other than that I don't know what we might do. What was his name, Ochako? Mrs. Uraraka suddenly burst into their conversation. Ochako asked. Whose name? That guy ya fought in the tournament that had the red hair, Mrs. Uraraka said while making quick hand motions around her hair. Oh, Kirishima, she said. Yeah, that Kirishima boy. She just threw I am straight into the sky. Mr. Uraraka nodded with a smile. That's ma girl. Oh, but that frog girl. Mrs. Uraraka hit the table lightly. She got ya out. Why yeah, she deserved the win, Ochako laughed and scratched her neck. And Izuku. Yes, Mrs. Uraraka, he tilted his head. You know you're kinda a celebrity. She said. Ah, yeah, I'm aware, Izuku said with a small blush. Oh yeah, I forgot to ask, Inko said, how are things on your social media? Well, someone found my actual Twitter account, and I've been getting followers non-stop since about 3 p.m. Oh goodness, Inko gasped. That sounds exciting. You really are like a celebrity. It's kinda embarrassing, he said. But it's just extra training for when we become heroes. Because we'll have to deal with publicity and everything once we become pros. But Izuku, your fight with that ice boy, Mrs. Uraraka exclaimed. That was really cool, ya know. Ah, thanks, he scratched the back of his neck. That boy was the son of Endeavor. Mr. Uraraka mused. Must have been tough out there. Yeah, it was, Izuku said. It really was tough, and not just physically. The whole day was catching up to Izuku now. Hey Deku, you okay? Ochako asked, seeing him leaning on his hand and sighing. Yeah, just tired, he sighed. Then he smiled at her. A lot happened today, you know. Why yeah, she smiled too and blushed a bit. Oh, you mean the date? Mrs. Uraraka asked as she leaned across the table. How did ya even hear that? Ochako asked. Oh yeah, Izuku did mention that they had decided their little lunch outing was a date, Inko said. Well, he's already popular, so he's probably going to make a lot of money once he's a hero. Mr. Uraraka laughed. So I'm okay with it. Dad, that's an awful reason to be okay with it. And I wasn't even talking about that, Izuku clarified. It's just been a long day in general. Ochako glanced at the adults, then took out her phone. They'd already been there for more than an hour, and she was, admittedly, feeling tired as well. Hey Daddy, Ochako said to her father who was sitting next to her. I'm getting a little tired too. Could we go soon? Yeah. That's all right, he nodded. First let's let her mom exchange whatever recipes she wants to. And that's exactly what they did. Inko gave Mrs. Uraraka her katsudon recipe, and in return received 2 recipes, one for donburi, and one for daifuku in case she ever needed it. I'll see you tomorrow Deku, Ochako smiled as she stepped out of the apartment. I'll try to keep up on the run. Yeah, see you then, Izuku said with a wave. The next day Izuku and Ochako decided against running. They did run the second day though, and Ochako was able to keep up for 3 kilometers out of the 4. That was good, and so was the workout, but the adrenaline from exercise did little to prepare them for the news they saw online towards the end of their workout. Ingenium was permanently crippled, and he would retire as a hero. Izuku and Ochako each sent Tenya text messages of course, but this time received no reply. Izuku looked back at the text he'd gotten from his friend 2 days prior, and confirmed. Tenya never did say that Ingenium would be alright, only that his injuries weren't life-threatening. But despite his worry, he received no reply that day all the way until he had to fall asleep. The next day, perhaps fittingly, was raining. Aside from the many people on the train that recognized and congratulated Izuku, plus the now constant buzz on his phone, Izuku saw no reason for the day to be anything but gloomy. Everyone on the train was so energetic, he sighed as he walked up to UA carrying his umbrella. I wonder if Iida will be here. He has a good reason not to show, after all. Good morning Midoriya, Tenya called as he rushed past Izuku. This is no time for an idle stroll. We could be late. Iida, Izuku called as he ran behind his classmate. Wait, late, we still have 5 minutes before the first bell. UA students must make it a point to arrive 10 minutes early. Tenya exclaimed as he stopped in front of his locker. Yeah, I guess, Izuku said. He closed his umbrella and shook it off before saying, Hey, Iida. You needn't worry about my brother. He cut him off as he took off his poncho's hood and smiled at him. He's in good spirits despite everything. I apologize if I caused any unnecessary concern for either myself or him. Then, before Izuku could say anything, he quickly turned and made his way to class. Izuku joined him soon enough, as did the majority of 1A. Ochako, when she showed up, also showed concern over Tenya's brother, but he told her the same thing that he had told Izuku. Anyways, I had a ton of people recognize me on my way here, Mina said as she walked in with a few other students. I mean, they all pretty much said, nice try, but it was still cool. Oh, me too, Toru exclaimed. All the stares I got were so embarrassing. I somehow doubt that, Mashirao commented. What about Midoriya though? Eijiro said excitedly. He's totally a celebrity. Oh yeah, Midori, Mina called, grabbing the green teen's attention. How are you liking all of those Twitter followers? I dunno, I guess I just wish I didn't have to mute my Twitter notifications to stop my phone from buzzing, he said. Sounds tiring, Hitoshi sighed. How did they even figure out which account was his? Denki pondered. Hey, I wonder, Mina announced. Ashido, you didn't, Eijiro said. Well, I didn't do a lot of things, she giggled. But I might have announced to the whole world what Izuku's account is called. I don't know if you did him a favor or not, Rikido mused. It's totally a favor, Mina said. Who wouldn't want to be constantly observed by thousands of strangers online? Mina, Ochako sighed. Oh, Ochako. Mina whirled around towards the brunette. Speaking of Midori. No. Silence. Toru argued as she covered Mina's mouth. She whispered, she can't know we eavesdropped on them. But Toru, Mina whined as she tried to wrestle from her grip. Ochako slightly blushed at the mention of their green-haired classmate, who she realized she hadn't said good morning to yet. Well, might as well. Good morning, Aizawa sighed as he walked in. And shut up and sit down. Guess I won't say good morning to him then, Ochako thought with a pout. I'm glad to see you're better Aizawa-sensei, Hiro, Tsuyu said, noting the fact that he was no longer covered head to toe in bandages and only had a small scar under one eye. Yeah, I'm better, although the old lady's treatment was excessive, he sighed. But never mind that, today we have a special hero informatics class. Blah, hero law and stuff. Eijiro sighed under his breath. I stuck at this stuff. A special class, what's that mean? Denki asked. I hope it's not a pop quiz. Today, you'll all come up with your hero names. Woohoo, yeah, the class cheered. But first, Aizawa announced as his hair stood up on end and his eyes flashed red, silencing the room. Concerning the pro heroes that'll be drafting you for internships. That's based on who they think will be ready to join the official ranks of heroes after another 2 or 3 years of experience. So, it's essentially their way of showing that they're interested in your futures. But there's still plenty of time for them to lose interest and revoke their offers. It happens all the time. They're just flaunting their power at this point, Honta sighed. So that means that those of us who are ahead now will have to try harder to stay ahead in the future. Toru asked. Exactly, Aizawa nodded. Anyways, here are the draft numbers. There's usually more of an even spread, but there were a few standouts this year, as I'm sure you're aware. Izuku Midoriya 5347. Katsuki Bakugo 3960. Shoto Todoroki 2878. Tsuyu Asui 354. Momo Yaoyorozu 215. Ochako Uraraka 76. Tenya Iida 70. Mina Ashido 37. Denki Kaminari 24. Honta Siro 15. Eijiro Kirishima 13. Fumikage Tokiyami 1. Whoa, why does Deku have so many more? Katsuki shouted. He displayed better strategy, Aizawa said quickly. Besides the fact that he placed first in every event and is easily the most well-known UA first-year student at this point. Man, they're all in a whole other league, Denki sighed. The pros simply have no eye for real talent, Yuga said. Hey, why's Toto so high up? Mina asked. He got out in the second round. Well, he showed an immense amount of power and did almost beat the one who ended up winning it all, Aizawa guessed. Well done as always, Todoroki, Momo said with a nod. HMPH, it's probably just my dad's influence, he sighed. Oh my god Iida, we got offers. Ochako gushed as she shook Tenya's shoulders. Yes, it is exciting. He agreed. I wonder who asked for you Tokiyami, Rikido mused. You didn't even make it into the tourney. It is indeed perplexing. The bird-headed teen tilted his head forwards. Anyways, now that announcement is out of the way, Aizawa sighed, whether or not you were picked, you'll all be working with pros. There's a predetermined list of 40 heroes that you can pick from who will be accepting interns. And I do realize that you have extra hands-on experience with villains, but seeing the pros in action and helping them out will still be more than beneficial. Oh, so our hero names will be used when we work with the heroes. Rikido realized. Ooh, this'll be fun. Ochako pumped her fist. They may only be temporary, Aizawa said, but you still want to pick names that are appropriate. Or else you'll face real hell. Midnight yelled as she burst in. Sorry Eraser, you were taking your time. It's fine, he sighed. Anyways, these names might still end up being your permanent hero names, she said to the class. It's happened before, you know. Yeah, anyways, Midnight is much better with social things than I am, so she'll be in charge of deciding whether or not your names are appropriate. What do you want to be? What's your identity? These names should go towards cementing your character as a hero, like All Might. They passed whiteboards back down the rows of desks, and began contemplating their name choices. It came easy to some, while others quickly became overwhelmed by the pressure. 15 minutes later, Midnight began allowing people to present their name choices. Alright, we can start with whoever is ready. Midnight called. Come up and show the class your name. Yuga immediately stood and began walking to the front, where he dramatically halted and slammed his whiteboard down on the desk, which read in English, The Shining Hero. I cannot stop twinkling. It's a whole sentence. Someone shouted. Besides, are you French or English? Pick one. You should take out the I and replace cannot with can't, Midnight advised. Wait, that's okay. Well then here's mine, Mina said as she ran up. Ridley Hero. Alien Queen. From Aliens, Midnight asked. Why? Because her blood was acidic. That's terrible. It should be heroic, not villainous. Besides, James Cameron directed Aliens, not Ridley Scott. He only directed the first one. Darn, she sighed and stepped down. I'm next, hero, Tsuyu said. I've had this figured out since primary school. The rainy season hero, Froppy. That's so cute, Midnight gushed. And super approachable. Perfect. After that, the names started coming in one after the other. Shoto and Tenya each only put down their names, oddly, and Katsuki's, Bakusatsuo, or King Explosion Murder, was unfortunately declined. Ah, my turn, Ochako said nervously as she walked up. I came up with Uravity. That's a double pun. Nice. Midnight said. Okay. So who's next? All that's left is Bakugo's revision, Midoriya and Shinso. Wait, is Shinso asleep? Izuku turned around. He nudged his sleeping classmate. Hey Shinso, you pick a hero name. Yeah. The purple-haired teen sighed before picking up his whiteboard and walking to the front of the room. I went with Mockingbird. Isn't that backwards? Mina asked. Since you're the one that's always getting annoyed by us and asking for quiet. But he activates his quirk by getting a response to a question, Eijiro said, so in a real situation it actually makes sense as a strategy. Whatever, he sighed before moving back to his seat. Bakugo, Midoriya, Midnight asked. Izuku hesitantly stood and made his way to the front of the room. Then, he placed the whiteboard on the front table. The telekinetic hero, Deku. Whoa man, you sure about that? Eijiro asked. You could be called that for life, you know. Denki said. Yeah, I know, Izuku said. I used to hate this nickname, but someone helped me see it in a new light, and it makes me really happy. I'm the Deku who always does his best. Ochako's face flushed and she felt something akin to immeasurable joy filling up her chest. Katsuki made his way up next. If I can't be King Explosion Murder, then I'll be Lord Explosion Murder. Still no. Midnight stopped him right there. He ended up going with simply, Explosion King, after several more revisions. Hey Deku, you decided on anyone for your internship yet? Ochako asked as she walked over to his desk when class was being let out for lunch. I kinda have a lot of requests to go through, he chuckled. Yeah, I get that, Ochako giggled. I was thinking of going to Gunhead's hero office. Oh yeah, you were thinking of getting better at close quarters combat and grapples to make better use of your quirk, right? Yeah, she nodded. Lucky he requested me, hey. I actually do have a couple of ideas, Izuku said. You know, 3 of the top 5 heroes requested me. Really? She asked, wide-eyed. I guess we already knew All Might and Endeavor wouldn't, so that's pretty much 3 for 3. Actually, Endeavor did request me, Izuku said. What? Shoto asked as he stood up from his desk behind them. Shoto was upset, angry, on the verge of accidentally activating his flames, and on his way to have a word with his father. And he had no idea why any of those were the case. Sure, his old man had extended an internship invitation to Izuku, but that wasn't any real reason to set him off, right? Maybe his emotional problems with his father were worse than he realized. That little revelation could be set aside for the moment though, since he had more important things to do. Shoto opened the door to Endeavor's training room, normally the only place that the hero could be found when he wasn't on the job or sleeping, and half shut his eyes at the burn of smoke and heat coming from the room. His father heard the noise of the door somehow from over the roar of his flames, and quickly dialed them back as he looked at his son. Shoto, he said gruffly. You don't normally come to me. What do you want? You requested Midoriya for the hero internships, Shoto said in his trademark flat tone. Why? HMPH, why is that of your concern? Endeavor scoffed, worried that he'll show you up on our patrols like he did in the tournament. Not at all, Shoto stated. He won't be visiting your agency. What? Endeavor asked, his voice gaining a bit of heat but not quite shouting. Then who is he interning with? Why is that any of your concern? Shoto asked, upset that you aren't good enough for him. Shoto, Endeavor shouted as his flames spiked momentarily, before he regained his composure. It's none of my concern, I was simply curious. I don't care much for that boy, but he is a fine example to you on how much better you could do by using your full quirk. Don't pull him into this, Shoto said, narrowing his eyes. TCH, Endeavor clicked his tongue before firing another blast and frying a training dummy. Is there anything else? No, that's all, Shoto sighed before turning and opening the door outside again. Oh, there was another thing I wanted to ask you about, Endeavor called, causing his son to turn towards him again. I heard that you went to visit your mother. What of it? You shouldn't do that again, he said loudly. That crazy bitch already permanently scarred you. We can't afford to risk any worse damage, else you stop being able to fight. We're lucky she only burned you the first time. Mother is fine, Shoto said. She's doing well, and we talked. And for the record, I don't blame her for this. He touched his scarred skin. Endeavor let out a heavy sigh. Quote. Then you plan to go back and see her again. I'll make my own choices, Shoto said. Quote. Gay, fine, Endeavor grunted before resuming his training. Everybody have their costumes? Aizawa asked as he led the students onto the train platform where they'd all be traveling from. Yeah, Mina exclaimed. Don't slur your words, Ashido, he scolded. Now remember, wearing your costumes in public is prohibited until you have permission from your supervising hero. Still, you have to make sure not to drop them anywhere. He shooed them away as he sighed. Behave yourselves, now go on. The students all began moving their separate ways. Many were taking the same route as each other, at least partially, so some groups formed on their ways out. But Tenya, much to the interest of both Izuku and Ochako, began walking away alone. They both caught up to him, and Izuku grabbed his shoulder to get his attention. Oh, Midoriya and Uraraka, I don't believe I wished you well on your internships, he said with a small smile. Well, no, Izuku said, but we just wanted to let you know that you can talk to either of us anytime you want. If there's ever anything bothering you or you just want company, we're here. Yeah, Ochako nodded. We're your friends, you know. Ah, he said, losing his smile. He looked to be considering something, before he nodded and smiled slightly again, of course. You as well. And then they all went their separate ways. Izuku rode on the bullet train for about an hour before finally getting off near Tokyo. Was he nervous? Of course he was. There were always heroes he saw locally, then there were the teachers at UA, then there were heroes like All Might and Endeavor who he knew through special circumstances. But this, he had made the choice himself, yet he wasn't exactly sure how to approach this particular hero. He requested Izuku, so he had thought that would have been enough to calm him down when it came to the moment of truth. It wasn't. He walked into the building, a relatively plain and unassuming 5-story business, and up to the reception desk. Hello, how might I? The receptionist began asking before she recognized the UA costume case and, of course, the famous student who was holding it. Ah, you must be here for the hero internship. We're honored you accepted our agency. Ah, yeah, he smiled. Glad to be requested. So, where should I go? Oh, take the elevator over there to the 4th floor, she said, jutting her thumb towards an elevator that was just emptying its most recent haul of people. Take a left and it'll be behind the large red doors. No need to knock, he'll be expecting you. Thank you, he said with a nod before going on his way. The hall was busy and so was the elevator, so Izuku had to wait for about 5 minutes, pressed against the wall to avoid the foot traffic, before the elevator finally reached the 1st floor again. And then he had to wait for the flood of people to empty out before he entered himself along with several others. Izuku didn't particularly think the elevator could hold the amount of people that had walked out of it, but as he rode up to the 4th floor and stopped at every one in between, he saw the size of the crowd in the elevator go from manageable to packed tight and then back to manageable again. He finally reached his stop and followed the crowd into a large hallway, much larger than the one downstairs. He could almost consider it a room instead of a hallway. He did as the receptionist had said and turned left. He saw the wooden double doors immediately, and walked up to them. They were ornate, and painted a dark red with golden accents. Izuku grabbed the handle and pulled one of the doors open. Inside was an unexpected, if apt, scene. The far wall and right wall were completely glass, letting sunlight in and giving the room a natural look. Oh, or that might have been the plants everywhere, or the rocks of the indoor Zen garden, or the wooden patio that Izuku found himself on. And on the largest rock of the garden, sitting in an almost cliché meditation pose, was the current number 5 pro hero, Edgeshot. Hello, Izuku said hesitantly as he walked to the edge of the hardwood. I'm Izuku Midoriya, from the hero course at UA. Edgeshot's one visible eye opened and quickly focused on the student. Ah yes, Midoriya, he said. I'm pleased that you accepted my offer. I'm sure you had others, after all. I had a few, Yeah, Izuku chuckled sheepishly with a scratch to the back of his neck. Did you have any from heroes ranked above me? Yes, I did. I got invitations from Best Jeanist and Endeavor. Endeavor, really? Even in Edgeshot's one visible eye, surprise was evident. You received a request from Endeavor, yet you chose to accompany my agency. Well then, I suppose you aren't here just because of my high rank, the hero said as he stood up on his feet. To what do I owe this pleasure then? I had some vague ideas for new applications of my quirk, Izuku said. But I really don't have any idea how I should approach it. And you think I might have the knowledge that you need? Yes, but not only that, Izuku admitted. I've been having trouble focusing recently. My quirk needs pretty precise control, and I'm worried that it might get in the way. I know that you're all zen and everything, so I was hoping that you would be able to help me. To quiet your mind, he cut the student off. I may be able to assist there, yes. We can start immediately. Immediately, Izuku echoed, excited that he'd be able to get started. Yes, but first I'd like you to talk to you about whatever is distracting your mind. What is it, exactly? I don't know. Anything new, different, or otherwise unnatural to what normally happens in your life could knock your mind off balance, so to speak. Or, it could be an old problem that's festered long enough to bother you in a distracting manner. Did anything happen that fits any of those descriptions? Well, there are a few. Edgeshot used his quirk to zip over to a round wooden table on the patio, and sat down. An inclination of his head requested that Izuku also sit down in the chair across from him, and the young hero in training did so, setting his hero costume case on the floor next to him. Ochako Uraraka set her clothes down on the bed in her room at the Gunhead Hero Agency. She had gone through the orientation, and had just changed into her hero costume to begin her first training session with Gunhead. The hero was satisfied with her reasons for going to his agency, and seemed to agree that the applications of hand-to-hand combat in conjunction with her quirk would be invaluable to her. She thought about Deku for a moment. He was, no doubt in her mind, working hard to become a great hero at that moment. She felt her cheeks get warm as she thought about his great determination, then slapped them to psych herself up. She wasn't falling behind. Edgeshot had to admit, Izuku did have a lot of things on his mind. An ongoing rivalry with a boy he repeatedly referred to as Kachan. His worry over the home life of the Todoroki family. Yeah, Edgeshot worried about that too. Every time he spoke with the number 2 hero, Ingenium's younger brother seemingly withdrawing from his friends ever since the pro's career-ending encounter with the hero killer, and finally the fact that Izuku had recently gone on a date with one of his classmates. Edgeshot didn't see the rivalry as a bad thing. It should spur Izuku forward if anything, but the others were certainly obstacles. At least his worry over his friends told Edgeshot that he had a kind heart, although those were the kinds of things that he couldn't let distract him when on an operation. As far as girls go, Edgeshot had no experience. He wasn't a ninja just because it fit his quirk or personality. He wanted to become a ninja-based hero because he was always a ninja-loving dork who loved ancient history relating to them. They just seemed so cool to him. His ninja otaku personality essentially made everyone ignore him in school until he got into UA, but even then he had no luck with the ladies. One time he asked out a classmate as part of a truth or dare game, but he could still hear their mocking laughter. So he couldn't give the boy any advice on the matter and told him not to think about it. Like that'll help. Whoa, Izuku said aloud as he looked down at his newly donned hero costume. They've changed it a little bit along with repairing it. His jumpsuit was a more durable material than before. It had small white shoulder pads, and the white lines on it were now black. His respirator was now a sleek metal design rather than his earlier plastic one, and without the obvious reference to All Might's smile. He felt the extra weight on his belt and grinned. His requested tools must have been approved. Now that you have that on, try clearing your mind, Edgeshot suggested. Try to learn that you want to focus when you wear this. It's easier if there's a mental connection. Okay, he nodded. Now, how to clear my mind? Just ignore it. I can't do anything about those problems now, so they aren't important. It's completely out of my hands for now. I wonder if the others might be thinking about them. No, focus. Don't think. Don't think. Don't think. Don't think. No. Edgeshot cut off his train of thought. Don't think about not thinking. If you do that, then you won't be not thinking. You just have to stop thinking about that stuff altogether and focus on the here and now. It should be as natural as possible. Oh, okay. Izuku nodded. Sorry. Don't think about ignoring the other problems. Instead, just focus more on what's in front of me. Tenya, Manuel sighed, I'm not joking about this. I realize that you must think that I don't understand, but you have to think about your future as a hero. I know, Tenya nodded. The two were approaching Manuel's agency after their first day patrolling. The day was quiet for the most part. They stopped a purse snatcher and investigated a ruckus down an alley, which turned out to be a few kids roughhousing, but there were no real developments. Normally that's good, but Tenya was obviously disgruntled. I'll prepare dinner for you, the hero offered. Go take a shower in the meanwhile. Tenya shoved off to the bathroom, and Manuel made some pasta with meatballs. When Tenya didn't show up for a while after the water shut off, he got worried and checked on him. He was already asleep. With a sigh of disappointment, Manuel left the dish by his bedside before going off to file the night's paperwork with a sidekick. Izuku hit the sheets with a deep exhale. He hadn't actually done much physical training. They really didn't have enough time, but he was mentally exhausted. Trying to calm his mind was more taxing than he thought. He was so used to analyzing everything that it was hard to turn that function off. Edgeshot told him they would work on it more the next day, which he was dreading, but he was too tired to think about that. His eyes were already heavy, and as he drifted off, he thought about everything that he would have to not think about. Then his mind rested on Ochako just before he dozed off. Oi! What the F*** does Deku think he's pulling? Katsuki mumbled as he sat through another application of hair gel. The bastard beat me in the tournament, then got a request from Endeavor. Now he goes to the agency of the hero ranked below Best Jeanist, which I bet is way better than this shit, just to F*** king mock me. I don't know Midoriya myself, Best Jeanist mused, but based on the mannerisms he showed at the festival, I doubt he'd even think of that. Shut the F*** up. Behave. Best Jeanist scolded. Katsuki only complied because he was too tired to argue. The pro didn't let him sleep the previous night until he gave in and allowed some hair styling. Finally, just over 3 hours and you've cleared your mind, Edgeshot sighed. He could tell just by looking, he was experienced after all, that Izuku was fully focused on his training. Good, now stop focusing. What? Izuku asked. Why? That focus is what will help your precision. No other training is helpful in that regard. As for other things you can do. He dropped a few books in front of him. These are all about physics or anatomy. Learn where pressure points are and how physics affects objects, then use your intense focus to make use of that knowledge. We can clear your mind again after an hour or two of studying. Then, lunch. Why yes sir, Edgeshot, he sighed as he picked up an anatomy book. Shoto leaned against the side of a building as his father talked with police about a criminal he had just caught. Even though he didn't like his old man, Shoto had to admit he was impressive. That had been the 7th villain they'd caught, and it wasn't even noon yet. Endeavor walked back and looked down at his son. What is it with that glare you're giving me? Still sulking that I requested your friend. Shoto had genuinely not realized that he was glaring at his father. He quickly looked down. No, just observing, he said. You're certainly a top hero. You can be too, he said gruffly before setting off down the street again. Come on Shoto, let's continue our patrol. Well done Midoriya, Edgeshot praised as his student relaxed and breathed. You were able to rein yourself in within 10 minutes that time. Ha! Better than the last time. Izuku grinned. Better than the last 6 times, the hero said. Alright, that's enough for today. Go wash up and then eat dinner. Tomorrow we're going to go out on patrol. We are. Izuku's eyes lit up. Yes, he nodded. We'll go to several different spots throughout the day, so you can get used to adapting to any new place rapidly. Alright, he cheered. I can't wait to go on a patrol. Yeah, Well, don't wait to take a shower either, the pro said. You're stinking up my dojo. Ochako was exhausted from everything Gunhead had thrown at her. She was already sore, so she dreaded what it would feel like in the morning. She just got out of the shower and changed, and now was laying down in bed. Despite her exhaustion, she was restless for a while. Everything Gunhead taught her was swirling in her head and she was struggling to keep everything down. She had a few more days with him, but she didn't want to dedicate much time to relearning everything the next day. She needed to focus on working hard, just like Deku. Deku. Ochako. Hey Deku, just wanted to see how your internship is going. Hope it's going well. Mine is good, but it's real hard work, haha. Just a text to check in, she thought. Nothing wrong with that. She waited anxiously for a solid 50 seconds before the typing notification popped up. Izuku. Hi Uraraka. My internship is really tiring, but I think it's been worthwhile. Edgeshot said that we're going on a patrol tomorrow, so I'll get some work in the field. Ochako. Lucky. I wish I could go on a patrol, but Gunhead said I need to train for my entire time here to really make improvements. Izuku. That makes sense since you're learning combat from the ground up. Ochako. Yeah, guess so. Ochako's finger hovered over the keyboard as she contemplated what her next text would be. There were plenty of questions in her head, ones that she wasn't brave enough to ask in person. They had gone on a date, so what did that mean? Could they go on another one soon? Were they just friends or? Izuku. I'm struggling to stay awake RN haha, so I'm gonna go to bed and rest up for tomorrow. It sounds like you should too. Good night Uraraka. Ochako. Yeah, good night Deku. She sighed as she set her phone down on the nightstand and plugged it in. She hadn't been thinking about it much earlier, but ever since the moment she thought about how she needed to keep up with Deku, he had started to fill her thoughts more and more. She respected him, and looked up to him, and thought he was the coolest guy she knew. Even though he seemed so amazing, he was also so nice, and warm, and dorky in such a cute way. She liked him a lot, but the problems and questions plaguing her mind eventually lost against her exhaustion, and she passed out. The train ride to Izuku's first patrol area was relatively short, but long enough for him to focus his mind. Once they arrived, Edgeshot essentially told him to follow and keep quiet. They traveled along rooftops, watching over the city below. Izuku was able to use his quirk on himself enough to keep up, since his focus seemed to lessen the pain he regularly felt from the act. Ah! He heard a man's voice yell from the left. Edgeshot apparently heard it as well, since he immediately leapt in its direction. Izuku followed, and landed next to the pro on the sidewalk. He glanced up at the coffee shop in front of where they landed. There was outdoor seating, but then immediately looked back down as he saw the threat. Sitting at one of the tables was a stone statue of a man, and standing across from him was a rather tall woman with snakes in her hair. Izuku readily assumed that she had a Medusa quirk, and that the statue was once a living, breathing man. Deku. Edgeshot said quickly, don't look. I'll handle this. Yes sir. Izuku replied, but the hero was no longer next to him. Alright, it's handled, Edgeshot said. Izuku looked up and saw the lady on the floor with closed eyes, and Edgeshot reforming his body over her. The hero looked up at the stone statue of the man, then back down at the woman. Can he be fixed? He asked. What happened? She gasped. The paralysis is temporary, he said coolly. I hit your pressure point. Now, tell me, can the effects of your quirk be undone? My head, she groaned. Izuku watched in awe as Edgeshot handled the situation, all the way through when the police showed up. The police bound her eyes shut and arrested her to take in for questioning, then also took the man. Izuku shivered a bit at the thought that the man had simply turned to stone. Deku, Edgeshot said as he nudged the boy's shoulder. Come on, let's go. We have more villains to capture. That man, Izuku said quietly. I hope he can be restored, but there's nothing we can do but move on from this. It's regrettable when we can't save everyone, but we have to focus so that we can save as many as we can. Losing one doesn't mean we have to lose the rest too. So refocus, and let's go see if we can be of use to someone else. Right, Izuku sighed with a nod, before taking a minute to silence his thoughts. Gravity, that was sloppy. Gunhead exclaimed as she hit the mat. You shifted your weight too far to the left, and your grip was weak. Sorry Gunhead-sensei, she said as scrambled up. Got distracted. Stop. Take 5, he said, raising his hand. As Ochako sat against the wall and took a swig of water, he sighed, you've been getting distracted too much. You were pretty driven yesterday, but most of our spars today have been lacking. Sorry sensei, she sighed. The day before, she had thought about Deku and felt driven to compete with him. But the more she thought about him, the less she thought about competing. She thought about their date, for about the 10th time. I got it, Gunhead said. Let's just sit down and have a little chat then. A chat, she asked. Yeah, about whatever is distracting you, he said as he walked over and grabbed a collapsible chair that was leaning against the wall of his training room. I'm sure you'll do better if we get your mind off it. No that's not necessary, she exclaimed, waving her arms. Nonsense, he said with a laugh as he sat down in front of her. I requested you to take you under my wing, and I need you to be completely honest with me. No secrets, okay. Oh okay, she sighed. Shoto, Endeavor said, it's time to go for our evening patrol. We'll be going to Hosu today. Why so far out of the way? Shoto asked. That's where the hero killer was last spotted, he said. The law enforcement requested my presence there, but the large amount of requests I've received recently delayed its arrival. Anyways, we should get there soon in case he strikes again. Iida, Shoto thought. This'll be our last stop, Edgeshot said, pointing out the window at the approaching city. Hosu is normally pretty calm. It's a nice, quiet city, but there has been some activity there recently. Hosu, that's where a friend of mine is interning, Izuku said. Well, it's also where the hero killer, called Stain, put 2 heroes out of commission recently, he informed him. We've done enough standard patrolling. I think you would benefit from some investigative with as well. Wait, the hero killer attacked Ingenium in Hosu? Izuku asked. My friend that's interning in Hosu is Ingenium's brother. You don't think he's trying to hunt Stain down out of revenge, do you? Edgeshot asked. He idolized his brother. He's probably too angry to think clearly. Izuku sighed as he mentally berated himself for not realizing sooner. I'll contact the hero he's interning with, Edgeshot said. Do you know who? I think it's. Izuku looked out of the window, and saw that the train station they were approaching had been heavily damaged and was on fire. He was about to move, to do something, but the train's brakes activated abruptly, knocking him and several others onto the floor. Deku, Edgeshot said, I'm going to break the window and head out through there. You either follow close to me or stay put, okay? I can't be worrying about where you are at a time like this. I'll follow, Izuku said as he stood up. Wait, look, out the window. What? Wait, what is that? Edgeshot asked when he saw a hulking blue beast with an exposed brain running through the street. It looks like Nomu, the villain that attacked the USJ. The monster from the USJ invasion. The hero asked. That means this must be the work of the League of Villains. Let's go, no more delays. Edgeshot broke through the glass emergency exit and shot out towards the beast. Izuku enveloped himself in his telekinesis and leapt to the ground, before running to catch up. Tenya, we still don't know who the threat is, Manuel called. So be ready for anything. Yes sir, the intern replied. No matter what, always keep the civilians in mind as well. Manuel kept running until he found where the heart of the commotion seemed to be. There were massive fires, crowds of people, and already several heroes trying to control the damage. At the center of it all were 2 grotesque beasts, with blue, leathery-looking skin and exposed brains. Tenya, go help the heroes with evacuating civilians. Manuel called. When he didn't receive a response, he looked around and called, Tenya. He was gone. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.